when the cycle of reincarnation invades. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251. I knew you knew. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Early in the morning of that day, Linbin received a call from Linzu early in the morning. Hello. Oh. Sister, what? You found out through the landlord's wife that I have left the secret realm? Oh, yes, I did leave the secret realm 3 days ago, but because I was in a rather embarrassing situation in the secret realm this time, I found a place first and planned to rest before going home. Well, if nothing goes wrong, I will be home this afternoon. Huh? Where did the loud sound of water come from? Oh, nothing. I was brushing my teeth, but the frequency was a little fast. What do you mean by so fast? Be careful not to break the toothbrush. Theoretically, the mouth should be injured. Talk to Jua? Sure. After a moment, the other side of the phone changed to a clear, lively and pleasant childish voice. Brother, is Jua's mother not injured? Well, no, she just suffered a minor injury and swelling, and it is a little inconvenient to walk. Let her rest for 2 days and she will recover. Well, your mother is a little busy now, and she has no time to talk to you. Don't worry, you will see her after school. Gayo, you asked with concern. Then you are not injured? I'm more or less injured, just a minor friction injury. I will definitely recover faster than your mother. I'm mainly worried about your mother. Well, you know what? Use your pocket money to buy her some supplements? No, I have fed her a lot of supplements these 2 days, and the effect is still quite good. Don't worry, we will go back soon. Chatted with Jua for a long time. When she hung up the phone reluctantly, Yan Fei in front of him couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Linbin casually put the phone on her smooth back. After a moment, he collapsed beside Yan Fei and sighed. These past few days have really been a bit absurd. HMM. Yan Fei no longer had the energy to reply. She just responded softly. Linbin patted Yan Fei's head, and seeing that she understood, he said, checkout time is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Take a rest. We still have a lot of time. It may be difficult to have such a good opportunity again when we return home. HMM. Yan Fei hummed softly and said no more. Until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At the entrance of the hotel, among the luxurious cars, SUVs and commercial vehicles, an extremely eye-catching H9 drifted beautifully and stopped in the most eye-catching place. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Bushuang. No, I feel very honored to be able to do something for you, Mr. Abin. Bushuang smiled humbly and said, I have replaced all 4 tires for you, Mr. Abin. They are all brand new. There should be no more flat tires in the future. You don't have to worry about this problem anymore. Miss Bushuang, you are too polite. No, my duty is to serve the reincarnations, and I like serving Mr. Abin even more. That is to say, knowing that the Miss Bushuang in front of him is actually married and has children, and the couple has a very good relationship. Otherwise, Linbin would really doubt whether he has any intentions towards him. Of course, although Abin is interested in married women, what he really likes are mature big sisters like Zhu Yuan and Anjin Yanfei. Just like these few days, when he touched her head, she would know to sink down, and when he touched her waist, she would know to change her angle. In fact, he doesn't like the bullshit Weiwu legacy and Jianan style at all. After a few polite words with Bushuang, Linbin helped Yan Fei get into the car and drove home. 2 hours later. Mom, I heard from my brother that you were injured. Let me see where you are injured, and how serious is it? Jua immediately threw herself into Yan Fei's arms. Yan Fei had a kind smile on her face. She hugged Jua and explained to her that she only had minor scratches, which were not serious at all. With her superb skills, she would have felt much better if she practiced her skills more. It was just that she accidentally bumped into him a few times while riding in the car, which aggravated her injuries. She would be fine after 2 days of bed rest. After these words, Gaoyu's worried expression gradually disappeared, and she started to act coquettishly in her mother's arms. Lin Bin looked at Lin Zhu. He was surprised and said, "You didn't go out?" This time, he spent only 5 or 6 days in the secret realm training, plus the 3 days of rest in the hotel. Not everyone is like him, so Lin Bin didn't think that Lin Zhu could complete a training in just 5 or 6 days. Lin Zhu said with a smile, "Why do I have to go out?" Oh. Lin Bin immediately understood that his training this time was hasty and she probably hasn't started yet. He was considerate and didn't ask any more questions. Lin Zhu said softly, "It's rare to come back. This time in the secret realm must be very difficult. You to look a little pale. I'll make you some delicious food to replenish your energy." "Thank you, sister." Lin Bin said this sincerely. He actually likes to eat food outside, and food with heavy salt and oil is more convenient to replenish physical strength. But after eating too much of this kind of thing, he couldn't help but start to miss the simple meals at home. Light food also has its own taste. Lin Zhu reached out and touched Lin Bin's head and asked, "What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Braised 3 treasures. Yan Fei couldn't help but look up and give Lin Bin a reproachful look. "Just kidding. The boiled water made by sister is especially delicious, but I want to drink snake soup today. Please trouble sister." Lin Bin took out the snake meat that he had already cut and separated and said with a smile, "This is the flesh and blood of a snake demon that has practiced for at least 1,000 years. It is really nourishing. Let's cook some small dishes first, and I'll send some to them one by one later. Why don't you let them have a small gathering at our house?" "Forget it. Have you forgotten that your legs and feet had recovered last time, but you were tired all day and almost got beaten back to your original form?" Lin Bin smiled and said, "It's better to only invite Fixun, Kingsun, and Kankan to have a small gathering here. Don't invite so many people. By the way, the landlady must also be invited." Lin Zhu, Abin. "What's wrong?" Lin Zhu said gently, "Remember to say this next time. It's a bit wasteful to say it now." "What do you mean?" "Nothing. You will know in the future." Lin Zhu smiled softly, holding the cut snake meat, and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll make some broth for you. For snake meat, let's have Poria Cocoa snake soup tonight. Jua, finish your homework quickly, and let your mother take this opportunity to rest for a while." "Oh." Gao Yu responded obediently. Lin Zhu took the coin purse and went out to buy groceries. That night, the family of 5, Lin Bin, Lin Zhu, the landlord's wife, and Yan Fei, Gao Yu and her daughter. The landlord's wife happened to have something to ask me, so I kept her to have a simple meal. Lin Zhu explained softly. Lin Bin nodded and said, "No need to explain. I understand. I understand everything. After all, we are good friends, and she takes care of you so much. I think since Fian's room is expanded with ours, why not clean up the guest room where they rested before, so that if the landlady can't go back in time, she can have a temporary resting place. I will buy a desk tomorrow. If Wan Rang also stays here, she can tutor Chua's homework. Well, this matter is settled, and those sundries can be piled up in Fian's house first." Lin Bin's house and Yan Fei's house have been connected. But before, whether it was Lin Bin or Lin Zhu, they were actually very particular and never made any decisions in her space without authorization. After all, it was the home of their mother and daughter. But after 3 days of fierce battle, Lin Bin's mentality is naturally different from before. At least, such trivial matters are no longer a big deal. Yan Fei was helping to arrange the dishes. Hearing this, she took the initiative to say, "That guest room is still a little small. It just so happens that there is an empty guest room over at Fei Yan's place." "Ah, well, Brother Bin has the final say." But Lin Bin gave her a light kick from below. "Just kidding. The landlady has a high level of cultivation." Although Lin Bin is proud of his current strength, he feels that if he does not use the Xiangang Bidao formation, he may not be her opponent. Living at Yan Fei's place, even if Yuer is dealt with by then, there will be another big light bulb here, and it will still be a mess. Yan Fei seemed to realize what Lin Bin meant, and she lowered her head and said nothing more. The landlady smiled and said, "No need, I forgot to tell you. In fact, the top floor opposite is mine. I used to be a reincarnation, so naturally I have a residence here. The house I rented to you before was just an investment with my spare money." She seemed to realize something. She glanced at Yan Fei and then at Lin Bin. A meaningless smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she lowered her head to serve the soup. The snake soup was delicious, and everyone enjoyed it with relish that day. After that, Yan Fei immediately returned to her room to practice. It was much more difficult to refine the 1000-year-old spirit with martial arts true ki than Lin Bin, but the benefits were obviously much greater. Especially the yin-yang family's skills are divided into 5 levels: alchemy, illusion, mind control, astrology, and soul change. Yan Fei had already cultivated to the realm of astrology, and even after entering the real world, her strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Now she is only one step away from the highest realm of soul change. This one step is the difference between her and Ang Huang Tai. The flesh and blood of these 1000-year-old monsters are naturally of great help to her. There are signs of breakthroughs. Tonight, she didn't even have time to help clean up, and Lin Bin obviously knew her current state and urged her to practice quickly. He wanted to clean up, but he didn't expect to be driven out of the kitchen by the landlady directly. He asked him to help Gao Yu with homework, which made Lin Bin speechless. How dare you let a waste who scored 300 points in the mock exam to help others with homework? But looking at Gao Yu's adoring eyes, Lin Bin felt that he had to fulfill his responsibility as a stepfather and get closer to his daughter, so he took Gao Yu's hand and went back to the room. Lin Zhu and the landlady were left in the kitchen to clean up the dishes. "Miss, I always feel that Abin seems to have noticed something," the landlady said slowly, while slowly rinsing the bowl in her hand. "Maybe he did notice some clues." Lin Zhu sighed faintly. He has also become a reincarnation. Many of the rules of reincarnation can be used as excuses because he doesn't understand them before, but now he understands. It is normal to be found out. He is not stupid. Don't worry, he hasn't noticed the most important things yet. Otherwise, I'm afraid he couldn't help but confront me. Let it go. That's right. The landlady nodded, glanced at the closed door of Lin Bin's room, and exclaimed in a low voice, "But to be honest, Abin's strength has improved too fast. I feel that, if the two of us fight now, I may not be his opponent." "How long has it been?" "My decades of hard work plus magical encounters are not as good as his experience in just 2 or 3 years. It's just that his sister complex gives me a headache." Lin Zhu scratched her head a little distressed. She, who has always been demure, suddenly showed this troubled look, which was quite cute. But in her opinion, Lin Bin and the wife named Zhu Yuan, and the current Fian, and even the wife named Chan Mixen, they are all older than him. Isn't this a typical sister love? She complained in a low voice. Although it is a bit unfair to Miss Fian to say this, I actually prefer girls like Fixen, who are honest, capable, and can live at home peacefully. They must be good at martial arts, and have a good body, and can give birth. You say you don't want to ask, but in your heart you want to ask everything for him. Are you a sister or a mother? The landlady laughed and said, "Don't ask so many questions. Abin is much better than you think. He has a clue. Yes, he is much better than I thought. Maybe he will marry them all?" Lin Zhu said in a low voice. Landlady. At this time, in another room. "How do you do this question?" Gao Yu looked at her brother with curiosity, and her little face was full of sweet smiles. As expected, she knew that her brother still loved her after he came back. "Let me see. This question, Lin Bin looked at his mobile phone with embarrassment. After hesitating for a moment between Wei Yang and Deng Yang, he finally chose Deng Yang. It's not that he is unfamiliar with Wei Yang, it's just that this guy is worse than himself. After all, his previous life had its highlights. He was regarded as a pillar of the class by Teacher Bei, and a score of 600 was no joke. Wei Yang has been in a slump all the time, never had a highlight moment, and his highest score record was 262, which is much lower than Lin Bin's state. On the contrary, Deng Yang, as a celebrity in the school, it is obviously not okay to have poor grades. At least, it is no problem to tutor the children with their homework. But when the call was connected, Lin Bin sighed a little embarrassedly. "Old Deng, I have something to talk to you about. I knew that this matter could not be hidden from you." Deng Yang sighed. "You are looking for me. It must be because of Gu Yuan's matter, right? You are different from me. You are a person, too easy to make a fake into a real one." Lin Bin, huh? Chapter 252. Who wants to defect? Lin Bin looked at the homework in his hand in confusion, and at Gao Yu who was waiting eagerly for him to give her the knowledge. He realized something. He told Gao Yu to be patient and wait for a while, because good things need to be brewed before they can be squeezed out. He went to the small balcony connected to the room and asked, "Did anything happen during the few days I entered the secret realm? Rather, our kingdom of God deliberately picked the days when you were not here to start making trouble again." Deng Yang sighed. The 7th apostle Shi Jing really cares about you. If he hadn't intervened, you might have become the target of our kingdom of God like Gu Yuan this time. Lin Bin asked, "Is the target of the kingdom of God my elder brother this time?" Deng Yang laughed and said speechlessly, "It's really strange. When has the kingdom of God not targeted your good elder brother? But there is one most crucial difference between you and me. That is, I will backstab my elder brother, if I say so, and I will kill him without hesitation. But you seem to have some emotions towards him that you shouldn't have. Don't make me sound like a female spy who failed an undercover. I just owed him a few favors. Others treat you sincerely. You can't cheat him for everything, right? But you are never soft-hearted when you cheat him normally. It's different." Deng Yang asked, "What's the difference?" Lin Bin, "Every time I tricked him later, I actually felt a sense of shame and silently repented in my heart." Deng Yang. Lin Bin asked, "Tell me, how did the kingdom of God target him this time? Our boss also spent a lot of money this time. He wasted a secret realm with rich resources, disguised it as a brand new secret realm, sent the entrance to the territory of China, and then lured Gu Yuan into it." Deng Yang did not hide anything from Lin Bin. He sighed. That world itself is extremely dangerous. It is said that it is transforming from a killing level to a nightmare level. Our boss also placed a very powerful weapon in it. According to him, even if an apostle with an S-level item enters it, he will not escape the fate of being killed. Lin Bin asked, "Did he use an S-level item?" Just hearing that a secret realm that has been tossed around countless times was disguised as one that has never been entered by anyone, it's like a membrane repair surgery. It is not something that ordinary people can do. It must have used an S-level item. Including the matter of migrating the entrance to the secret realm. Lin Bin heard it was all amazing. More than one thing. Deng Yang asked, "This time, you can see clearly how strong my boss's murderous intention towards Gu Yuan is. He has ruined so many things in our kingdom of God in succession and killed more than 2 apostles of our kingdom of God. If Gu Yuan is not dead, the dignity of our kingdom of God will be trampled on the ground." He said, "In fact, I didn't intend to tell you about this matter because I can see that you are too kind. If others are kind to you, you can't help but want to repay the other party. Of course, as a friend, I like this tray of yours, but at the same time, as a friend, I'm also worried that you will fall into death because of this tray." Lin Bin asked, "Has Gu Yuan entered?" "He entered the secret realm the day after you entered it. In order not to alert the enemy, we specially chose a time when you were not there." Deng Yang said, "You are not really going to save him, are you? I'm sternly warning you. Don't go in. That secret realm is in the stage of upgrading dimension, and the difficulty will inevitably increase greatly. Now our boss's fatal means have infiltrated it. Let alone you. Even a national level reincarnationist who enters there will surely die." Listening to Deng Yang's warnings one after another, Lin Bin naturally understood what he meant. He asked, "Can you find a way to find out what methods your kingdom of God uses in the secret realm?" Deng Yang, "Are you really going to go?" Lin Bin sighed deeply and said, "I'm not really going to go. If it's really a dead end, I'm not the kind of brainless person. I won't rush in to save people foolishly. Avenging my brother Gu afterwards is also the most I can do. But if I can find out the methods used in your kingdom of God, and then pass them on to my brother Gu through some method, maybe I can save his life. That makes sense. Okay, I'll help you contact Shi Jing later. You may need his help if you want to find out. Thank you for your trouble. Remember, the most important factor is not to reveal your identity." Deng Yang asked in surprise, "What identity?" "The identity of a traitor to the kingdom of God." "Bullshit." Deng Yang sneered and said, "Who is the traitor of the kingdom of God?" "I'm Deng Yang, the 11th apostle of the kingdom of God, destined to become the first apostle in the future." My goal is to become the Lord of the Kingdom of God. The many means I used before are just the means I must use in order to ascend the throne of the Lord of the Kingdom of God. Since ancient times, which superior has not walked on a road full of bones? Even if people find out that the deaths of the first 11 apostles are related to me, who can blame me? Linbin. He asked, so you are not going to defect? What a lie. The Kingdom of God is so powerful. Either I conquer it, or I'm crushed to pieces. Do you think I still have a way to retreat? Deng Yang laughed and said, but this is exciting enough. Okay, you decide. By the way, there is one more thing I need your help with. What is it? Tell me. Linbin asked. Given a pool, it takes 10 minutes for the inlet pipe to fill the pool with water, and it takes 16 minutes for the outlet pipe to drain. If the inlet pipe and the outlet pipe are open at the same time, how long will it take for the pool to be full? Deng Yang. After half an hour, Deng Yang, who had already returned all the knowledge he learned from the teacher, found 3 subordinates in succession before he successfully got the correct answer and the steps to solve the problem. Linbin hung up the phone and came back to help Gaoyu with her homework. With the identity of a father, Linbin was naturally very concerned about Gaoyu's affairs. Even though he had complicated thoughts in his mind, he still watched her finish her homework seriously and played with her for a while until the little girl took a bath and changed into pajamas and helped her blow dry her wet hair. He then rejected her request to sleep with him and returned to his room. Gu Yuan entered a brand new secret realm, but in fact, this secret realm was actually a trap set by the Kingdom of God. Is he now in prison? Even after such a long time, he might have died. Linbin understood Deng Yang's intention of not contacting him. Gu Yuan was already in danger at this time. How deep must the relationship be for someone to rush in to save someone regardless of the consequences at such a time? If it was Len Zhu or Yan Fei, the effect would naturally be different. One was his dearest sister, and the other was his confidant. If he didn't go, not to mention himself, even Deng Yang would probably look down on him. But Gu Yuan, to put it bluntly, the relationship between the two was far from that. It can even be said that the relationship between the two was actually built on deception and calculation from the beginning, which was why he was so unscrupulous in calculating Gu Yuan. But he didn't expect that Gu Yuan had never doubted him and even took the initiative to help him. He had put a lot of effort in the recovery of Lin Zhu's legs. Linbin naturally had to accept his favor. It's useless to think too much. Just like I told Deng Yang, let's see what kind of means the Kingdom of God is using first. If we can find a way to pass the message in, that would be the best. If that's not possible, I can only kill a few more apostles to avenge him. Linbin lay down on the bed. He began to practice the art of immortality silently. His proficiency in the art of immortality has reached 139%. As the only person who has received all the blessings of the His Jade, his current the art of immortality has far surpassed the achievements of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty in the plot, and it has even more than doubled. The immortal key can no longer be called the immortal key, but it is better to call it the immortal essence. I'm afraid even Guan Chengzi could not have expected that the art of immortality would have such a magical power under the blessing of the His Jade. Now he uses the immortal essence to control Yan Shiksha's sword tactics, and it is still as easy as driving an arm. This obviously proves that the level of the art of immortality has also reached the level of cultivating immortals. But he is still far from the limit. The enemy was too strong, so he had to constantly improve himself. That night, he was sleepless. The next morning, before dawn, Linbin sent Gaoyu to school. On the way back to buy breakfast, he received a call from Shi Zixun. His tone was somewhat unfriendly, and he asked coldly, "Do you want to save Gu Yuan?" "No, I just want to know the specific situation." Linbin said, "My friendship with him has not reached that point, but at the same time, if I knew that he was in a dead end and I did nothing, it would not be consistent with my friendship with him." HMPH. At least you are not a hypocritical person. If you were willing to risk your life to save just any cats and dogs, I really have to seriously consider whether you are worthy of being a good match for Fixun and Kingsun. Linbin, Evil King, you contacted me just to tell me this? Don't you want to know the methods of the Kingdom of God? Shizixun sneered. I guessed a long time ago that you would definitely not be reconciled, so I have been investigating during this time. Deng Yang contacted me, so I naturally contacted you and told you the information I knew. Well, have you started investigating a long time ago? Lin Bin asked for a fried dough stick at the stall next to him and asked while eating, while sitting on a bench next to the park. Well, although we can't find any specific information, there are always some clues. Shizixun said. During this period, the Free Alliance was also uneasy. The difficulty of various secret realms increased suddenly, and a large number of reincarnations fell. Especially in one secret realm, the reincarnations destroyed themselves before they entered a few batches. At that time, many people were quite jealous of this secret realm. Who wouldn't want a prop that could destroy a secret realm? The first apostle rushed early and entered the secret realm in person and brought back the prop that was destroyed in the secret realm. Who would have known that the prop was actually a living thing? Then what? Lin Bin listened attentively. It was an extremely ferocious monster, born to kill. In addition to the desire to reproduce and kill, it had no other desires. According to the investigation obtained by the first apostle, no matter which secret realm a monster of this form is released into, as long as the threat is not strangled in the cradle in the early stage, then this world is doomed to be destroyed. Oh, then what? Lin Bin's face suddenly became very strange. Then the first apostle released the monster into that already broken world, and it was released in advance. It can be imagined that the world must have turned into a sea of monsters now. Human power is limited. No matter how powerful you are, if you fall into that kind of land, you can either return directly through props, or be consumed by the endless monsters in that world, until you run out of energy and die. Shizixun said, do you understand now? Not to mention the high difficulty of that world before. Even after these monsters enter, even an ordinary secret realm will instantly have a difficulty comparable to the nightmare level. How can you survive among a group of monsters who only know how to kill? Lin Bin murmured to himself, unless I'm the father of the monster leader. He instinctively touched his chest. There has always been an S-level scar there. Even though his current skills are several times higher than before, almost reaching the level of an impermeable body, he still can't get rid of the scar. Fortunately, people in this world don't know the Superman joke. Otherwise, when he was riding on Yanfei or Zhuan, they would look at him and couldn't help laughing. Shizixun said lightly, it's a good cold joke, so give up this idea as soon as possible. Lin Bin explained, what I just said was not a joke, but the truth. Shizixun. Lin Bin seemed to see Shizixun's head tilted suddenly. What did you say? I said, if nothing unexpected happens, the monster was actually bred from my body. Lin Bin felt a little inexplicable. I didn't expect that the world of Underworld was destroyed after all. Covenus still failed, and he failed to save his own world. This is not surprising. Using the resources of one world to fight against the main world with countless world resources is an extremely stupid decision in itself. But this old guy is quite decisive. He once said that, if things can't be done, he will destroy his own world and will never let it fall into the hands of others. I didn't expect him to actually do it. It's a pity for Selena. The disdain in Shizixun's tone suddenly became stronger. Although he began to disdain Lin Bin after knowing that he had a close relationship with her other daughter Shikingsun, and even repeatedly warned him with words, saying that he wanted to assassinate him. But at this moment, he was more disdainful than ever before. He said coldly, Lin Bin, don't you care about food? The image of Lin Bin entangled with a monster in the form of monster appeared in his mind, and then he couldn't help but shivering. Lin Bin, you misunderstood. This monster was hatched from my body. Shizixun leaned back in shock and said, you are still a bottom? Lin Bin. Chapter 253 I'm great and glorious. Lin Bin took a long time to explain to Shizixun that the monster was parasitic and absorbed enough nutrients from his body. It was not born by him. There was an essential difference between the two. This was a great eye-opener for Shizixun. So, if you meet this 80, are you absolutely sure that this cruel and bloodthirsty monster, who you haven't seen for a year, can still recognize you as his mother? Shizixun said sarcastically, so you still want to go, right? You just need a reason to convince yourself. Don't treat me as a pedantic gentleman. If it is really 80 in that secret realm, then I will definitely stop the kingdom of God from reclaiming it. It is a killing machine that I personally cultivated. No one knows how terrible it is better than me. I must master this power in my own hands. Well, I will accept your explanation for the time being. If it were me, if I knew that Feeksoan or Kinksoan were used as tools and thrown into another world, I would also risk my life to rescue them. The relationship between 80 and I is really not what you think. Linbin was a little helpless. Ever since he discovered that he was getting closer to his other daughter, this guy has been talking more and more sarcastically. Moreover, as the evil king, a man of both civil and military talents, he always chokes him so much that he can't say a word. Can I ask you for another favor? Help you find out the details of that world? No problem. As a parent, I can understand your feelings. Linbin. He suddenly felt that he should ask Deng Yang for this matter. But after thinking about it, Deng Yang's current strength is indeed not weak, but in terms of meticulousness, he is 800 streets behind Shizixun. This kind of work of stirring up trouble in the enemy camp must be done by Shizixun himself to be assured. After hanging up the phone with Shizixun, he ran to buy freshly fried dough sticks and took them home. After breakfast, Yan Fei hurried back to her room to practice. After the experience of the previous few days, she had a lot of insights. It would take some time to digest all the gains as soon as possible. Of course, it is more likely that she is ashamed to face Linbin. The complete indulgence in the hotel for a few days before was an emotional release. She didn't think anything of it at the time, but now that she was home and saw her daughter, she realized that she was still a mother, and the shame in her heart began to grow unconsciously. She felt so ashamed when she saw Linbin that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Especially Jua was worried about her safety and kept pestering her to see the wound. Is that something that can be shown to a child? Heal the wound quickly and don't be so ridiculous in the future. Linzu cleaned up the house as usual. Linbin wanted to help, but she was driven aside. Now that her legs have recovered, she still enjoys the feeling of fluttering like a butterfly and going wherever she wants. So, Linbin was free. Back in the room, he first loosened the green and white snakes from his wrists and put them in the fish tank he bought yesterday. The fish tank was not big, only 3 feet long, but it was covered with lawns, rockeries, trees, and even a fresh air system to ensure the freshness of the air inside. In a sense, for them, this was like a luxurious villa. You two can practice in here first. When I'm not around, I'll trouble you two to protect my sister's safety. Linbin ordered, but he had no intention of taking the 2 pets into the secret realm for the time being. The green snake turned around and disappeared behind the rockery, while the white snake nodded smartly. Linbin was not sure if they understood what he said. They had lost all their cultivation and their brains had become the size of a fingernail. From a scientific point of view, the possibility of them retaining their past memories was very small. But as Linbin began to practice the eternal life secret, along with the melodious sound of the magic sound treasure box, 7 different types of spiritual energy were absorbed into the room by him. The white snake and the green snake also raised their heads and absorbed the spiritual energy in the room. The ordinary land quickly became a paradise for them as Linbin practiced. Not long after, Yan Fei also came quietly. She still had that demure look, with a beautiful face with a bit of indifference, as if nothing in the world could linger in her heart, which was also the sequel of practicing the Yin Yang family's exercises. It might take her a long time to exit this state. She seemed to come for the bonus of the magic sound treasure box. But there was indeed something different between the two of them. At least this time, she did not sit on the single sofa next to her, but sat on Linbin's bed very naturally, sitting back to back with him, and began to practice. The two did not speak, and Linbin did not have any other thoughts. Instead, he was immersed in practice. This state was obviously also very much liked by Yan Fei. She turned back and glanced at Linbin lightly, with a touch of emotion in her eyes. What she was most worried about was that Linbin was obsessed with her body, and he wanted to pull her over to have sex anytime and anywhere. She liked his respect for her. Little did she know that Linbin had no time to think about such things at this time. Although he did not give a clear answer, Shizixun saw his thoughts at a glance. If it was just Gu Yun, Lin Bin would be worried, but he would not take the risk himself. But what if the so-called biggest crisis did not pose a threat to him? How much difficulty is left in this secret realm? And Shi Zixuan's actions were quite fast. In just 2 days, he gave some fragmentary clues. The first main task is to kill the Red Skull. At that time, the strength of this secret realm was still an extraordinary secret realm. So, it was later upgraded to a killing secret realm, and now it has begun to upgrade to a nightmare level. Looking at the information in his hand, Shi Zixuan found 3 of the training tasks. They are killing the Red Skull, killing the abomination, and stopping the invasion of the Chitauri army. The completion of the task is unknown. Shi Zixuan said that, because this secret realm had been transformed and moved by S-level props, it became an important tool for killing Gu Yuan. Therefore, almost everyone was paying attention to this secret realm, and he had no way to investigate the specific information of this secret realm in detail. The information he could obtain was the maximum he could obtain, on the grounds that he was a newcomer and was somewhat curious about why this secret realm could become the choice of the first apostle. That's enough. Thank you very much, Evil King. I just did it for my daughter. The Evil King did not appreciate Lin Bin's sincere thanks and replied casually, then hung up the phone. He felt that this information was of no use at all. What Lin Bin could rely on was that the relationship between him and Atai was indeed as solid as he imagined. Little did he know that just relying on this information could allow Lin Bin to obtain a lot of information that others could not perceive. Aliens have invaded the Marvel plane, Lin Bin muttered, and there are also reincarnations entering it. There are more than just Gu Yuan. Well, this Marvel plane is really chaotic enough. But no matter how chaotic it is still the Marvel plane. Lin Bin's familiarity with this secret realm is even more than that of other secret realms. The crisis of this world has indeed increased exponentially. From the beginning, it only affected a few people, and later the entire Earth and even the entire universe encountered a crisis of destruction. But relying on his own understanding of this secret realm to avoid most of the crises is not a problem for him at all. In addition, there is a high probability that the biggest crisis, Atai, is likely to be his own people. If he dares not to enter again, Lin Bin thinks that as a reincarnation, it is better for him to apply for retirement as soon as possible. What? Entering the secret realm again? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhu frowned and turned to look at the landlady, asking, Mrs. Tang, do the secret realm trainings of the reincarnators happen so frequently? In fact, not really. Although the time for the reincarnators to enter the secret realm will become longer and longer as their strength increases, the preparation time and rest time given to them by the Reincarnation Space Association will also increase. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the reincarnators, the more leisure they have. The landlady sighed. Maybe Mr. Abin is a type of person who works harder. After all, people like Mr. Abin are rare even among the reincarnators. She explained this way, but she couldn't hide her surprise when she looked at Lin Bin. Obviously, this was completely different from the reincarnation training she had imagined. Abin naturally couldn't say that he was saving people and just explained, it's a temporary business trip. Don't worry, the difficulty of this secret realm should be much lower than expected. It is estimated that we will be back in a few days at most. Fian will go with Brother Bin. Fian and Brother Bin will take care of each other. I'll go alone this time. Lin Bin thought that the inheritance of the alien was actually transmitted through a large amount of information when the egg was laid. Theoretically, Atai still recognized him, so all the aliens would recognize him. But now even he doesn't know the status of the aliens, especially in the Marvel secret realm, which is full of high-tech weapons. Yan Fei is still too poor. He can get along well, but she may not. In fact, in a sense, it is more appropriate for Xia Dao to go. But after all, it is a trap conspiracy of the kingdom of God. It is enough for him to take the risk alone, and it is not worth it to drag others into danger. He advised, you should stay and take care of Jua. You have entered the secret realm twice in a row before, and the frequency is so high. I see that Jua has been particularly close to you during this period. This time is just a routine, and there is no danger. But, don't worry about me. How strong I am, don't you know? Yan Fei heard it, glanced at Lin Zhu, and nodded. I will go to Director Lay first. Don't worry, I will be back soon this time. Do it as soon as you say it. The Marvel Secret Realm is said to be safe, and it is really safe. New York has been tormented by aliens, mutants, and various criminals, and the population has not decreased much. But the danger is also really dangerous. If you dare to show your superior strength, all kinds of villain bosses will immediately stick their heads out to find trouble with you. Gu Yuan has been in it for several days, and ain't I. After all, he is a creature of the entire secret realm, so don't let Atai be parasitized. World 20th Bureau. When Raymond heard what Lin Bin said, he couldn't help, but his face changed slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Are you telling the truth? The secret realm that Gu Yuan entered was really a trap set for him by the kingdom of God." Lin Bin said, "This is also the news found by Deng Yang. After he told me, I immediately came to tell you, Director Lei. A trap. I didn't expect that they were willing to sacrifice an entire secret realm to deal with Gu Yuan alone. It seems that Gu Yuan really hurt them during this period of time." Raymond shook his head, then looked up, staring at Lin Bin with that cold and ugly face, and said, "You don't want to save Gu Yuan, do you?" Lin Bin nodded seriously. "I won't let you go." Raymond said, "You also said it's dangerous there. If the trap really explodes, the chance that Gu Yuan can come out alive is no more than 1 in 10. If you go in again, wouldn't you be sending yourself to death?" Lin Bin said righteously, "Where the towers, I will go, even if there are thousands of people." That Gu Yuan confronted the apostles was entirely because of my calculation. Now he is imprisoned because of this. How can I ignore his safety? But don't worry, Director Lei. Although this trip is not small, which secret realm experience is less dangerous? If I don't dare to go, because of the danger of this secret realm experience, how far can I go in this life? Having decided to go, Lin Bin naturally wanted to wantonly show his great and glorious image in front of Raymond. No leader would like a coward who is greedy for life and afraid of death. To put it bluntly, it's because you feel guilty towards Gu Yuan. Alas. The reincarnationists are either not strong enough, or strong enough, but they are all like you, with various problems. It's really a headache. Raymond sighed. "Since you insist on going, I can't stop you." Although he sighed, there was indeed more approval in his eyes when he looked at Lin Bin. He said, "Do you know anything about that secret place?" "I know a little bit, and I have detected some intelligence." Lin Bin handed over the information in his hand. "An old secret realm is disguised as a brand new one. Humph. The kingdom of God is quite good at this. No wonder it was able to retain such a large size from the elimination of so many reincarnations." Raymond said, "It's easy with these materials. You are so loyal and righteous. As your leader, I can't let you fight alone." Lin Bin said in surprise, "No, Director Lei, this is my personal matter. I can't let other people enter that secret realm." "Nonsense. All the reincarnations are busy now. Do you think I should go in with you?" Raymond glared at Lin Bin, handed him something, and said, "Take it. This item can only be used within 30 minutes after entering the secret realm. Since you have already had some understanding of this secret realm, this thing should be able to help you." Lin Bin took it. Roll card, A-level secret realm item. Using this roll card, you can choose an alien to replace when entering the secret realm, replacing that person's identity and status. Note, be careful not to expose yourself, otherwise you will die at the hands of the people closest to you. Don't let yourself not be exposed, otherwise you will die at the hands of your most trusted teammates. Lin Bin was surprised and said, This is. Take it. Since this secret realm is extremely dangerous, you should be able to use this roll card to make use of the local forces in the secret realm. In this way, the possibility of you coming out alive will naturally be greatly increased." Raymond sighed. "I didn't return this roll card from the beginning. I just planned to wait for you to make great contributions in the future, so that I can give it to you as a prize. Anyway, it's for you, sooner or later. Take it, and I won't give it to you next time you make contributions." "Thank you, Director Lei." Lin Bin was overjoyed. Sure enough, he knew that it was the right choice to show his loyalty and personality in front of the leader. Look, isn't this a level A prop picked up for nothing? Chapter 254. Marvel's been ruined. Character card. Previously, it was used together with a Holy Blessing Potion as a reward for Lin Bin. Although Lin Bin chose the Holy Blessing Potion, the reason was very simple. It was purely because the Holy Blessing Potion was expensive. But in fact, in his mind, the character card was much more helpful to a reincarnation, like him who understood the plot and was familiar with the plot than the Holy Blessing Potion. It was just that Lin Bin's state was not yet developed at that time, so entering the secret realm must be the first priority to save his life. Now, after nearly 2 years, unexpectedly, this character card finally fell into his hands. Raymond's meaning was very simple. He was worried about Lin Bin's safety. That secret realm could be used by the people of the Kingdom of God as a trap against Gu Yun, and it must contain great dangers. It might be in some rared secret realm. In addition, there ranged extremely terrible means in it. Under the double crisis, the danger level of that secret realm now is probably not inferior to the nightmare level. Lin Bin entered the secret realm at the risk of his life. Raymond thought that he could not do what Lin Bin did, so he felt more cherished when he looked at his subordinate. Every genius has some problems of his own, and there is no doubt that Lin Bin's problem is really likable. In this case, if the role card can be used in that secret realm, it will undoubtedly reduce the fatal threats on both sides by half, and turn this half into help, so that the other half can be better dealt with. As for whether the trust of the people in the secret realm can be gained after using the role card, he has absolute confidence in Lin Bin. Little did he know that the secret realm is indeed extremely dangerous, but for Lin Bin, who is familiar with the plot, as long as he wants, he can easily avoid all crises. As for the traps set by the apostles, they are iron-blooded aliens with his blood flowing. There will definitely be dangers, but it is definitely much smaller than in a normal secret realm. Of course, Lin Bin would never say such words to Director Lei. Thank you, Director Lei. Then, I will give you a manual. As a special assistant of Secret Realm A199, you will temporarily join the Secret Realm to assist the reincarnators in completing their tasks. Raymond said, but you must remember that your enemies are the Secret Realm and the Kingdom of God. You even have extremely difficult tasks to complete. You are facing oppression from 3 sides. Director Lei, don't worry. I will return safely. Lin Bin carefully put away the character card. Suddenly, he had the illusion that he was working in his previous life and cheating his boss to report his expenses. He said goodbye to Raymond. Lin Bin immediately took the helicopter exclusively used on the roof of the World 20th Bureau and flew towards Secret Realm A199. As a new Secret Realm A199 is located on the edge of China. It is very far away from Beishu City. Although he can fly over there by flying a sword, his current speed is not much faster than that of a helicopter. Naturally, it is better to conserve his energy throughout the journey. Lin Bin got on the plane and started the mode of closing his eyes and resting his mind. After all, this time it was because of his own personal affairs, so he didn't bring anyone with him, and he was alone with a light pack. His focused look made the pilots of the administration full of respect. As expected, he is the reincarnation with the highest strategy evaluation in the world administration. He never misses the opportunity to strengthen himself. 5 hours later, the sky gradually darkened. The helicopter landed with Lin Bin in a quiet town. At this time, all the people in the town had been vacated. Obviously, it had been evaluated as a killing level secret realm before entering. Once this secret realm is a red secret realm, if it erupts at that time, it will bring a catastrophe to the entire town. Even if this possibility is very small, it must be eliminated. The secret realm has been surrounded by a large number of gun-wielding soldiers. In addition, various weapons targeting the secret realm are added. Even if it is a reincarnation, it may cost a lot to survive in this environment. Mr. Abin, I have heard of your name for a long time. The man in charge of guarding this secret place was a very capable man with a crew cut and wearing a dark green military uniform. Although his expression was extremely cold, he was not rude. He had obviously received the news that Abin was going to enter this secret place. He took the initiative to shake his hand and said forcefully, since Captain Gu and his men entered this secret place, the spatial fluctuations of the secret place have been unstable. There is a feeling of swelling, as if it will burst out at any time. We all admire your selflessness for being able to enter it under such circumstances. Captain Luo, you are too polite. At this time, the two sides had just introduced themselves, and Lin Bin knew that the man in front of him was called Luo Bing. He should know that he entered the secret place this time to save people, and the more people who have been in the army for a long time, the more they yearn to return home wrapped in their horse's hide. Naturally, they are very yearning for this kind of spirit of I will go, even if there are thousands of people. Lin Bin was not polite and asked, when can I enter this secret realm? You can enter after the routine inspection. Luo Bing also knew that Lin Bin was anxious, so he kept everything simple and quick. In just half an hour, all the procedures had been completed. Thank you, Captain Luo. Lin Bin thanked him seriously, turned his head, and looked at the secret realm in front of him that was fluctuating, took a deep breath, and his figure was directly sucked into it. This entry was different from any previous secret realm. As a member of the World 20th Bureau, Lin Bin had entered quite a few new secret realms, so the experience was also very familiar. But this time, it was a secret realm that had been used countless times by others and was disguised as a brand new secret realm. TSK, it looks brand new from the outside, but once you enter and feel it carefully, there is indeed a big difference. However, only someone with experience like me can detect the difference. If it were an ordinary reincarnationist, he might really be fooled. Lin Bin walked through the narrow secret realm, whispering to himself, but if this is really the case, then no matter which time period I enter, the plot will no longer have any reference significance. After finding a suitable reason for himself, Lin Bin thought to himself, Director Lei, it's not that I don't need the character card you gave me, but since it is a one-time prop, I naturally have to maximize its role. And now, this state is obviously not the best time to use this prop. This trip to the crack was particularly long. It took more than half an hour. And just before I walked out of the crack, the reincarnation table had already sounded a reminder. Secret realm mission, win the time gem. Mission time limit, 1 month. Mission reward, B level merit x1. Reincarnation points x 2000 points. Failure penalty, B level merit x1. Reincarnation points x 2000 points. Why did the mission come so quickly this time? Is it because the secret realm is not so new and is about to rot? Lin Bin was stunned. But the difficulty of this mission seems to be higher than expected. It is to obtain the time stone, one of the 6 infinity stones. I just don't know whether I need to face the ancient one or the strange wizard at this time. While muttering, Lin Bin's figure has appeared directly on a busy street. It was the time when the sunset gradually fell in the sky. The red clouds of fire made the whole world look like a world of scarlet. The streets were clean and tidy. But unexpectedly, there was not even a single figure on the wide and crisscrossing streets. Clean and empty. With Lin Bin's outstanding hearing now, he could not hear even the slightest movement. This place was like a dead city. But there was no sign of fighting. Is this really the world of Marvel? Lin Bin thought about the many plots in his mind, but no matter how many memories he looked through, there was no plot that matched the current situation. No, he couldn't refer to the plot. The plot here might have been messed up by the reincarnationists. In this state, could it be that all living beings have been parasitized by aliens? Just thinking about it, Lin Bin suddenly felt something in his heart. He looked up and saw a beam of light falling from the sky about a few thousand meters ahead, landing in a corner of the city. This was the only movement in the entire street. Lin Bin was delighted. At this time, there were living people. Even a living alien would be fine. He flew to the place where the light column fell. In just a few breaths, he had already flown to the location. Lin Bin did not go in directly, but stopped outside the door, with a very solemn look on his face. He was actually very familiar with the place where the light column fell. Although the reality is slightly different from what I saw in the movie in my memory, this unique building, a tower that is completely out of place with the surrounding style, but looks particularly good, is clearly one of the 3 sanctuaries of the magicians. The 3 sanctuaries of the magicians are actually the cornerstones of a magic array set up by the Ancient One. With the magic array constructed by these 3 sanctuaries, even Dormammu cannot invade the earth. He still needs to find an agent on the earth. before he can successfully enter the earth. But these 3 sanctuaries can only defend against damage from the magic side. As for normal invasions, they have always been indifferent. It can be said that each of them has its own duties. And Lin Bin's target, the Time Stone, is in the hands of the current owners of the 3 sanctuaries if nothing unexpected happens. And according to this beam of light, Lin Bin breathed a sigh of relief inside. It's great that it's not the Ancient One. The person who can peek into the endless river of time is really too illegal and is like an out of specification person. If the target is her, Lin Bin's trump card of knowing the plot is simply a joke in front of her. He also knew the plot, and he knew the plot that was changing in real time. In a sense, he was omniscient. Even if it was just a beam of light, Lin Bin vaguely guessed what stage the timeline was in. Although there were slight differences in the details, there was no doubt that it was the time period when Thanos was planning to invade Marvel and snatch the 6 Infinity Stones. Sure enough, as the beam of light fell, there was also a sound of movement behind him, and there was a violent roar in the sky, which made people's ears numb. Looking up, you can see a circular spaceship slowly descending to the earth. As a pure white beam of light descended, smoke and dust filled the air. 2 figures, one as tall as a bear and the other as thin as a monkey, gradually became clear in the beam of light. 2 people walked out. The thin man had an extremely ugly face, but his demeanor was extremely elegant and calm, while the other one had a stupid face, but the giant weapon in his hand, which was almost as big as his body, clearly showed that this person was not easy to bully. Is this Earth? The thin man exclaimed sincerely, such a beautiful dusk seems to herald the end of this world. It seems that even the sun is singing a dirge for you. Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf. Lin Bin naturally recognized these 2 people, 2 of the 5 generals under Thanos. Especially Ebony Maw. It is believed that he even has the power to compete with Thanos. It is just because he was conquered by Thanos' personality charm that he was willing to join his army and recognize him as his master. The 2 looked at Lin Bin. The light array teleportation will teleport them to a place with living beings, and the dead silence around them seems to indicate that Lin Bin is the only living person within a few miles. Ebony Maw smiled and said, hello, friend from Earth. Do you know the Infinity Stones? Ah, this, what's going on? Before Lin Bin could answer, suddenly, a panicked voice behind him interrupted the conversation between the 2. A disheveled curly-haired man with a panicked look on his face saw Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf. His face became even more terrified, and he screamed, how come you are catching up so fast? Mr. Bruce Banner, you left in too much of a hurry, and didn't even follow the rituals of my lord. This is not in line with the etiquette of being a guest. Ebony Maw showed a contemptuous expression on his face, and said, this is a great disrespect to us. It is your supreme honor to die at the hands of Thanos' people, but Mr. Banner, you evaded this honor. This is not right. Transform. Hulk, come out quickly. The man was none other than the Hulk Banner. Seeing Ebony Maw and the others catching up with him, he roared desperately, wanting to transform, but his body never showed any sign of expanding. His face became more and more terrified. He turned to look at Lin Bin and shouted, why are you still here? Run away. Lin Bin asked in surprise, why are you alone? That's not right. In the plot, shouldn't Iron Man and Doctor Strange be here? Now that we are here, we shouldn't follow the plot too much. But why did Ebony Maw and the others come in line with the plot? Could it be that the reincarnationists only interfere with the plot on Earth? He looked up at the empty and silent environment around him. There were also 2 Thanos warriors walking slowly towards them. Suddenly, he had an inexplicable ominous premonition in his heart. Could it be that the reincarnationists really messed up the Earth in some way? Chapter 255 Zombie Universe. Run. Banner was a man of integrity. Seeing Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf coming towards him, he shouted, they are coming for me. If you run, they may not kill you. As he spoke, he didn't care that he couldn't turn into the Hulk. He roared and rushed towards the 2 people in front of him, hoping that the Hulk would rush out to save the situation in the crisis of life and death. But the opponent's movements were much faster than his. Ebony Maw raised his hand and flicked it, gently bending his fingers like playing a piano. The surrounding trees were lifted by an invisible force and turned into sharp wooden thorns, stabbing at the 2 people in front. Banner instinctively raised his hand to resist, but several silver lights were much faster than his movements. There were several sharp sounds of whooshing. The 8 swords of Yuan had already crushed all the incoming wooden thorns into pieces at a very fast speed, and then continued to attack the 2 people in front from several places at the same time. Oh! Banner suddenly shouted in astonishment. Looking at Lin Bin, his eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect that he had a special ability. Is it the same type of attack as Yondu? Ebony Maw was not panicked at all. When his attack was blocked, he raised his hand and tore the thick asphalt ground in front of him like cardboard, blocking it in front of him. Bang bang bang. The 8 swords and 9 magic weapons of King Yu had all penetrated through the asphalt ground and went straight to the vital points of the 2 B-level weapons were sharp and sharp. How could they be blocked by the thick ground? Get out of the way. The asphalt ground was directly blasted into pieces. Black Dwarf held a huge chain axe that was almost as big as his body. He roared and knocked away all the weapons and attacked Lin Bin. When running, he was full of power. The cars and obstacles that blocked along the way were all smashed away by him one by one. It looked like a heavy armored vehicle, and people had no intention of resisting at all. Lin Bin exhaled a low breath of foul air. Looking at the incoming Black Dwarf, a revolver suddenly appeared in his palm. Azure rose, charged. A second later, a shot was fired. Black Dwarf wanted to block with a chain axe, but the sharpness of the B-level weapon was too much for even the demons to bear. Even without attribute restraint, its lethality was not inferior to the shoulder gun of the Iron Blood Warrior. He had already flown backwards to a distance at a faster speed than when he came. His body was still flying backwards in midair. From the ground under him, 2 silver lights shot up directly into the sky. When they flew to midair, Black Dwarf happened to pass by and pierced through his chest. The cooperation was the pinnacle of perfection. Cool, brother. Bruce Banner shouted in surprise. Black Dwarf rolled to the feet of Ebony Maw, slowly shook his head and stood up. The fatal injury to ordinary people was almost painless to him. He just shook his head and then glared at Lin Bin more angrily. I have to admit that I underestimated you. Ebony Maw was also stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Bin defeated Black Dwarf so easily. He exclaimed in admiration. Yondu could control 1 weapon and was already the king of the universe. The man in front of him could control at least 8 or 9 weapons. But the limitations are also great, he said in a low voice. The surrounding ground suddenly shook violently. The next moment, the surrounding buildings, cars, and trees all broke away from the ground and surrounded the 2. Let's see who has more weapons. Ebony Maw shouted excitedly, and Black Dwarf roared angrily and rushed towards Lin Bin again. Don't move. Lin Bin looked solemn. He grabbed Bruce Banner and the sun-covering sword flew back to his feet. He stepped on it, and his whole body was off the ground. You can't escape. Ebony Maw's 10 fingers were deft, as if he was playing the most moving piece of music. He seemed to be elegant and calm, but what he was laying out was a deadly murderous intent. At this moment, it seemed that everything in the world around them was full of malice towards them, and was coming to encircle them. 7 rings of blazing sky. Lin Bin raised his hand, and the true energy in his palm flowed and gushed out, turning into a pink blazing shield wall, accompanied by a series of loud noises. Lin Bin had already rushed into the sky with a leap. 8 swords surrounded him. The divine power was awe-inspiring. Ebony Maw also broke free from the constraints of gravity and chased in his direction, leaving Black Dwarf on the ground angrily smashing everything he could destroy. But because he did not have the ability to fly, he could only rage helplessly. Bruce Banner shouted in the wind, why are you flying so high? Separate them and defeat them one by one. After a short fight, Lin Bin had already figured out the details of the 2. Black Dwarf was powerful, but in a sense, he was completely restrained by him. As long as he was not immortal, it would be easy for him to kill him. But this Ebony Maw was indeed a strong enemy. If the 2 of them joined forces, they might cause him a lot of trouble. It would be better to separate them. Stand on the sword. Lin Bin jumped and left a weapon for Bruce to stand on. He was scared and screamed in the sky. He was panicked for a while before he stood up with his extraordinary body coordination. And Lin Bin had already taken out the double dragon demon shadow sword. When there was no attribute restraint, there was no doubt that the B-level double dragon demon shadow sword might be more useful than the Zuanian sword in a sense. He was already rushing towards Ebony Maw. "I'll deal with you after I kill Bruce Banner." Ebony Maw ignored Lin Bin. Seeing that Lin Bin had to rely on the weapon under his feet to stand, he was not as agile as him, dodged him and rushed towards Bruce Banner. Lin Bin held a mirror in his hand and shouted, "Ebony Maw." As soon as the voice fell, Ebony Maw, who had his back to Lin Bin, suddenly felt that an extremely mysterious force was forcibly controlling him, making him look back unconsciously. The angle was too tricky. He screamed in pain and felt that his neck seemed to be twisted. But when he turned his head, he saw several sharp swords coming straight at him. "You are looking for death," Ebony Maw shouted angrily. He was in the air and could not control the surrounding things with his own magic power. His eyes were locked on the 7 weapons. He wanted to forcibly plunder the control of the 8 swords of Yuan. Lin Bin did not give in. His pupils shrank slightly, and the eternal life secret adhered to the origin. In an instant, the consciousness of both sides had already collided fiercely. Ebony Maw screamed. In the battle of mental power between the two sides, he, a professional mage, was defeated. On the contrary, Lin Bin felt dizzy, but with the blessing of the essence of the evil emperor's relic, he undoubtedly had the upper hand. Die. The light spirit boots were fully activated, using the Jingwei sword as a pedal, and the whole person turned into a meteor and flew over. The double dragon demon shadow sword flashed a black light in the air. Ebony Maw was stunned, and his head flew straight into the sky. Obviously, with Lin Bin's current speed, plus the bonus of the light spirit boots, although it could not surpass his reaction speed, it could directly achieve a decisive kill when he was dizzy and slow to react. Ebony Maw did not close his eyes until his death, and it was obvious that he could not believe that he would be defeated in such an absolute mental power confrontation. Lin Bin then controlled the flying sword under Bruce Banner's feet and slowly fell to the ground, saying, "Ebony Maw is dead, and we just need to deal with Black Dwarf next. If we fight alone, that big guy won't cause me any trouble." Banner was stunned the whole time. Shocked. "It's that simple." Lin Bin smiled and said nothing. He is different from these so-called superheroes. His moves are killing moves. For a real martial arts master, a moment of negligence and a momentary misjudgment are enough to determine the outcome of a battle. This Ebony Maw is definitely very strong among the saints, but unfortunately he met the hexagonal warrior Lin Bin, and he was confused about the props, so he could only be killed helplessly. However, he didn't have the habit of explaining his strength to others, not even his own people. But at this time, Banner looked at Lin Bin with a bit of respect unconsciously. You know, Black Dwarf is a very difficult opponent even for Hulk, but he didn't expect him to ignore it at all. And in a place that Bruce Banner couldn't see, an invisible smoke floated out from the body of Ebony Maw falling down, and was attracted by the Book of Death on Lin Bin's waist. A moment later, the two fell to the ground. But at this time, on the ground, Black Dwarf was already dead. The chain axe was also thrown far away, and the body was in tatters, looking as if it had suffered some extremely cruel punishment. What's going on?" Banner screamed. Lin Bin flew into the sky, split and broke it, and killed Ebony Maw in a very short time. But who knew that in such a short time, Black Dwarf was also killed? He was a little puzzled. After leaving the Earth for a few years, could it be that the Earth has already produced so many capable people? Even Thanos' 5 black generals are nothing. In such a short time, 2 of them have been killed. Lin Bin's face became solemn. He stared at the body of Black Dwarf with full vigilance. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he used the double dragon magic sword to slash the direction behind him. A light circle had been opened at the back of his head without him noticing, and a hand was quietly reaching for his neck, but he cut it off with a sword. The light circle also disappeared quickly. What the hell? Banner screamed in fear. He then noticed that a light circle had appeared behind him at some point. Inside, a fat and round head was grinning at him, with blood dripping from its lips and teeth, rotting muscles, and an eyeball drooping from the corner of its eye. It looked very stinky, as if a corpse that had been dead for several months had crawled up again. Zombies. Shut up. If you can't transform into the Hulk, just be honest and don't talk. Lin Bin looked at the light circles that suddenly appeared and disappeared around him with full vigilance. his expression extremely solemn. This could never be a scene that appeared in the Marvel plane, but now it actually appeared so strangely. This is clearly Doctor Strange's signature skill, space teleportation. But the hand that was stretched out. Banner shouted, "Wait, Black Dwarf is alive too." Lin Bin turned his head and saw that Black Dwarf, who had no breath just now, slowly stood up. He stretched out his hand and pulled, and the chain axe that was thrown far away was back in his hand. He roared at the two people, but it was different from the roar just now. This time his mouth opened wider, his muscles were torn, and it looked like his jaw was about to fall off at any time. He rushed towards the two people with staggering steps. There was obviously no one around, but the space transmission was opened one after another, and an Iron Man in a mecha flew out of it. He raised his hand and fired a hand cannon directly at Lin Bin. Banner screamed, Tony, what are you doing? How did you become like this?" Lin Bin didn't say anything, dodged the fatal bombardment, and directly cut off one arm of Iron Man's armor with a backhand sword. Then he took out the Zuanian sword. Facing this kind of undead creature, the Zuanian sword has a strong lethality. But a sword pierced the chest. Iron Man showed no signs of dying. Instead, he let the weapon penetrate deeper into his body, trying to get closer to Lin Bin. If Lin Bin had been slower to dodge, he might have been bitten by him. Lin Bin kicked him away. His face was extremely solemn. It was a mess. The plot was completely messed up. Which Reincarnationist was so brilliant that he made the protagonist into such a miserable state. Even if the Marvel secret realm was now occupied by aliens, Lin Bin would not be surprised. But now it is not just aliens. There are also zombies. This world has clearly become a big fight in the dark world. And as Iron Man was kicked away, various superheroes in the zombie state rushed out of the space teleportation. Doctor Strange, War Machine, even Spider-Man and Hawkeye. But at this time, all the superheroes turned into zombies, with blood dripping from their mouths, roaring at a few people. And behind them, countless zombies were staring at the only two living people with greed. Before, Lin Bin was wondering why all the living people disappeared. Now he understood that all the living people were here. They were so dense and crowded that there was no end in sight. Banner shouted in horror, "What happened?" Roar. All the zombies roared at the same time, and the city, which was just silent, suddenly became noisy and lively. Along with it came a sharp arrow. Lin Bin knocked it out with a sword. But the next moment, there was a dripping sound, and an inexplicable light lit up on the arrow. With a loud bang, the violent explosion directly submerged Lin Bin and Banner. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated. Lin Bin's face was solemn, and he shouted, "They turned into zombies, but they can still maintain their previous combat power and rationality? In this case, aren't we facing these superheroes at the same time?" Banner's face turned pale. This is an enemy that is more difficult to deal with than Ebony Moore and others. Sure enough, the next moment, several spider silks were already entwined in the direction of the two of them. Spider-Man, although he had become a zombie, he undoubtedly had not lost his fighting instinct. Chapter 256 Parallel World. He lost his mind and became a zombie, but he still had his previous abilities, just like Doctor Strange, who could perform all kinds of special magic. Lin Bin didn't know how strong the previous Doctor Strange was, but he dared to guarantee that he would never be stronger than this Doctor Strange who had become a zombie and only had hunting instincts. At this time, Lin Bin had become Thanos. He was besieged by all the superheroes. Moreover, he was fearless and determined to tear a piece of flesh from Lin Bin even if he died. Don't let go. Don't let go. In the fierce fire suppression of the war machine, Lin Bin dragged Banner to fly and wander in the sky, and from time to time he had to unfold the 7 layering of the sky to resist the attack from Hawkeye. For him, those so-called superheroes were powerful, but the one who could really bring him a fatal threat and made him concentrate was Hawkeye. His archery skills were too tricky, and he would not shoot easily, but once he did, it was Lin Bin's must-have. Moreover, his arrows had various buffs, that is, the blazing sky covering 7 layering in his hand was an A-level item that could resist various attacks. Otherwise, even if Lin Bin was as strong as he was, he could only flee in panic when facing the joint attack of these superheroes. He wanted to kill Hawkeye first, then his pressure would be reduced by more than half. But the fierce and intensive firepower of War Machine made it impossible for Lin Bin to get close. Iron Man, whose arm had just been cut off by him, had no intention of giving up. The eyes staring at Lin Bin and Banner no longer had the wisdom of a human being, but were mixed with greed and endless greed. Falcon hid far away and seemed to understand that once he got close to Lin Bin, it would be difficult to escape, so he just harassed Lin Bin disgustingly. Spider-Man swam around, and when the spider silk condensed into a ball, the power of the attack was no weaker than that of normal weapons. Soft armor is actually immune to this level of attack, but it can only protect the chest, not the head and limbs. Coupled with the presence of Doctor Strange and others, the direct power of magic attacks is not as strong as technological weapons, but it is more difficult to defend against. Especially their cooperation with each other, almost made up for all their shortcomings. Even if they have lost their minds, they cooperate so well. Quick, run away. Banner desperately called Tony Stark. As scientists, the two of them can be said to be the two best friends in the entire Avengers. Black Widow cannot be counted here, but Iron Man seems to have died long ago. At this time, the one dominating his body is clearly a monster who only knows greed and gluttony. Banner looked at the zombies desperately surrounding him. In addition to the superheroes, there are at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of zombies waiting to be fed, just waiting for them to fall. The two of them flew with the help of a sword. Once they fell, even Hulk might not be able to escape from these hundreds of thousands of mouths. He didn't understand why Lin Bin didn't run away even at this point. Lin Bin knocked away the metal arrow shot by Hawkeye with the sword. The arrow collided with the sword blade and shattered, but it did not fall. Instead, it turned into an electric net with flashing arcs and sparks wrapping around him. The attack that was hard to defend against was directly blocked by the 7 layering of the blazing sky cover. The rest, because of the loss of induction, also turned into ordinary debris and fell downwards. Lin Bin glanced at Doctor Strange. He could clearly see that on Doctor Strange's chest. At this time, he was wearing a gem that emitted a crystal green glow. The Time Stone. It was also his mission target this time. The reason why he was still in a stalemate and reluctant to leave was because he saw this mission item. The mission item was right in front. Lin Bin naturally wanted to solve it once and for all. It was a pity that these super zombies cooperated too well, and Doctor Strange was too cunning. He couldn't get close to him at all. It seems that I can only find a way to defeat them one by one later. Lin Bin took out the positioning camera and took a photo of Doctor Strange. With this photo, he can lock Doctor Strange's position at any time with the positioning camera and then find a way to defeat these monsters one by one when he has the chance in the future. There is still plenty of time, a full 3 months. At present, it is more important to find Atai and Gu Yuan first. After leaving the photo, Lin Bin let out a long roar. With him as the core position, a black and white breath spread in all directions. Spider-Man, who was about to rush over, let out an unwilling roar. Just as he rushed into the black and white field, he seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and was hammered to the ground. Even Falcon and others who had been entangled just now lost their balance. The world lost its color plus the demon force field. It is not a simple suppression like Xiaomeng, but it can directly attack the enemy in the area where the sky and the earth are eclipsed. Even if the power of this attack is not strong, it is enough to prevent these people from circling in the sky. Make a prompt decision. Lin Bin's sword turned into a long rainbow, dragging Bruce Banner like a meteor and fleeing to the distance. Behind him, millions of zombies were howling and roaring behind him, but they could only helplessly watch the sword light fly farther and farther. Iron Man and War Machine were the only 2 zombies that were closely following Lin Bin and even had some signs of overtaking. Lin Bin snorted coldly. He casually opened the Bible of the Dead in his hand. As an S-level prop, all the lost pages have been returned when the owner was changed. The pages are heavy, so there is no need to feel sorry when they are used. The next moment, in the lake ahead where the 4 people were about to fly over, a huge whirlpool suddenly swirled. Just as Iron Man and War Machine flew to the center of the lake, a 2-headed python that could hold several people suddenly tumbled out of the lake. Its horny skin was hideous, its eyes were black, and there was no sign of life at all. Its huge mouth was as fast as lightning. Just like hunting, it directly grabbed Iron Man and War Machine with one mouth each, and then swallowed them whole. The enemies killed by the Bible of the Dead will be absorbed into the Bible and become the Master's attack weapon. In a sense, the Bible of the Dead and the Bible of all things are quite similar. Just like now, Linben directly summoned the Snake Mother and swallowed Iron Man and War Machine completely. Then it continued to move forward, roaring and rushing towards the group of zombies behind it. The huge body directly blocked Linben and the zombies, and with a roll, countless zombies were crushed into meat paste. However, facing so many superheroes, the Snake Mother was obviously not up to the task, and soon several fatal wounds appeared on her body. But without life, there is no fear, unless it is cut into pieces. Otherwise, as long as the magic power in its body has not been completely lost, it will be driven by the Bible of the Dead. The broken two-headed python rolled and bit frantically, blocking everyone's steps. At this time, Linben and Bruce Banner had already gone far away. Flying in one direction for half an hour, it turned a corner and landed on an empty plain. There was silence all around. There should be no more attacks from the enemy. Linben then opened his transformation capsule, and the Yuan-8 swords that had been circling around him flew back to his direction like a spirit, and were collected by him. Bruce Banner hid aside, and vomited yellow water in large mouthfuls. In the end, he almost vomited bile. Linben looked at him with disdain and said, "You've been through a lot, and you've been on all kinds of spaceships. It's just a flying sword ride. Is it necessary to vomit like this? No matter what spaceship I ride, I always wear a seatbelt." Banner finished vomiting, looked up and took a piece of paper handed over by Linben, and said, "What kind of flying sword is this? Forget about the seatbelt, there's not even a guardrail. If I hadn't grabbed your arm, I would have fallen off halfway." He took a deep breath. He shook hands with Linben and said, "Anyway, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I might have been killed." His face was still pale, but compared to his face, there was a gloom and helplessness between his eyebrows. He sighed. "I came back to sound the alarm, wanting to tell everyone to pay attention to Thanos' attack, but I didn't expect the Earth to have become like this. Even Tony and the others have become like this. I don't know how Captain America is doing. Thanos, this time we don't have to wait for him to come. Our Earth has destroyed itself." Linben asked, "Did you come back from the colorful teleportation array in Asgard?" "Well, Thor and the others fell into the hands of Thanos. I'm afraid it's already. Now the Earth is like this again. Alas. I've only been away from Earth for a few years. Why is the Earth now?" Banner looked at Linben and asked, "I'm sorry, you saved my life, but I didn't have time to ask your name." "Abin. Chinese? Yeah. Did you summon that giant python just now?" "It looks like it's somewhat similar to Tony and the others' current state. It's different. I used magic-like means, while Iron Man and the others were corroded by a technological virus." Linben held the Zuanian sword in his palm and said, "This sword is a demon-slaying weapon. If they are corroded by the dark power, they will be purified just by being touched by this sword. But I pierced Iron Man's chest with a sword, and he didn't die. It can be seen that they must have been transformed into this by some kind of technological means." "Technological means? If it is technological means, I don't know if it can be restored to its original state." "Unlikely," Linben said. "Look at the way their chins are about to fall to their chests. How can they be restored to their original state?" "That's true." Banner fell into depression. Linben pondered in his heart. It seems that Banner's timeline has not encountered any changes. Thanos and his men should invade as they should, and they are still following the established plot. It's just that the Earth suddenly didn't play by the routine. Was it the reincarnationists who did it? It doesn't seem like it. If it was really the reincarnationists, then there is no doubt that this world should not be about to be upgraded to a nightmare level world, but should be completely destroyed. Or is it because the secret realm was reset to a new secret realm that some loopholes that no one could predict appeared? Or is this simply a parallel world? Linben is not unfamiliar with the theory of parallel worlds. You know, every time the DC universe next door is not working, it resets every now and then a large number of parallel worlds are created. It is not strange that Marvel has parallel worlds, or it can be said that this is normal. But at least they just fought side by side. Lin Bin asked. Next, what are you going to do? What? How do I know what to do? Banner smiled bitterly. Even Tony and the others have fallen. I'm not sure who else can survive this disaster. Just now in the sky, I saw that almost all New York citizens have been transformed into zombies. Well, it's good to hear. What? Nothing. I accidentally said something in my heart. What about you? What is your purpose here? Banner suddenly looked at Lin Bin with desire. If he could transform into Hulk, he would be able to go anywhere, even on Earth in this environment. But now Hulk doesn't listen to his command at all. He is alone. Whenever he encounters two zombies, he has to kneel. In this situation, this mysterious oriental man who could fight with most of the superheroes at the same time and escape unscathed seemed to be his only support. I'm here to find someone, Lin Bin said. A friend of mine is trapped in this world, and I plan to rescue him. This world? Aren't you Chinese? Banner grasped the key point very keenly. You can think of it as a parallel world, Lin Bin explained concisely. Banner suddenly realized. No wonder, he had never heard of such a person of strength. Feelings come from a parallel world, which explains it. No wonder. He was shocked and proposed a possibility, asking, could it be that this time the teleportation is not sure to teleport back to Earth at all, but directly teleported me back to the Earth in the parallel world? Who knows? Do you want to go with me? Go. Banner hurriedly asked. How do you plan to find your friend? Simple, I have a positioning tool that can locate his position. Lin Bin took out the positioning camera, and in his other hand was holding Atai's photo. A light tap. A brand new photo has appeared in Lin Bin's hand, and then, a thin red line twists and turns, turning into a very detailed map. Found it. Lin Bin thought to himself that, although he had to save his elder brother, it would be safer to reunite with Atai in this situation. Although the zombie army is powerful, they are all human after all. I don't believe that the alien ocean can't destroy you. It is said that the alien needs to be alive to parasitize. Then zombies, are they still alive? Can they parasitize? Or are the aliens assimilated by the zombie virus? Lin Bin suddenly thought of this question, and felt that it seemed that he really had to be careful to test it out at that time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Adding Insult to Injury. The positioning camera is a good tool. Even in a completely unfamiliar world, Lin Bin still easily locates the existence of Atai. He only looked at Bruce Banner, who was once invincible but now fragile, and two zombies could kill him. After a brief hesitation, Lin Bin decided to take him with him. If he didn't, he would really be dead. The dangers of this world are far more than that. There are zombies inside, and Thanos may come at any time. Lin Bin alone has almost no chance of success in competing with any party. The most important thing now is to reunite with the aliens first. He took Banner and flew towards the direction marked on the map. But before he flew 100 miles, he had no choice but to fall down. There are many zombies on the ground, and it is not safe in the sky. Especially when they are flying in the sky, the field of vision is too vast. If they are not careful, they have been attacked by several zombie vultures in succession. They even alarmed a group of zombie crows, and they simply can't kill them. In the end, they could only helplessly land on the ground and travel on foot. However, the progress was naturally slowed down significantly. Fortunately, although Banner could not transform into the Hulk, he still had a wealth of knowledge and actually knew how to use two wires to be the car. So, the two of them quickly got a stretched Chrysler. The old man, the middle-aged man and the little girl in the car had already died, and now it was ownerless. The two drove to their destination. Along the way, Banner even made a suggestion, after looking at the map of Lin Bin's photo. This location is far away from us. Even at your previous speed of flying the sword, it will take at least several days to get there, not to mention that we drive much slower than that, and it is easy to fall into the siege of zombies in the process. We can't fly in the sky. I suggest that we go underground. Do you know the way? I'm a native, and I have 7 doctoral degrees. It's too easy to find a place. Banner obviously knew that he was of no use to Lin Bin, so he was eager to prove his worth and suggested, 300 miles ahead, there is a medium-sized city. We can take the subway from there and rush to the destination. Then you can take me to fly on the sword. Okay, you drive. Understood. Banner took the initiative to take on all the chores. The car broke through the protection on both sides of the railway and drove directly to the destination. And along the way, he carefully inquired about Lin Bin's origins. Of course, he wanted Lin Bin to help him fight Thanos. Banner originally wanted to gather the power of the entire Avengers to fight Thanos to the death, but he didn't expect that these people all knelt before Thanos came. Then the young man in front of him who could summon giant pythons and escape from the encirclement of many superheroes was his only hope. Thanos. I may not be able to beat him. Don't forget, he has a whole army with him. Lin Bin shook his head and said, but after I meet up with Atai, if I can kill him, I don't mind. Who is Atai? It's an alien monster that once parasitized in my body. It was born specifically for breeding and fighting. They will parasitize various life forms, absorb their nutrients, and then break out of the body. Moreover, Atai is different from ordinary aliens. It also has the bloodline of another kind of advanced alien civilization, the Iron Warrior and the Vampire in the magical world. Lin Bin roughly explained the structure of Atai. Banner was dumbfounded. Shocked. I've only been gone for a few years. What happened to my world? Are they leaving no way for the Earth to survive? If nothing unexpected happens, I'll take it away. Don't worry. No, there are zombies after the aliens leave. Lin Bin sighed, patted his shoulder, and said, my condolences. Let's get off the car. After a few hours of travel, the two had already driven into a prosperous city. But this prosperity was only in the past. The city is now desolate and dilapidated. These zombies have obviously not appeared for too long, but even so, without maintenance, it won't take too long for this once prosperous human city to be covered with weeds and vines. The two stopped the car. The previous close encounters also allowed the two to understand the habits of zombies. For example, if there is no sound, they will basically be too lazy to move. This is also the reason why Lin Bin and Banner didn't encounter anything when they first arrived. But once they sense the breath, these zombies will come out in droves and tear all living creatures that can move, except them to pieces. Just like this city now, it seems quiet now. But once the inside is disturbed, there will probably be tens of thousands of zombies swarming out. At that time, even a strong person like Lin Bin can only retreat. It's not that there are no countermeasures, but it's not worth wasting on these corpses that don't even have a self. Be careful, the entrance to the subway station is in the most prosperous area of the city. We must not attract the attention of these zombies. Banner walked while whispering to Lin Bin. You should be careful. It's been shown on TV that the more you can't make a sound, the more stupid people will accidentally kick over trash cans or cans. Lin Bin closed his eyes slightly. He followed Banner step by step, and more than 100 meters in front of him, 9 long swords shuttled back and forth, interlaced in the air like 9 swimming fish. Whenever there was a lone zombie blocking the two of them, the magic weapon passed by lightly and could directly pierce their heads. The 9 long swords were the 9 ranger systems. They could move freely along the way, even in the zombies, until they began to approach the entrance of the subway station. Looking at the densely packed figures at the corner in front, especially the entrance of the subway station, it was almost completely blocked. It was obvious. These zombies should have been turned into zombies directly in the crowded subway station. Then, because there were no targets to hunt, they stayed in this position. And this was the third entrance. Lin Bin sighed. I can't get through. With such a dense density, even if he used the optical camouflage cloak, there would be no gap for him to pass, and these zombies did not just hunt enemies with their eyes. He even doubted whether the optical camouflage cloak could hide from their perception. Banner asked, what should we do? I'll attract their attention, and you take the opportunity to sneak in and start the subway. After I get rid of them, I'll rush back to join you. Can you do it? Nonsense. Lin Bin snorted and whistled softly. Dragon roars in the sky, and 10,000 swords fly together. With the infusion of true energy, the 9 magic swords spun rapidly and quickly gathered into a sword wheel. Under the blessing of the immortal true energy, countless sword ki evolved. At first glance, it looked like more than 100 magic weapons condensed in one place. With Lin Bin's low shout, he immediately strangled forward. Wherever he passed, bursts of blood splashed, and broken limbs flew across. Among the dense group of zombies, the outermost zombies had been directly chopped into pieces by the sword wheel. According to Lin Bin's original intention, he wanted to strangle to the depths, kill a round of zombies first, and then clear some of these zombies. But he had just penetrated more than 10 meters. Then there was a loud bang. The sword wheel seemed to have hit something hard. Even though it contained more than 70% of Lin Bin's strength, it was like a clay cow exploring the sea, and all disappeared into thin air. Even the 9 magic weapons seemed to have lost all their energy, and scattered and inserted diagonally on the ground. Looking at the passage in front of him, that was full of broken limbs and flesh, it was dark and deep inside, and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. Prajna Parameter. Lin Bin shouted in a low voice, and the true essence in his palm contained lightning, and blasted towards the inside. There was a loud bang. The white palm lightning roared straight into the depths of the subway station. With a loud bang, it was obvious that it hit something again, and absorbed all its energy. Lin Bin cursed in a low voice. The world is so big, why did it happen to be here? Sure enough, the next moment, a figure rushed out of the subway station at a very fast speed. So fast that almost only the afterimage was left, and rushed straight towards Lin Bin. In his hand, he held a round shield covered with blood. Captain America, who had turned into a zombie, was moving faster than before, and it was obviously the shield that blocked all of Lin Bin's attacks. Vibranium can absorb all energy. Theoretically, unless there is absolute restraint, it is extremely difficult to break the defense of the shield by force. Blazing sky covering 7 rings. Lin Bin thought to himself, you can't beat me in terms of shields. But if Captain America is there. Sure enough, a sense of crisis suddenly emerged in his heart. Lin Bin suddenly raised his hand, and a yellow figure suddenly appeared beside him, opening his arms to hug him, but he blocked it directly with his arms. Wasp. The sudden attack hit Lin Bin's trap, and he used the style of grass tail to circle his neck and twitch, and hit him on the forehead several times in a row, making him dizzy. In just 2 breaths, when Lin Bin let go, the wasp fell to the ground helplessly. Her helmet was fine, but her head had already been smashed into a mess. But looking at Captain America and the Winter Soldier running towards this side from a distance, Lin Bin cursed silently in his heart. Are there so many crimes here that you need so many superheroes to maintain law and order? Are the police just eating dry rice? He turned around and ran without hesitation. He led the rumbling team all the way to the front. I didn't expect to see the captain in this situation. Banner watched the familiar figure leave with a complicated expression on his face. He carefully got into the subway station. All the zombies were led away. Their IQ is not high, and they don't have any tricks to lure the tiger away from the mountain. When they saw the raw meat, they hurriedly chased out, leaving this huge subway station to Banner. Although he has never been exposed to this knowledge, the 7 doctoral degrees cover almost all scientific and technological projects. It is not a problem for him to open the subway station. I just don't know if Lin Bin will be surrounded by those zombies. While he was worrying, in just a few minutes, a strong smell of blood filled the narrow cab. Before Banner had time to be on guard, he saw a blood-stained figure gradually appearing from nothing. It was Lin Bin. At this time, he was holding a vibranium shield in his hand. Noticing Banner's surprised look, Lin Bin said casually, I took it from Captain America. I heard that vibranium is quite expensive recently. I plan to take it back and sell it. He spent hundreds of reincarnation points to buy a Black Panther mask. This vibranium shield, it must cost thousands of reincarnation points. As for how to take it back, that's too simple. Captain America's physical fitness is far superior to others. Lin Bin runs fast, and he chases fast, and soon throws the zombies behind him away. Fight alone. Captain America's fighting skills were naturally useless in the face of China's most profound force-discharging martial arts. He broke through the defense of the vibranium shield in a few minutes, forcibly killed him, and took back the vibranium shield. Then he soared into the sky and unfolded his optical camouflage cloak in the sky. The zombies could not see anything, so they naturally let Lin Bin come back easily. As for them, These zombies obviously have no concept of nests, and they can't come back anywhere they run. Really? Hearing Lin Bin sigh, Banner could only sigh. The spiritual symbol of this thing is extremely precious, but now it is going to become the cargo of the person opposite. But he has no reason to stop it. Can we go? Sure. Banner nodded and said, we can leave immediately. If there is a subway, we only need 2 days to get to the destination you mentioned before. Then let's go. Understood. The subway lit up as Banner operated it, and then the narrow and long body began to slowly start and slowly drove forward. Going further ahead, you can still see scattered zombies wandering there. After hearing the noise, they rushed towards the direction of the train, and then were directly smashed into pieces by the train that had already started. Thank you, Banner. Lin Bin thanked him sincerely. If it were him, even if he had a map, he couldn't fly in the sky or walk on the ground. He might not be able to reach his destination without 10 days or half a month. From this point of view, his previous action of saving Banner actually helped himself. I just hope you forget it. It's actually not a bad thing for Thanos to come. Now there are either aliens or zombies on the earth. If he comes, he will only kill half of the people on earth. If he doesn't come, the earth will really be finished. Banner could only smile bitterly to comfort himself. In fact, the situation is even more serious than Banner said. Just as Lin Bin and others took the subway and drove to their destination, just before, among the zombies that were still chasing Lin Bin and others, several beams of light descended. A huge space battleship broke through the atmosphere and slowly descended on the previous New York temple. This time, the entire Chitauri army completely descended. Chapter 258, Reunion. The speed of the subway was much faster than expected, especially when it was running underground. Although there were some scattered zombies inside, they were too few in number to stop the subway from crushing them. No matter how many zombies there were outside, they could not get in unless they passed through a specific entrance. Therefore, it was a smooth journey. After ensuring that the subway was running, the two of them were able to relax. Although there were various accidents, in fact, the mission went more smoothly than expected. It was only the first day, and they had already found Gu Yuan's trace. And judging from the subway's itinerary, it would only take 2 days for them to reach their destination. Sitting cross-legged, he began to silently operate the eternal life secret in his body. As for Banner, he wanted to talk to Lin Bin, but when he found that he was not interested, he hid aside and negotiated with the Hulk in his body. At this dangerous moment, if Lin Bin had not happened to appear, he might have been eaten by the zombies more than 10 times. If Hulk doesn't come out, he will really go crazy. Of course, the so-called negotiation is actually more like Banner talking to himself. It's time for dinner. Lin Bin took out a few hamburgers from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night and handed them to Banner. Noticing Banner's surprised look, Lin Bin casually explained, mustard seed and sumaru. This is common sense in our East. The matter-of-fact tone made Banner feel inexplicably frustrated. He just felt that he might be a little ignorant. Even food is available. But the two of them didn't have much appetite. After all, they just cut melons and vegetables. In the following time, the two of them hid in the subway and changed 2 more trains in the middle. However, they were lucky both times and didn't run into those super zombies again. Ordinary zombies didn't pose any threat to Lin Bin now. The process was very smooth. 2 days later, the subway slowly stopped at an empty station. There were a few zombies standing in the subway station. He didn't even have to make a move. He used his true energy to control the magic weapon and easily took their lives. This place is very close to the destination, pointed to by your map. Banner sighed. If we go further, it is a subway terminal. There must be a lot of zombies inside. It's enough to stop here. How should we find it next? Your map only has a general location, but no detailed coordinates. It's okay. It's very close. Lin Bin pinched the photo and felt a slight heat inside. Obviously, he was very close to a tie at this time. Let's go. We should go back to the ground. The two carefully passed the exit of the subway station and stepped into the world on the ground again. Then, there was an inexplicable surprise. I saw a long stretch of yellow sand in front of me. The two of them had come to an extremely desolate place at this time. The vision was not restricted, and they could see farther. The two of them saw clearly. The front was pitch black, and it was densely packed with zombies. The number is so large that it is probably greater than all the zombies they had seen before. Has this world been completely occupied by zombies? Banner showed a look of despair on his face. Although he had already guessed this possibility when Captain America and Iron Man fell, he still couldn't hide his despair when he really lost the last bit of luck. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. After a short period of loss, he asked puzzledly, "But so many zombies are here, what do they want to do?" "They want to attack the city." Lin Bin's vision is much farther than Banner's, so he can naturally see that thousands of meters ahead, the black zombies are rushing towards a dark torrent. Aliens. Lin Bin's heart suddenly felt warm. Finally, I saw my relatives again. And these aliens of different shapes are gathering into a group. A large number of aliens gathered in one place, just like a group of black reefs that are indestructible. No matter how strong the waves of the zombies are, they can never drown and destroy these black reefs. Even with Lin Bin's eyesight, he could clearly see the position where the two sides were fighting. The aliens and zombies were fighting fiercely. The absolute power of the aliens was not strong, and a single alien could not even defeat a tiger. But these aliens were much larger than normal aliens, and it was unknown what kind of monster they were parasitized by. In addition, the physical fitness of zombies could not be compared with that of normal humans. In particular, the flesh and blood had lost their normal metabolism and had become fragile. Every time the aliens swung their claws and tails, they could grab the zombies in front of them and smash them to pieces. If they were accidentally surrounded by these zombies, they would die. They also knew that they could use their highly corrosive blood to splash on the bodies and heads of zombies. Even if they did not feel the same, it would be a piece of cake for the blood that could corrode even titanium alloy steel, to corrode their skeletons and flesh. The fight between the alien army and the zombie army was extremely tragic. Every moment, a large number of aliens or zombies were completely destroyed. But even so, the number of zombies kept coming. According to Lin Bin's visual estimation, there must be at least millions of them. Moreover, there were zombies moving in this direction in the surrounding area, as if they were looking for something they were very eager for. But there were also a lot of aliens. From the rear base, aliens kept rushing out to fill the vacancies of those who died in the pioneers. And this level of fighting has probably lasted for at least a few days and nights. The surroundings were covered with flesh and blood. If you die on such a battlefield, it is probably difficult to preserve even a complete bone. The stench was overwhelming. Just looking at it made people want to vomit. Banner didn't know where he got a monocular telescope from, followed Lin Bin's gaze, and just took a look. He quickly put down the telescope. Even though he was now considered a well-informed person, this tragic scene was the first time he had seen it in his life. He asked, "Is the person you're looking for in here?" "Well, let's go. I'm a little scared. Those monsters seem to be more terrifying than zombies. Are you sure we won't be targeted by both sides after we go in?" Lin Bin was a little hesitant when he heard that, but soon his eyes lit up. Seeing the closest contact on the front line, a large number of zombies suddenly fell down. And in the opposite direction of their fall, you can see that on the sentry tower of the inner base, a huge black alien with a length of more than 10 feet is waving its huge wings behind it, flying back and forth in the low sky. The tail blade of 5 or 6 meters long is like an indestructible javelin. Every time it pierces the bottom fiercely, several zombies will be attacked at the same time. When thrown out, they have become a pile of meat without any consciousness. And at this height, ordinary zombies are almost bullied by it, and they can't reach his position at all. It can only be said that an inch longer is an inch stronger. Tai. Born as a parasite of one of the 3 elders of vampires, plus possessing the Iron Warrior and the super alien that is the essence of human true energy, its combat power can cut melons and vegetables when facing ordinary aliens, not to mention facing these zombies that are far inferior to ordinary aliens. But this world is obviously not just ordinary aliens. After those superheroes became zombies, they no longer have psychological guilt. In terms of destructive power, they are much stronger than normal. Suddenly, from the surging zombie group, a huge monster that is tens of meters high suddenly swelled out. Even the huge Artai was caught off guard and was held in its palm and pressed into the zombie group. Lin Bin's pupils suddenly shrank. But a moment later, a blood mist rose from the position where he had just been pressed. Artai rose directly into the air, with several zombies still hanging on his body. But these zombies seemed unable to break its defense at all. On the contrary, Artai grabbed one of the zombies tightly, forced dozens of eggs into its stomach, and then threw it into the zombie group. Roar. Another angry roar. Artai, who was flapping his wings, suddenly froze in the air, then turned his head and stared at Lin Bin's position. He vibrated his huge wings and flew towards Lin Bin. The sound from his mouth sounded ferocious to outsiders, but it was clearly a joyful sound to Lin Bin. It really recognized me. Look, it's here to pick me up. Pick you up. Banner didn't have time to understand what Lin Bin meant. A huge black figure had already landed in front of Lin Bin, with his claws on Lin Bin's shoulders, and bursts of whimpering came out of his mouth. This feeling made people feel like a long-lost family dog meeting its owner again. Artai, we meet again. Before entering the secret realm, Lin Bin had weighed the pros and cons and considered whether to come in. But when he saw Artai, who he hadn't seen for more than a year, but was still very close to him, he suddenly came to his senses. Fortunately, he came in this time. Roar, roar, roar. Artai shouted happily a few times, and the huge sound wave spread in all directions, immediately attracting the attention of the zombies. The zombies saw that the enemy leader had actually flown to their rear, and their steps that were originally rushing forward paused and immediately stopped there, turning around to encircle Artai and the others. Banner screamed, "Ah, ah, ah. They are coming. What should we do?" Artai sneered disdainfully, turned around, and motioned Lin Bin to sit on its back. Banner originally wanted to sit on it, but just as he approached, he was directly threatened by the hideous face. The strong sense of death crisis made his scalp numb instantly, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "Forget it, you should take my flying sword." Lin Bin waved his hand, and the sun-quivering sword had already flown under Banner's feet. Okay. Banner's face was full of disgust. Flying swords sound good, but there are no safety belts or guardrails, and the sides are extremely sharp. If you are not careful, you will be cut. If you scratch again, you will fall into the zombies. At that time, I'm afraid that even death will be a luxury. But unfortunately, he did not have the right to object. He climbed up the sun-quivering sword tremblingly and flew into the base with Artai flapping his wings. Banner screamed in fear, and the sharp voice attracted the attention of all the zombies. But unfortunately, the distance was too high. Even if the zombies piled up high, they could not reach their position. The 2 people and the alien flew into the base. The footsteps had just landed. A fresh and fragrant breeze blew behind them. A white-skinned woman in black clothes with slightly curly black hair rushed over, hugged Lin Bin's neck tightly, and shouted in surprise in unfamiliar Chinese, "Mr. Abin, you are really here. That's great. I knew you wouldn't give up on us." Lin Bin was stunned. Looking at this extremely enthusiastic foreign woman, he was surprised and said, "Selena? Are you still alive?" "It's me, Mr. Abin." The person who came was Selena from the underworld. In just 2 years, her appearance has not changed at all compared to the last time they met. An exceptionally high nose bridge, deep eyes, and a tall figure. She looks neat and capable. At this moment, she was smiling with surprise, and her face, which was particularly white because of her vampire identity, showed a rare blush of excitement. She said in surprise, "I'm still alive. Artai and I are still alive. I knew that you, Mr. Abin, have been paying attention to our news." It was rare that this 600-year-old old girl would have such a touching girlish sentiment. Lin Bin felt guilty. During the interval, he did think about their existence, but it was really just a thought in his mind. He didn't expect that just knowing their status would make her so happy. However, Lin Bin understood Selena's thoughts a little. Just like in his previous life, when he was a stranger in a foreign land, once he met someone from his hometown, even if the distance was not close, he would feel close to them. What's more, this was a cross-border. After his hometown was destroyed, it was obviously normal for her to be so happy to suddenly see her comrades who had fought side by side in her hometown. "Ah, I forgot. Now is not the time to be happy about the reunion." Selena quickly regained her composure. She gently touched the automatic pistol on her waist and said, seriously, we still have to fight off these zombies first. I have too many things to tell you, Mr. Abin. I'm also curious about how you ended up here. Lin Bin only knew that Atai was thrown into this world, but he didn't expect Selena to follow him, and judging from her state, she seemed to have formed a very deep relationship with Atai. However, they actually appeared here, and were besieged by zombies. It seems that she must have had a lot of experiences during this period. Chapter 259. This world is completely over. Now is not the time to talk business. The zombies outside are going crazy, and marching towards this base. Even though they have killed a large number of zombies under the attack of the aliens, they have lost their reason and fear. It is obviously a big problem to make them retreat. After killing all the zombies, let's negotiate again. Lin Bin pushed Serena out of his arms. As an old baby over 600 years old, Serena is obviously not the kind of incompetent waste who gets excited and forgets everything when she sees a backer and only knows how to rely on others. After a brief loss of composure, she nodded seriously. He supported the assault rifle hanging on his shoulder and said, yes, there are too many enemies. Atai alone cannot stop these zombies. Lin Bin volunteered, I will help too. Selena asked, Mr. Abin, can you use a gun? A little, but I have something more useful. Lin Bin thought that the 8 swords flying together were much more lethal than firearms. Although the range was far from comparable, there were too many zombies, and killing them at close range could ease the situation. Seeing Lin Bin following Selena to the front line, Banner asked curiously, what should I do? You can just do nothing, or turn into the Hulk, but the premise is that you don't treat us as enemies. Lin Bin casually ordered, and followed Selena to jump onto a hidden tower, from where you can overlook all the battles below. And a sentry post was mostly filled with ammunition, and there were many empty magazines next to it. Judging from the amount of ammunition, Selena might have stayed here in the past few days. It's business. Selena didn't say much, half crouched on the sentry post, aimed at the zombies below, and fired one shot after another. And with each shot, at least one zombie fell in a pool of blood. The accuracy of her shooting skills made Lin Bin, who had practiced shooting hard, couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart. This is the good thing about being old. There is a long time to do anything. Lin Bin didn't say much, and shouted in a low voice, dragon roars in the sky, swords turn into thousands, fast. The 8 swords of King Yu came out in full force, and then evolved into countless sword energy, and attacked the many zombies below at the same time. This move is actually more about gorgeous moves and beautiful special effects, but in fact, Lin Bin's current limit is 7 swords. It's not impossible to exceed it, but the accuracy and dexterity will be very problematic. However, there are so many zombies now that even if you just shoot randomly with a gun, you can kill a lot of zombies. Lin Bin doesn't need to operate very delicately. He just needs to condense all the swords into a sword wheel and strangle them forward. Wherever he passes, the zombies are all broken and blood mist is everywhere. In terms of killing speed, it is much faster than Selena's point shooting. Selena looked at Lin Bin in shock. Obviously, she didn't expect him to have such a magical method. Compared with the last time they met, the opponent's strength is far superior to hers, but she can see the opponent's bottom clearly, but she is powerless to resist. But now, she was surprised to find that she couldn't understand him anymore. But this way, she has a greater chance. She pursed her lips and smiled slightly, no longer thinking about it, but shooting at the zombies below with the same seriousness. Really, just abandon me? Banner was speechless, looking at the countless dark monsters roaring out of the base. These monsters are different from those zombies. Banner can still struggle for a while when he encounters zombies. But when he is hit by these dark alien monsters, if any of these monsters running out want to clean up their own home on a whim, he will have to kneel. He didn't die in the zombie group, but died under the claws of his own people, and his body will become a host for parasitism. It's really miserable to think about it. Banner hurriedly stepped into the base. He felt that it would be better for him to hand in some letters of surrender as soon as possible, find some weapons in the base, and use his remaining heat to prove that he is not a waste. He walked carefully into the base. The base here is very large, and what is exposed on the ground is just the tip of the iceberg. When Banner entered the elevator and emerged from the underground exit, his whole face showed a shocked and sluggish look. The base was almost completely hollowed out, a huge air raid shelter, which is large enough for an aircraft carrier fleet to dock. At this time, this huge base was occupied by a huge conveyor belt. On the tracks were living people with their eyes closed, like chicks waiting to be slaughtered. These living people seemed to have no consciousness at all and were transported regularly like cargo, and in the process of transportation, they merged with another track. On the other track, there were eggs that looked like they had some mucus. At the intersection, every human would be forced to drink these eggs and then transported to the exit. Banner hated his eyes that were not short-sighted at all. He could clearly see that after these humans swallowed these eggs, their breathing rate would accelerate sharply, and there would be bursts of strange sounds in their abdomens, as if they were nurturing some strange life. He suddenly understood where those aliens who were fighting against countless zombies in the outside world came from. Clones. Parasitism. For a moment, Banner felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. But when he thought about the fact that these clones appeared to fight against zombies, it was obvious that these aliens should not be able to parasitize zombies. Maybe it was because after parasitizing zombies, they would lose their loyalty to the leader of the race. And this place was so familiar. Banner blinked and looked at the familiar sign next to him. This was one of the bases of the Avengers. Banner, this is really so. A moment later, just as Lin Bean and Selena joined forces to strangle the zombies, suddenly, there was a loud rumble in the base, and a giant red robot rushed out. Inside, Banner laughed in surprise and said, "Ahahaha, I'm here to help you." Lin Bean said in surprise, "Anti-Hulk armor? Where did it come from? You will never guess where this is." Oh. Banner, who was running, knelt down in front of Lin Bean and Selena. Selena was surprised and said, "He actually opened the weapons depot of this base?" Not only the weapons depot, I have to thank Tony and Nick Fury. They obviously also noticed something was wrong and uploaded all the weapon permissions before turning into zombies. As an Avenger, theoretically I can control all weapons. Banner straightened up and said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just expressing my gratitude to Mr. Abin for saving my life just now. Now it's time to deal with these zombies." He raised his arms, which seemed heavy, but were actually extremely dexterous, and several flaming missiles attacked the zombie group. There were bursts of scorching explosions in the zombie group. Suddenly, broken limbs and arms flew everywhere. This modern weapon is obviously incredibly lethal to zombies. I feel like I can kill them all in the zombie swarm. Banner was about to rush in with his arms waving, but Selena suddenly shouted, "Since you have the authority, why don't you turn on the base's automatic defense system? In this way, you don't have to operate it, and there will be automatic weapons to clean up all these zombies. I wanted to do this before, but I didn't have the authority. There is also this operation. Sorry, I forgot." Banner, who was just eager to go in and kill the zombies, turned around and walked back honestly. A moment later, the entire dark base suddenly lit up. All power systems were activated, accompanied by a shrill alarm. "Warning. Warning. A large number of unknown life forms are detected approaching the base. Do you want to turn on the automatic defense system?" "The automatic defense system has been turned on. Hide in the base quickly. I have activated the external defense system. All creatures outside the base will be eliminated." Banner shouted in a panic. "I don't know how to lock a certain area. I can only activate them all at once. Don't hurt you by mistake. Retreat quickly." Lin Bean pulled Selena and blew a whistle. Tai immediately understood and twisted his huge body to run into the base. Countless aliens also flew back quickly. The zombies immediately chased in. But at this time, Lin Bean and Selena, the only two living people, had entered the elevator. Close the elevator door. The last glance saw a bright light like daylight, and countless missiles bloomed in the sky at the same time. As the elevator door closed, there was a loud rumbling sound, and the earth trembled a little. When the two came to the underground base, the air raid shelter above their heads was still shaking off the dust, from which it can be inferred what kind of artillery baptism the outside world was suffering. "I didn't expect that he would be so useful after I brought him with me on a whim," Lin Bean exclaimed sincerely. After that, He looked up at the conveyor belt above and asked, "What is this?" "It's a clone." Selena sighed. "A TIE can parasitize zombies, but the zombie aliens born from parasitizing zombies seem to have inherited the zombies' brainlessness, extreme bloodthirstiness and greed, and even don't listen to its orders. Humans have been almost infected. There is no way we can only get clones for a TIE to parasitize, so as to create an alien army that can fight against zombies. Banner drove the robot over sloppily. He said, "This is our Avengers base, and all the resources used by the clones are from the resources in the Avengers base. You, an outsider, have no authority at all. Without the help of others, you can't make such a big move here. Or are you actually a new Avenger, so I don't know you?" Selena explained, "I'm not an Avenger. These things were indeed made for me by an Avenger." "Who?" "His name is Vision." "Vision?" Banner said in surprise. "By the way, Vision is a robot and is not on the zombies' diet at all. Where is he?" "He's missing." "What? What missing?" Selena shook her head and said, "I don't know either. He disappeared with Gu Yun. And my brother Gu? Why is he here?" Bin exclaimed. "Selena, what have you been through during this time?" "Nothing much. I was captured and forced into this world. I thought I would parasitize this world like in the previous plane, and then perish together with the enemy, but I didn't expect to discover the existence of zombies. And I even smelled a very faint scent of you, Mr. Abin, and then we found Mr. Gu Yun." Selena said seriously, "Through this scent, we judged that you must have a connection with Mr. Gu Yun, and then we followed you all the way here. Sure enough, we got news from you, Mr. Abin. We concluded that you would definitely come to this world, so we waited here, and in this process, I assisted Vision in building such a cloning system here, cloning vampires continuously, and then through ATI's parasitism, mass producing vampire aliens. When Vision was here, the zombies didn't dare to invade here at all, but with the disappearance of Vision and Mr. Gu Yun, the zombies had no scruples." Bin added, "Then it was like what we saw? Almost. But how could there be so many zombies?" Selena said, "According to my guess, it may be related to the red zombie that Mr. Vision raised in captivity. They seem to regard her as their king." Banner exclaimed, "Wanda?" Selena nodded and said, "In fact, this cloning system is actually used by Vision to produce a steady supply of food for Wanda. It was only after I came that he discovered my vampire physique. Only after I agreed to provide blood did he agree to let me create an army of aliens. Maybe he wants to transform Miss Wanda into a vampire to help her regain her sanity? Is Wanda still locked up? Well, Vision disappeared suddenly, but I'm still providing her with food. In fact, the corpses parasitized by the aliens will be recycled and clones will be recultivated, but it is not a problem to take some of them to feed Miss Wanda." "Huh, you'd better stop talking. It's disgusting." Banner couldn't help but shuddering and sighed, "Alas, how did the world become like this? Now I can be sure that, even if they really return to their original state, I'm afraid they can't accept the fact that they once ate human flesh, right? It's over. The world is completely over. Fortunately, Mr. Abin, you are finally here." Selena's face was tired. She gently held Bin's wrist and said seriously, "With Mr. Abin here, I feel at ease, and next, everything will be left to you." Bin sighed, "You trust me? This is also what Yuanzu meant." Selena said softly, "Let's clear out the zombies outside first, and then discuss other things." Bin listened to the sound of the explosion outside gradually fading. He said, "Let's go. The zombies outside should have been cleared out, but when we retreated, many zombies chased in, and the zombies in the base still need to be cleared out." "Okay." Selena took out a burst pistol from her waist and answered gunfire neatly. Banner muttered, "Anyway, I don't plan to leave this mecha." Chapter 260. We shouldn't be that unlucky. The shield base's automatic defense system is indeed very expensive. According to Banner's description, there is even a base self-destruct device, which can ensure that when there is no other way, the emergency survival device can eject the people, and then the entire base will fall, so that the enemy will be completely destroyed. However, the current situation is special. According to the information obtained from Selena, almost the entire world has fallen into the ocean of zombies. At this time, ejection is just to increase the flow of zombies. It depends on who is lucky enough to pick them up. Therefore, Banner only activated the most basic protective measures. But even these measures have successfully cleared out most of the zombies outside. When Lin Bin and the others went out, although there were still many zombies chasing the aliens into the base, they avoided the bombing. That was almost like a purge. For this kind of work to clear the inside of the base, if it were a normal person, it might be a bit difficult. Even if you guard against thieves day and night, it is difficult to guard against thieves at home. When the zombies hiding at home suddenly attack, even the most powerful superheroes are likely to be attacked. But there is no such worry for the aliens. Compared with being quiet and secretive, no one can surpass their professionalism. So, under the command of Atai, the aliens rushed into the base with a howl. Not long after, the bodies of zombies were taken out one after another. Soon, the inside of the base was cleaned up. During this process, Lin Bin, Banner and others also went to see the Scarlet Witch Wanda under the leadership of Selena. At this time, the Scarlet Witch was trapped in a completely sealed cell, which was hollow on all sides, and sealed with bulletproof glass. For ordinary people, it was almost an impregnable defense, but for Wanda, it might be easy to break it with just a little effort. But there was enough flesh and blood for her to eat. Naturally, she sank into the satisfaction of meat, and could not think of anything else. Looking at the Scarlet Witch feasting on the pile of corpses, Banner couldn't help but sigh. Seeing the people he knew fall to this point, he felt a complex feeling in his heart, which was really hard to tell anyone. He asked, "Do you know how Vision disappeared?" Catherine shook her head and said, "I don't know. One morning, I went to maintain the daily operation of the cloning device as usual, and Vision never appeared again. This world." Ban looked at a loss. Even the last Avenger who was still awake disappeared. He felt that he was the only normal person in the world. This feeling of loneliness made him have no appetite, even though he had been hungry for more than a day. After dinner, he locked himself in Vision's room. Vision had done a lot of research on zombies, and as a scientist with 7 doctoral degrees, he could naturally understand this knowledge. He could see that Vision wanted to study a way to turn zombies into living people. Locking Wanda up was not without a bit of luck. Now that Vision has disappeared, Banner decided to inherit his legacy and must find a way to restore all zombies to humans. Lin Bin didn't pay attention to this. After dinner, on the sentry tower where the two had fought side by side before, the black leather pants were casually draped on the bunker next to it. After several days of fierce battles with zombies, Catherine didn't suffer even a scratch, but now, under Lin Bin's attack, the bright red blood dripped down her legs. Selena had no defense at all. Her pretty face, which had always been pale because she was a vampire, also had a slight blush. She lay on the bunker in a defensive posture, but she didn't care that the continuous and rhythmic attacks came from behind her. Strictly speaking, the two of them really didn't know each other. From letting her act as an insider before, to Lin Bin letting her go and introducing her to Covernus as an assistant, to now meeting again. They can count how many words they have said to each other. But after experiencing the violent changes in the two worlds, for Serena, Lin Bin is almost the only person she can trust. Alone in a completely unfamiliar world, facing this mutated and broken world, there is almost no safety, and even when sleeping, she needs to hold her weapon tightly. That is to say, she is not a simple young girl, but a 600-year-old baby. Otherwise, she would have gone crazy under the heavy pressure. But even for her, the psychological pressure is unimaginable. In this environment, the only person who can be her psychological support has appeared, and Serena's happiness is almost incomprehensible to ordinary people. Therefore, this time it was she who took the initiative to ask Lin Bin to attack her, and men, naturally, could not resist such a request, so they went along with it. In the process, the two of them were not idle, talking about their respective situations after they separated for more than a year. Of course, it was mainly Serena who was talking intermittently, and Lin Bin was listening attentively. He knew too well that the girl in front of him needed a listener, and it would be enough to give her a sense of fulfillment. It was also, after listening to Selena's description, that Lin Bin finally understood what had happened in the underworld during this period of time. It was exactly as he expected. After he left, a large number of reincarnations entered the secret realm, and these reincarnations seemed to want to search for something in this world. But compared to him, these reincarnations were much more unscrupulous. They didn't care about the lives of the natives at all. In China, there were still red and white secret realms, but in the Free Alliance, all secret realms were slaves for them to exploit. No one cared about the lives of these slaves. Fortunately, Cavernous had already made full preparations. During this period of time, he used the power he had accumulated over countless years to secretly seize the power of the light and dark sides, and then use this power to lay out surveillance at the first time so that he could get the traces of these reincarnations at the first time. Then he sent a large number of aliens to lurk in the dark. In order to fight against the reincarnators, he even produced a large number of werewolves and vampires of the same level as Marcus and William. Although he sacrificed a lot in the process, for an old man who had already burned his boats, nothing was not worth sacrificing. Vampires, werewolves, aliens. They once had the upper hand in the battle against the reincarnators. There were many reincarnators who died in their hands, no less than 100 people, and it was precisely because of this reason that the reincarnators who entered this secret realm became stronger and stronger. In the end, the reincarnations that entered were almost no longer in groups. Instead, they were all individual teams. However, the strength of these people was much stronger than those teams of reincarnations combined. Aliens, werewolves, and even vampires could no longer cause any harm to them. Instead, they quickly grasped the weaknesses of werewolves and vampires. That is, the aliens had no weaknesses, so they could hold on for a while longer. But when they arrived, our defeat was only a matter of time. In front of them, the so-called vampire ancestors and werewolf ancestors had no power to fight back at all. They were as fragile as children. Selena smiled bitterly and said, "Those people should be the national level reincarnations. They are too powerful. In their hands, even Atai had no power to fight back." In the end, it was Yuanzu who tried his best and used a reincarnation we captured alive to help him complete the task. He wanted to use that space-time rift to send Atai and me to the real world so that I could join you, Mr. Abin. Linbin, he asked, "Did you succeed?" No, the passage was destroyed. A very powerful reincarnation rushed in and destroyed the crack. The original ancestor died in his hands. His target should be Atai. He wanted to kill me too, but Atai fought to protect me. He mistakenly thought that Atai and I were in a companion relationship. In order to be able to drive and threaten Atai, he spared my life. Selena said, "After that, we were locked up until we were thrown here. Then Atai accidentally smelled the scent related to you, Mr. Abin, and then found Mr. Guyun. When we found him, he had already been caught by Vision and was being treated as a pig to be fed to Wanda. We rescued him and reached an agreement with Vision. For Vision, feeding his wife with a living person was a helpless move. Now that there is a better way, he is naturally happy to obey. After that, it is what you see, Mr. Abin." Then they both disappeared. Yeah. Selena made a heavy nasal sound, which was regarded as a nod of agreement. This is really interesting. It seems that this base may be hiding secrets that we don't know. Linbin let out a long breath. And even if the zombies here are cleared, there will still be new zombies coming. Selena stood up straight, took the leather jacket next to her, but did not put it on immediately, but turned around and squatted. Linbin suddenly had a very strange question in his mind. He asked, "Will it be effective if I drink my own blood?" Selena laughed and shook her head when she heard it. "Of course not. Otherwise wouldn't it be self-sufficient directly? Why would I need to suck other people's blood? But the recovery ability of vampires is too amazing. I'm worried that you will dislike it, Mr. Abin." So, strong recovery ability, that's good. Needless to say what Linbin thought in his heart, but his face was still very serious and praised. "In this way, I don't have to worry about affecting the next battle. Yeah, right now although this batch of zombies has been cleared, new zombies will come soon," she said. "Although these zombies are irrational, they seem to have regarded Wanda as their leader. Now their leader is trapped here, and almost all the zombies are rushing here. In fact, after Vision disappears, if Mr. Abin does not show up, I may have to find a way to evacuate in 2 days at most." Really? Linbin thought to himself. That is to say, if I didn't bring Banner with me, but flew here by myself, I would never get here in 2 days. At that time, just wanting to find the two of them, No, even if a tie is here, it will be difficult for Selena to survive in this world full of zombies. After all, these zombies are not just zombies, but also mixed with a large number of superheroes. With her strength, it is obviously not easy to survive. Anyway, Mr. Banner has enabled the protection authority, so we can at least get a good night's sleep. Now the zombies should not be able to sneak in quietly. That's true. Lin Bean took Selena's hand and asked in astonishment, "Where is your reincarnation watch?" From Selena's description, they captured a lot of reincarnations in Underworld, and naturally they also got their reincarnation watches. Selena should have the identity of a reincarnation now. Serena said in a very natural manner, "My hand was cut off, so the reincarnation watch was taken away." Was it done by the apostles? Well, they wanted to prevent me from using my identity as a reincarnationist to escape from the secret realm, so they took away my reincarnation watch, but they didn't know I was a vampire. Maybe they couldn't imagine that there were vampires in this world who were not afraid of sunlight. So after cutting off my hand and taking away the reincarnation watch, they didn't take any additional measures. I followed their lead and didn't drink blood food during that period of time. It wasn't until we entered the secret realm that my arm grew back again. I see. Lin Bin frowned tightly. His original intention was to take Serena out of the secret realm together. But if there was no reincarnation watch, there should be only him and Gu Yun, two reincarnationists in the secret realm now. It seems that the most urgent task now is to help you get a reincarnation watch. Otherwise it will be difficult to return to the real world. This world is dead. Let's not talk about the friendship between the two people who just had a deep exchange. Even if it was based on the favor that Yuan Zhu had shown him before, since he wanted Serena to join him, he had no reason to ignore her. It doesn't matter. With a tie here, I don't have to worry about my safety. Serena smiled and said, "As for the reincarnation table, as long as this secret realm still exists, new reincarnations will enter it sooner or later. It's not difficult for me to get the reincarnation table, but I still have a tie." That's right. Let's try to complete the mission in this secret realm first. Complete the mission first. 3 months is still plenty of time. Who knows if Banner will really develop an antidote for zombies later. Let's go. You also said that you can have a good rest tonight. Lin Bin pulled Serena to jump down. Sure enough, Serena's steps, which were a little staggering just now, have recovered to be no different from normal people in such a short period of time. And the two had just landed. A huge head came close to Lin Bin's chest, rubbing the S-shaped scar on his chest vigorously. Its intimate attitude was mixed with a bit of jealous dissatisfaction, as if blaming him for only mating with humans after a long separation, and not paying any attention to it. It was a very strange feeling. It was just a humming complaint, but Lin Bin could clearly hear the complaint in its tone. The huge alien in front of him had his blood flowing in his body. Lin Bin patted its head affectionately and smiled. "There's nothing we can do. We are not you. As humans, we still need to rest well. Please take our duty for us at night. I will accompany you well tomorrow morning." "Okay." Roar. A tie shouted in dissatisfaction, raised his sharp tail that was more than 5 meters long, poked Lin Bin's head lightly, and then twisted his tail and went into the darkness. "Let's go. To be honest, I'm a little tired. Where have you rested these days?" "Mr. Abin, I'll take you there. We all know each other so well. You don't have to be so polite in the future. Just call me Abin. Just call me Mr. Abin." Selena said, "I feel that this will make me feel more secure. Whatever you want." He said he was tired and wanted to rest, but when he really came to Selena's room and saw the huge bathtub in her bedroom that was more than 2 meters long, Lin Bin understood that someone was destined to be sleepless tonight. In fact, all 3 of them were sleepless. The next morning, after killing fiercely, he output fiercely several times. Although he almost didn't close his eyes, Lin Bin felt refreshed. He understood why killing was always accompanied by emotions. The adrenaline stimulated when killing the enemy was not released through the output of the body, which was a special suppression on the body. While eating breakfast, Lin Bin and Selena talked and laughed, and they were all refreshed. Only Banner couldn't hide his heavy dark circles even with his glasses. He weakly swallowed the sandwich in front of him. Lin Bin asked with concern, "How is it? Did you gain anything?" "I think so." Banner said seriously. Mr. Abin, are you going to leave this base? Why do you ask? I don't recommend you to leave here, or for the sake of this world, I want you to stay here. Banner explained. Vision left a lot of important clues, such as the source of this virus, and some solutions. These materials are very important. If I can stay here and analyze them carefully, there may be a great possibility of researching the antidote. If so, okay. Unless I really can't hold it. Otherwise, I will fight to the last minute before leaving. Linbin glanced at Selena. She and Atai have to arrange a stable rear. Don't worry, if it's just ordinary zombies, plus the base's defense system, the aliens, and your strength, Mr. Abin, it's very easy to defend here. Banner patted his chest and promised solemnly. Selena asked back, what if it's an unusual zombie? As far as I know, some zombies are really strong, and some can even defeat thousands of zombies at once. They're too hard to deal with. Banner laughed dryly. We should not be that unlucky, right? Chapter 261 Humans Doomed to Fail. 4 hours later. Looking at the numerous ring-shaped warships that descended from the sky and surrounded the base, accompanied by the huge warships that swam back and forth in the air like a fish, it was obviously a very large body, but it was completely free from the constraints of gravity and came here like a water snake. And with the huge ring-shaped warships came countless alien warriors riding on flying vehicles. Accompanied by the piercing alarm of the base, Linbin and his team naturally received the intelligence. After hearing the news, they hurried to the main control console. Seeing this mighty army, especially the composition of this army, Banner was too familiar with it. He had done it before. It was clearly the Chitauri army under Thanos. In New York, in the universe, they had fought more than once. Look at my broken crow mouth. It's really not good but bad. Banner slapped himself lightly, feeling that what he feared would come true. Something's wrong. As a vampire, Selena's dynamic vision is even stronger than Linbin's. She looked very solemn and said, look carefully at the aliens on those aircraft. Banner vaguely guessed something when he heard it. He hurriedly and clumsily operated on the center console. After a moment, the view was zoomed in. There were no aliens on those aircraft. They had hideous faces and their flesh drooped and loose. They had long lost their rationality as intelligent creatures, and flying with the aircraft was just their last instinct. These alien invaders had already been infected and turned into zombies. On the ground, there was a huge army of zombies following humans. They covered the sky and the sun, densely packed, and brought up countless smoke and dust while running. Coupled with the unique sound waves formed by the unique inhalation and roar of zombies, it makes people feel that they are already at the end of the world. Even Thanos got hit. Banner sat on the ground in a daze and said in despair, it's over. It's completely over now. Being surrounded by these zombies, it goes without saying that there must be no living creatures in the huge battleship of the Chitauri Corps. Only one hideous and terrible zombie after another. What's even more despairing is that unlike those superheroes who have turned into zombies, looking at the current state of the battleship flying, the zombie Thanos obviously has the ability to navigate the universe. Once these people leave the Earth, at that time, it is not just the Earth, but the entire universe will be destroyed. Banner sat on the ground in a daze, with a pessimistic look on his face. So as the last human on Earth, are you going to surrender? Linbin shouted, didn't you just say that vision left a lot of information? With your knowledge, if you study it seriously, there may be hope. The last one. Banner came to his senses. Yes. He may be the last human in the world. If even he gives up, then there is really no hope for this world. The enemy is invading. I have to activate the protection system quickly. Despite the extreme panic, Banner calmed down. He manipulated the center console very quickly and exclaimed, but we just destroyed the first batch of zombies yesterday, and we haven't had time to reload our weapons. I'm not sure how much inventory we have, but we are definitely not as powerful as the enemy. The zombies are thirsty for blood. Although they are driving warships, they may not be willing to use weapons to blow us to pieces. Linbin turned around and ordered, Selena, go and call Atai and ask him to assign all the aliens and get ready. When the ammunition of the base's defense system is exhausted, attack immediately and catch the enemy off guard. And He paused and said, will the alien zombies lose their minds and bite everywhere? Let Hatai hatch all the exit lays and release the facehuggers into the zombie group. These zombies may not be prepared for facehuggers. At that time, parasitism will be very simple. It doesn't matter if they can't distinguish between friend and foe. Just let them appear in the enemy group and kill the enemy at that time. Understood. Selena turned around and left quickly. For a while, in the huge control room, only Banner's rapid knocking sound remained. After Lin Bin finished giving instructions, his brows furrowed more and more. It was very strange. It was not strange that Thanos turned into a zombie. Although he was powerful, it was impossible for him to not suffer any injuries in the confrontation with the enemy, especially when he was caught off guard. This was understandable. But why did so many zombies besiege here before? And after Thanos turned into a zombie, he also rushed here as soon as possible? Could it be that they were really coming to welcome back their king, as Selena said? No wonder this world is about to be upgraded to the nightmare level. Lin Bin muttered. Thanos, superhero. Fortunately, he did not use the roll card. Otherwise, he would have directly formed a camp with the zombies, and this A-level prop would probably be wasted. Lin Bin did not have much time to think. The battleship was very fast. It came towards this side in a mighty manner, but it had just approached the base. Inside the base, the scarlet light was mixed with the piercing alarm sound, and countless missiles covered the sky and attacked the enemy in front. Bang bang bang. The protective barrier on the warship was immediately opened, isolating all the missiles. But the zombies of the Chitauri army who were driving the aircraft were not so lucky. Even if the missiles did not hit them directly, the huge sonic booms produced by the missiles landing on the ground, mixed with violent shock waves, spread in all directions. Mushroom clouds rose up one after another. Many zombies of the Chitauri army were unable to react in time, and they were swallowed up by these mushroom clouds before they could even dodge. Start, 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 and this. Banner shouted excitedly, relying on his authority. Almost all the protection systems of the entire base were turned on. In the deafening roar, the speed of the Chitauri army was also slowed down for a moment. But soon, Lin Bin suddenly felt a sense of alarm in his heart, raised the double dragon demon shadow sword, and slashed at Banner's back with a backhand sword. At the same time, it was as if they had cooperated countless times. From behind Banner, a halo flashed with golden sparks, and an arm stretched out from it, as if trying to pull Banner in. The timing of the two was just right. A hand stretched out here, and an arm was broken over there. A half-rotten arm just fell to the ground. And judging from the color of the sleeve, the owner of the halo was Doctor Strange. After becoming a zombie, although you still retain the combat power of your life, will you lose the concept of camp? Or for them, only zombies belong to the same camp as them? In this situation, it is clear that Doctor Strange is also in the fleet in front. In this case, it goes without saying that Ant-Man, Spider-Man, Hawkeye, Black Widow and others must be in it. Fuck. This time we are surrounded by enemies. Lin Bin held the double dragon shadow sword in one hand. With the other hand, he held the blue rose tightly and warned, Banner, hurry up and get into the anti-Hulk armor. You are too fragile. You will die if the enemy touches you. Understood. It was the first time in Banner's life that someone said he was fragile, but he also understood the seriousness of this situation. He immediately rushed to the anti-Hulk armor. Lin Bin looked around with a solemn look. If Hawkeye and the others also arrived, then this base would be almost defenseless for them. After all, they also had the authority that Banner had. They could easily come in at any time. And with his strength, even if he faced the encirclement of Thanos and superheroes, he could move freely, and escaping would not be a problem. But Selena's words. He shouted, Selena, don't hesitate. Let Hatai release the facehuggers immediately, and let them cause chaos first. Understood. So, in the roar of artillery fire, countless strange-looking facehuggers with long tails and spider-like 8 claws were ejected to the zombie camp in front through catapults like cannonballs. Facing these facehuggers, the zombies were not completely unresponsive. After the previous rounds of bombing, the casualties were heavy. Next, when they faced the facehuggers, they had an instinct to dodge, as if they wanted to escape their range. But the facehuggers were not missiles. While flying in the air, they drew a beautiful arc. After finding the target, they suddenly changed direction and pounced on the nearest zombies. The nearest zombies were immediately in trouble and were directly entangled by the neck. Some ferocious zombies opened their mouths and bit the facehuggers to death, swallowing the blood that was enough to corrode them completely, and then corroded themselves into charred blocks. Most of them were already injected into their bodies by the facehuggers when they started biting. From time to time, there were unlucky facehuggers that happened to collide with the trajectory of the missile when they captured the target, and then there was a violent roar and explosion. The zombie group fell into chaos, and even their footsteps were restricted during the group pushing. The facehuggers parasitized very quickly, perhaps because they were blessed with the power of vampires, so they had an epic enhancement in absorbing the blood and ki in the enemy's body. After just a few dozen breaths, the chests of these zombies began to swell violently, and then young zombie aliens emerged from them. Their appearance was very different from that of ordinary aliens, with ragged and rotten skin, looking as if they would fall apart at any time. But in fact, as they were born, the zombies shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their bodies expanded rapidly. It only took a few hours for ordinary aliens to transform from larvae to adult aliens. But for monsters like vampire zombie aliens that were full of buffs, as long as they were given enough food, their growth was visible to the naked eye. Just like now, their food was everywhere. The zombie aliens pounced on the zombies closest to them, biting and tearing, but the zombies seemed to have no hostility towards them. As a result, thousands of zombie aliens started to kill in the zombie group. Some radicals even rushed onto the aircraft and feasted on the zombies of the Chitauri army. For a time, the zombie group was in great trouble. But even so, after the parasitism was completed and the facehuggers disappeared, these zombies still began to stride towards the base in front, unyielding, allowing the zombie aliens to bite and kill behind them. They just persisted and wanted to rush into the base in front. At this time, the artillery fire was finally exhausted, and a reminder sounded in Linbin and Banner's ears. Warning. Warning. The ammunition is exhausted. Do you want to reload the ammunition automatically? Insufficient ammunition. Automatic reloading is not possible. Please reload manually. Please reload manually. The system kept repeating. But unfortunately, this is just a base, not the headquarters of the Avengers. The ammunition is exhausted. The zombies can't stop the zombies, and with the loss of artillery shells, the zombies' movements also become faster. At the same time, the blood-sucking aliens that have been avoiding the base suddenly swarmed out, like worker ants leaving their nests, biting towards the enemy. The densely packed, black ocean, although far less vast than the zombie ocean, is faster, stronger, and bigger, and the sense of oppression is naturally greater. Roar. With crazy roars, these aliens once again became the last line of defense of the base. Tear all the approaching zombies into pieces. Strictly speaking, the aliens are not good at this kind of frontal combat. It is their style to sneak attack in the middle of the night and take the lives of the enemy when they are caught off guard. But now, it is obviously not up to them to choose their favorite style. For a while, the two sides were in a fight. But there is no doubt that no matter which side wins, the one who loses in the end must be the human side. I hope those superheroes are parasitized so that we will have less trouble. Linbin looked at Banner in the distance, stepping over step by step with heavy steps, and he had obviously sat in the armor. He shouted, "I'll leave this to you. I'll go check other places." Understood. A buzzing voice inside the mecha answered. Linbin was relieved and rushed to the periphery of the base with a sword. The appearance of Doctor Strange just now meant something very bad. I'm afraid that the superheroes who had put him in a difficult battle before also came with this fleet. The individual strength of these superheroes is not strong, but their methods are hard to guard against. Relying solely on the vampire aliens may not be able to stop their steps. Maybe they have already lurked in. Thinking of this, Linbin clenched the weapon in his hand. If they really come in, now is a good opportunity for me to defeat them one by one. Sure enough, I didn't go far. Linbin heard a heavy gasp with a hint of greed in his ears. Several sounds of breaking air came. Spiderweb. Spider-Man. Linbin's face changed slightly, but it was not shock, but surprise. He knew that they must be alone when they came in. He did not look back, and his figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. He had already forced himself to Spider-Man's side with the footwork of harmony with light. You don't even take off your mask. Even if you catch me, how are you going to eat me? Lin Bin laughed sarcastically. Spider-Man shot up high, but before he flew into the air, he was grabbed by Lin Bin with his true energy. The heavenly demon force field opened with all its strength. Suddenly, gravity on all sides twisted and tore. For a fast and agile fighter like Spider-Man, there is no doubt that the heavenly demon force field is his nemesis. And once Lin Bin gets close to him, if he wants to escape again, the difficulty will undoubtedly increase tenfold. But Lin Bin's harmony with light can make him appear any way he wants around him. So, a moment later, Spider-Man, who was hit by Lin Bin's punches several times in succession, but was almost completely immune to the 7 wounds Takai, was still not spared, and was beheaded by Lin Bin's sword. Without his head, Spider-Man could hardly survive, no matter how strong his vitality was, and his body immediately drooped down powerlessly. Lin Bin did not hesitate, and grabbed Spider-Man's body with his backhand, and threw it far away. It collided with a metal arrow that was flashing and beeping, and there was a loud bang. Spider-Man's remaining body had been blown to pieces, and blood mist, and limbs flew everywhere. Hawkeye, it's you again. Lin Bin laughed softly. There were so many MTs blocking you before, and I couldn't rush over, but now you, a small fragile DPS, dare to appear in front of me. Let's see how many swords you can block with your small body. He jumped over. But suddenly, Selena's panicked voice rang in his ears. Mr. Abin, it's bad. A purple giant has come. He is so strong. Thanos. Lin Bin paused for a moment, then sped up. The wings must be cut off as soon as possible. At the same time, outside the base, accompanied by a dazzling beam of light falling on the ground, the Titan, who was nearly 3 meters tall, finally appeared. Behind him, General Grim Reaper and Proxima Centauri roared softly. Even though they had turned into zombies, they still firmly clung to Thanos' back and offered him their loyalty. Thanos' rotten, completely spiritless face showed a hideous smile. He slowly clenched the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand. On it, the 5 Infinity Stones were shining. With a slight fist, dozens of blood-sucking aliens rushing towards him were blown away directly, and they were directly shattered into pieces, while still in the air. Greedy eyes looked into the base. Thanos strode towards the base. It's the Time Stone. Banner's voice also screamed, it's the Time Stone. The Time Stone has fallen into Thanos' hands. He has already collected 5 Infinity Stones. Is he coming for the Mind Stone? Chapter 262. Nuclear bomb with a range of 300 meters. Even though he has become a zombie, Thanos' strength has not been reduced at all, and he is even more terrifying than the last time Banner saw him. He walked steadily and unyieldingly towards the base. Along the way, a large number of aliens rushed up from all directions, trying to bite this seemingly powerful enemy to death. One after another, Thanos was soon completely submerged in the sea of aliens, and the Thanos inside could no longer be seen. But even so, the combined efforts of dozens of aliens still could not stop Thanos' footsteps, and the huge pile of aliens was dragged forward. And inside the aliens, there was a purple light flowing and brewing. With a loud bang, all the aliens had been separated from their flesh and blood, and splashed in all directions. After being bitten by the aliens for so long, Thanos didn't get hurt at all. With his strong defense, even if Iron Man tried his best, he could only make him bleed a little. The attacks of these ordinary aliens were obviously far from breaking his defense. Here, Thanos is coming. Banner's panicked voice kept ringing in the channel. He was psychologically traumatized by Thanos, and Hulk didn't dare to show up until now. First, he had a resistance to the Earth, and second, he was scared by Thanos. This was the first person he had ever met who crushed him in absolute strength. I don't have time to go over now, you hold on for a while. Lin Bin's 7 swords were like flowers, flexible and fast as meteors, crisscrossing around him, forming a tight protective net. But it couldn't stop the mysterious magic halo around him from constantly appearing around him. After he cut off one of his arms, Doctor Strange obviously learned to be smart, no longer easily attacking, but first disturbing the enemy. In this way, although his attack could not hurt Lin Bin, it caused him great trouble. That is to say, Hawkeye had just been killed by Lin Bin in a crushing manner. Otherwise, if the two joined forces, the trouble would not be just trouble. But even so, Doctor Strange, Black Panther, Black Widow and many other superheroes joined forces, still adding great trouble to Lin Bin. Especially the vibranium armor can almost withstand all kinetic attacks, which made Lin Bin wonder how this guy was infected with the virus when he was wrapped so tightly. He fought against these superheroes on his own, and although he did not lose the wind, he obviously could not end the battle for a while, and even wanted to leave. Of course, Lin Bin had no intention of leaving. He didn't take ordinary zombies seriously at all. After flying into the air with a sword, no matter how many zombies there were, they couldn't hurt him. But if there were a few super zombies among the zombies, it would be a headache. But these people had the authority within the base. If we don't kill them here, we'll have more trouble later. How can I stop him? I'm wearing the Hulkbuster armor now, and I can easily trip even when I walk. It's really hard to fight him. Banner shouted. Then let Wanda out. Aren't they looking for her? Lin Bin's double dragon magic sword slashed at Black Panther's arm, but it didn't tear the vibranium skin at all. But he rushed forward, abandoning the sword, and using his fists. Take I-7 injury fist was as smooth as flowing water. Even though Black Panther had the blessing of the heart-shaped grass, and had a fighting ability that almost surpassed the limit of human beings, he was obviously inferior to Lin Bin. After a few consecutive punches, Chang Sheng's Inyuan took advantage of the situation to hit the bull across the mountain. But for Black Panther, it was still not painful. Lin Bin was not surprised at all. No one knew the hardness of vibranium better than him. But he still struck out one palm after another. His attack speed was almost so fast that it left a residual image. The immortal essence was running wildly in his body and then released from his body at an extremely violent speed. If a normal person wasted this way, even if Gu Yuan came, he might have wasted all his energy in just a few breaths. But for Lin Bin, his recovery speed allowed him to maintain such output for a long time. The overly powerful energy rubbed violently in the air, mixed with internal conflicts. It actually formed an extremely sharp sound. The dark armor on the chest of the Black Panther actually showed some signs of falling off, and finally revealed a crack under this powerful sound wave attack. Lin Bin took advantage of the opportunity. He ignored the Ant-Man who suddenly appeared from behind him, and directly protected his vitals with the 7 layering of blazing sky. The double dragon demon shadow sword had taken advantage of the momentum to directly pierce the Black Panther. At the same time, Doctor Strange's arm directly passed through the tight defense of the 7 layering of blazing sky, grabbed his arm, and tried to drag him away. Lin Bin stood on the ground with both feet. Although he didn't know how to use a 1,000-pound drop, it was not a big problem for him to weigh more than 1,000 pounds. Doctor Strange wanted to push Lin Bin in, but found that he couldn't push him at all, and roared angrily. But after Lin Bin's double dragon magic sword killed the troublesome Black Panther, the next focus was on Doctor Strange, and in the fierce battle, he could clearly hear Banner shouting in surprise in the channel. Good idea. So, the periphery of the base. Thanos was striding towards this side. Before he ran a few steps, he looked up and saw a huge black shadow in the sky getting closer and closer until it was in front of him and was about to hit his head. He raised his hand and punched the black shadow. With a loud bang, the black object revealed its true shape, which was actually a square prison. Banner directly threw out the prison that imprisoned Wanda, and with the blow of the Titan giant Thanos, the prison was blasted to pieces, and inside, an ominous scarlet magic flowed and then spread to the surroundings. This time, Thanos finally stopped his steps that had never stopped before. The face that should have shown no emotion, but revealed an extremely solemn look. He stared at the blood-colored magic that was surging like blood in front of him with vigilance. In the middle of this group of magic that almost drowned everything, a girl in a red leather jacket was twisted in a posture, staring at Thanos with greedy eyes, and then turned around with disdain and looked back in the direction of the base. It seems that compared to Thanos, the flesh and blood of living people can bring her more attraction. But Thanos is obviously more interested in her. He strode towards her. His body was huge, and his speed was not slow at all. In a moment, he had punched Wanda in the back and smashed her hard. A large piece of Wanda's chest was directly blasted out. If Wanda was still a normal person, she would have died. but in her zombie state, her vitality has increased a lot. This blow sent her flying. But a moment later, the scarlet magic flowed and gathered, and actually healed the wounds on Wanda's body. She let out an angry scream, stared at Thanos. She raised her hands. The red magic torrent was as fast and hard to defend as a bombardment, and it blasted towards Thanos. Thanos raised the Infinity Gauntlet, and the Infinity Stones lit up with brilliant light, blocking the magic impact from Wanda. But Thanos, who had never retreated before, was finally forced to retreat. Wanda roared angrily, and rushed towards Thanos. Controlling the powerful and ominous red magic, she and Thanos fought in one place. As a zombie, her vitality was greatly enhanced, and coupled with the reduction of wisdom, the attacks between the two were almost all offense without defense. Blood splattered. Wanda relied on her fearless spirit, and was not at all inferior to Thanos, who possessed 5 gems. She even had the upper hand. Amazing. Is Wanda so powerful? Wow. She can actually suppress Thanos. Banner shouted excitedly. Lin Bin's voice sounded in the channel, saying, wow, what wow. Selena, where are you now? Atai and I are in the cloning base. Mr. Abin, do you have any instructions? Meet up with Banner quickly. Banner, didn't you say before that there is an ejection system in this base? The 3 of you use the ejection system to escape. Escape? Are we going to escape now? Idiot, can't you see? Thanos is not here to find the Mind Stone. He is here to find Wanda. Just like normal zombies will recognize Wanda as their king, Thanos is obviously come to seize Wanda's throne, and no matter which of them wins, the remaining one will definitely have the power to command all zombies. Or do you have the ability to put the surviving one in the cage? Lin Bin said loudly, even the Chitauri army has come. The base can no longer be defended. It's time to abandon it. What about you, Mr. Abin? I have my own way. You go first. I'll cover you. Don't worry, I will meet up with you later. Lin Bin shouted, and directly broke the magic gold belt wrapped around his arm. Although he was in a fierce battle with the enemy, he saw the situation very clearly. In this situation, if you want to win the Time Stone, you must defeat Thanos, and Thanos is undoubtedly a more difficult enemy than Doctor Strange. It is extremely difficult to win by conventional means. In this case, only unconventional means can be used. Run away. While Wanda can still hold Thanos, we won't be able to leave when he is free. Remember, don't rush out when you get to the new place. I will rush to meet you in 1 day or 2 or 3 days. Understood? Selena has lived for more than 600 years. Naturally, she would not act like a child at such a critical moment. She nodded and said, I will take Atai to meet Mr. Banner now. I will start the device. Banner shouted. There was no reply from Selena, only hurried footsteps, mixed with gunshots from time to time. Not only those superheroes, but even ordinary zombies have crossed the encirclement of the aliens and rushed into the base. The strength of the zombies depends on their state before being infected, and the strength level of this batch of Chitauri Legion is obviously much stronger than that of humans. The strength of the zombies they transformed is also much stronger than the previous batch of zombies that were wiped out. There is no doubt that the aliens are also beginning to be stretched. Hurry up. It will be too late if we don't leave now. After a short silence, in the room, Selena's voice rang out. Mr. Abin, we have arrived at the underground base for emergency escape. Your words. I have my own way. Let's go quickly. By the way, Banner, remember to activate the base's self-destruct device before leaving. Understood. I'm leaving. Mr. Abin, be careful. Selena's worried voice, mixed with the sound of the hydraulic door closing. Then the 3 people's channel was cut off. The last thing Lin Bin heard was a few very crisp ejection sounds, and then there was no sound. Without any consideration, he shouted. The sword energy flowed, and wherever it passed, was like a long river of swords, rushing and continuous. It directly forced Doctor Strange, who had been entangled with him before, to retreat. Then he also jumped upwards, and in a few jumps, he had jumped to the top of the base. Then, he saw 3 blurry black shadows heading towards the sky. After a few seconds, nothing could be seen. It was obvious that they had already escaped far away. What a fast speed. Lin Bin looked back, and Doctor Strange had already caught up with him. Without the obstruction of Black Panther and others, he was left with a fierce battle with the opponent. But Doctor Strange's methods were too complicated, and he didn't understand them at all. Therefore, he did not have a clear advantage. The two sides were evenly matched. Even the Xiangang Bidao formation, a deadly formation, could not exert its due lethality against him. But I don't want to get entangled with you anymore. Lin Bin dodged and retreated. He stretched out his hand and operated on his arm for a while. The wrist controller began to flicker. Inside the wrist controller, specially equipped for the predator, there is a miniature nuclear bomb hidden. When the predator fails in hunting, he will use this nuclear bomb to perish with the enemy, and its range can spread to a range of 300 miles. Unfortunately, its range is only 300 meters. This also led to this thing becoming a prop used to die together with the enemy. It was very useful for the Iron Warrior, but it was almost useless for Lin Bin. But now, looking at Thanos, who was fighting with Wanda in the distance, there were also the rampant zombies in the distance, the zombie aliens chasing the zombies, and the blood-sucking aliens fighting with the zombies. Behind him, Doctor Strange was entangled again. In the distance, more than a dozen super zombies saw Lin Bin appear in the most conspicuous place, and they roared at the same time, and rushed over here. Sorry, I don't want to entangle with you. Lin Bin took out another prop. B-level prop random teleportation scroll. It can be used to form a perfect match with the wrist controller. Goodbye. Lin Bin tore up the random teleportation scroll, and after a breath, Doctor Strange's magic rope came towards him, but it was empty. He showed his figure, and stood where Lin Bin just stood. He looked around in doubt, but where was Lin Bin? This abrupt scene immediately attracted the attention of all the super zombies. They suddenly found that their target was gone. The breath of living people that they could smell before was no longer smelled at this time. In other words, there was no living person in this base at this time. Only Thanos and Wanda were still fighting each other stubbornly, as if they were determined to determine the winner. Wanda's magic carried boundless power, which was difficult to resist, and Thanos' power was so strong that even Hulk could not match it. The two sides were like a peak competition between a warrior and a wizard. As for the increasingly rapid beeping sound, and the red mark that was about to be completed, but no one paid attention. The nuclear bomb had not exploded yet, and the base's self-destruction device had been directly activated, and the entire base collapsed downwards at the same time. More than half of the zombies around were included in it. Then, boom. With a deafening explosion, a blazing mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky, and the scorching airwaves spread in all directions in an instant, drowning all living things that could move. The extremely high temperature almost evaporated everything. In this case, zombies and super zombies were no different from ants in the face of this devastating power of killing the gods. Doctor Strange wanted to move, but as soon as he made the gesture of teleportation, the majestic airwave had already drowned him directly. All the zombies didn't even have time to react, and were completely evaporated by the temperature that was higher than the flame. At this time, Lin Bin had appeared in a completely unfamiliar room. Judging from the decoration, it looked like an ordinary motel. Pushing the door out, 3 zombies rushed towards him, but these zombies were already hungry and skinny, and their speed was not fast. Lin Bin casually bent his fingers, and a few strong winds had directly pierced their brains. Fortunately, it seems that I was not teleported too far this time. Feeling the rustling vibration under his feet, it should be the residual power left after the nuclear bomb explosion that has affected here. Lin Bin breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, the battle with Doctor Strange was just like Thanos fighting Wanda, and he was somewhat restrained. Fortunately, the battle is over now. The possibility of surviving such a violent explosion is very small. Otherwise, why did the Americans always think of dropping nuclear bombs when they were indecisive in the movies of the previous life? To put it bluntly, it was too fucking over. It's a pity that Black Panther's vibranium armor was too tightly wrapped by Doctor Strange, and he had no time to take it off. Otherwise, he could wear it himself, or sell it for money, and he could make a small fortune. Lin Bin muttered. Take out the positioning camera, and locate Selina's position. Then, Lin Bin flew towards the location of the camera on his sword. Although he had just experienced a nuclear explosion, he still had to get the time gem back next. Chapter 263 Thanos. Linbin's luck was indeed not bad. Theoretically, the random teleportation scroll could teleport Linbin to any place in this world. But Linbin also had his own guesses. The secret realms were all centered around those lucky people, and the props should be the same. Although this so-called randomness was random, it must have appeared in places where the characters in the plot had appeared or stayed. Of course, there was only one thing, so there was no way to do more experiments. But this time, Linbin was really not teleported to a desolate place thousands of miles away. He was still in the free America. And the distance from Selena and the others was not far, only 600 or 700 kilometers. Flying with full power on the sword. This time, without Banner's drag, he directly turned on the optical camouflage cloak. Even if there were monsters like zombie eagles flying in the air along the way, that noticed something strange. But Linbin's speed was too fast, like a flash of lightning. They were completely unable to react. 3 hours later, Linbin had already landed at the entrance of a simple base. As he landed, the heavy titanium door opened with a bang. The sound of footsteps creaked. Banner's posture in driving the anti-Hulk armor became more and more proficient. He laughed and said, "I knew it, Bin, you will be fine." Selena also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she knew that with Linbin's ability, he must have a unique escape skill to let them go first. No one knows the magic of the reincarnation better than her. But when the aircraft was halfway through the flight, she felt the blazing explosion behind her. The huge impact was like an atomic bomb explosion. They were almost swept into the majestic air wave when they sat on the emergency ejection device. Linbin's safety made her worry. But after all, she was not the kind of naive lady who was overwhelmed by love, and she and Linbin had more of a friendship between comrades fighting side by side. The previous inability to help herself was actually more about finding more security and sense of existence in him. Now she is sure that he is safe. She just held Linbin's arm with joy. On the contrary, Atai shouted excitedly and pushed his big head into Linbin's chest and didn't want to retract it. After a brief joy, Banner asked, "What should we do now?" "Go back and recover the Infinity Stones." Linbin said. The nuclear bomb just exploded close to their faces. The chances of them surviving are not great. My task is to recover the time stone, but if there are other stones, I don't mind. Banner's eyes suddenly lit up and asked, "Can all the zombies be transformed back through the Infinity Gauntlet?" In theory, it's a bit difficult. After all, the current state of these zombies does not look like death, but more like being transformed into another species by the virus. The Infinity Stones are not omnipotent and should not be able to achieve this kind of transformation between species. Of course, if you can get all 6 stones, I don't mind letting you try. Linbin spread his hands and said, "But now Vision is missing. We don't know where he is now. Just getting all 6 stones is not a low difficulty." Banner smiled bitterly. He actually understood that the Infinity Stones were not omnipotent. This kind of transformation between species was not like death. It was just like turning a monkey into a horse, which completely violated the laws of the world. 1 or 2 people might be able to do it, but now the whole world has collapsed. If he wants to transform back with 6 stones, maybe he can. But there is no doubt that Banner does not have this ability. The only hope is the information left by Vision. But now because of Thanos, all the information has been destroyed. Linbin, let's go. It's more important to recover the stones first. This time, Banner doesn't need to be brought along. With the anti-Hulk armor, his speed is not much slower than Linbin. Linbin and Selena sat on Atai's back. They flew towards the base that had been completely destroyed before. It took only a few hours to reach the location, which was hundreds of miles away. At this time, the base had almost completely changed its appearance compared to before the explosion. The towering fortress building had been completely moved into a huge deep pit, and even the soil had been completely desertified. If you stepped on it, your ankles would be buried directly. Most of the millions of zombies on the periphery had disappeared. Obviously, facing the destructive power of the nuclear bomb, it is a luxury for the zombies to survive, let alone keep their bodies intact. There are also many zombies who, due to luck, have successfully left some debris. But these debris are not as good as disappearing completely. These corpses have turned into black objects like dead wood, maintaining the posture of fleeing outward, looking like performance artists. Terrible technological weapons. Banner sighed deeply and said, humanity is destroying itself. 3 people and 1 alien continued to go deeper. The deeper they went, the stronger the zombies inside were. It was unknown what materials the bodies of those alien creatures were made of. Although they could not escape the explosion of the nuclear bomb, most of their bodies were preserved. Although they were preserved in the form of deadwood sculptures, the horrified look on their faces proved that, even if they became zombies, they could not help but feel fear in the face of this destructive power. Let's look for it. The gem should be in Thanos' hands. With his strength, he shouldn't have died so miserably. Understood. Several people dispersed and acted separately. These corpses piled up into mountains, stacked on top of each other. It was not easy to find Thanos' trace among them. Fortunately, the corpses on the periphery were plasmatized so much that sometimes a light touch would make their corpses disappear directly. Not long after, I found Thanos. Banner shouted in surprise. In one of the piles of corpses, a half arm that was much thicker than a normal corpse was exposed, and the whole body was charred. And in the front half of the completely charred arm, there was still a golden glove. Several gems of different shapes on the gloves were emitting unique colors. Infinity gems. A mere nuclear bomb explosion naturally could not hurt the infinity gems at all. Banner laughed a few times and reached out to take the gem off. But the next moment, Lin Bin's face suddenly changed slightly. If he was dead after being hit by a nuclear bomb at such a close distance, his body should be like other zombies, just maintaining the shape of a zombie. In fact, the whole body has already been fibrotic. If that's the case, the withered arm can't support such a huge volume of the Infinity Gauntlet. He shouted, "Banner, stay away." As soon as the voice fell, Banner had already grasped the Infinity Gauntlet. He asked in confusion, "What?" In astonishment, the Infinity Gauntlet that remained motionless suddenly moved, holding the arm of the Hulkbuster armor with its backhand, and dragged him into the pile of zombies with Banner's terrified screams. There was a loud bang. Suddenly, smoke and dust spread everywhere, and all the zombies were vaporized under the impact of the Hulkbuster armor. Only a burly figure was left, which was not thin at all compared to the Hulkbuster armor. Thanos. Obviously, human nuclear bombs are not enough to kill him. Or did he survive with the power of the Infinity Stones? But he survived after all, even though his body was covered with black shard flesh, and there was no trace of the previous purple. Thanos. Banner was terrified. Hulk was traumatized by Thanos, let alone Banner. Even riding in the anti-Hulk armor did not give him a sense of security. He instinctively raised his hand cannon and wanted to hit Thanos in the face. But although Thanos was seriously injured, his movements were not slow at all. He covered Banner's cannon muzzle with his infinite gauntlet, and with a puff, he blocked the gathered energy at the muzzle. With a muffled sound, the arm of the anti-Hulk armor had been directly disintegrated. Then a heavy punch hit the anti-Hulk armor. Amid Banner's terrified screams, he was blasted out like a meteor. Roar. Thanos roared angrily at Lin Bin. The majestic airwaves spread in all directions, like a gust of wind, sweeping up the gravel on the ground, forming amazing tornadoes. Zombies don't have much IQ, but that doesn't mean they don't have it. It just saw it clearly. All his subordinates were destroyed by the hands of this tiny human in front of him. He raised his hand. The Infinity Gauntlet began to emit light. Lin Bin's pupils shrank slightly. He jumped up in a hurry, holding up the Twin Dragon Demon Shadow Sword in his hand. Although the Zuanian sword is a male-level weapon, it is more for suppressing demonic energy. Although its own material is excellent, it may not be able to withstand the destruction of the Infinity Stones. In comparison, the Twin Dragon Demon Shadow Sword, the dazzling black light splashed out sword energy and approached Thanos. The 8 swords of Viking followed, turned into streams of light, each in an arc shape, attacking Thanos' vital points from different angles. The Xiangang Beidao formation took shape instantly. He strangled Thanos inside. Thanos roared angrily, and the Infinity Gauntlet shone again. Using the Infinity Stones would cause serious damage to the body, so unless Thanos was facing a difficult situation, he would not easily use the stones. But now he has become a zombie, and lost his mind. How could he care about these things? He used the Power Stone as soon as he made a move, and the majestic power almost shattered the space. One force can defeat 10 skills. The Xiangang Beidao formation that had already taken shape was directly blasted apart, and the 8 swords of the King of Yu scattered in all directions. "Gather for me," Lin Bin roared. He jumped high, summoned the magic weapon back, and slashed at Thanos below. The double dragon demon shadow sword was slashing fiercely on the infinity gauntlet. With a loud bang, he used all his strength to strike the sword, but he couldn't feel any force, and his body seemed to be completely submerged in the water. He couldn't feel the power of the two people fighting, but felt empty and without any force. Lin Bin's heart sank as he saw Thanos' infinity gauntlet emitting a crystal glow. It was the power of the space stone, and Thanos still had experience in combat. Seeing Lin Bin's flaws, he punched Lin Bin in the chest. Lin Bin dodged quickly, and his figure suddenly turned into nothingness. Under the light and dust, he had already appeared behind Thanos. He slashed at Thanos with his backhand. But the next moment, Thanos had already appeared in the distance. "Is this the power of the time stone?" Exclamation mark. The power of the 5 infinity stones in this guy's hand, and he used them without restraint. Today's Thanos definitely has the power beyond the saint level, or even the national level. Lin Bin immediately changed his fighting style. From the previous desire for a quick battle, he changed to a grappling style. With his strength, it is almost impossible to defeat the current Thanos. But every use of the infinity stones requires a high price. As long as he can hold on and not be defeated, he can wait until Thanos kills himself. "Mr. Abin, I'll help you. Don't come over here. Thanos is no longer a manpower that can defeat him. I can wear him down." Every time Lin Bin said a word, he would almost use the light and dust to change his location, as if teleporting. From a distance, it seemed that there were dozens of Lin Bins at the same time, attacking Thanos' vital points from different angles. Abin, so powerful. The anti-Hulk armor crawled out of the zombie pile in a panic. Seeing that Lin Bin had transformed into dozens of incarnations and surrounded Thanos, he was stunned with shock. In fact, from the outside Lin Bin certainly had the upper hand. But this method was not a threat to ordinary Thanos at all. The speed of performing Kingan was too fast, and the time spent in a certain place was too short, so it was difficult to cause any effective damage. If it were the real Thanos, it would be easy to find the clues. As long as he remained unchanged in the face of all changes, victory was only a matter of time. But it was different for the zombie Thanos. He only knew that he wanted to kill the powerful enemy in front of him as soon as possible. Who would have thought that Lin Bin was wasting his strength? The light of the infinity stones kept flashing in various colors. The various stones switched just right under Thanos' fighting instinct, but unfortunately each attack could not accurately hit Lin Bin, making him roar in anger, but it did not have any effective effect. "Roar!" Atai shouted unwillingly, wanting to rush up to help Lin Bin kill Thanos. But now the momentum of the two people's confrontation made it impossible for anyone to intervene. "Don't go. The power of the infinity stones is too terrible, and now that he has become a zombie, he has no scruples. Thanos is now invincible." Banner soon discovered the clues and hurriedly stopped Atai. Selena clenched her fists unwillingly. She used to be proud of her power as a vampire, but now she finds that the power of the vampires is so weak. Even with the blessing of the original ancestor, it is still fragile. She asked, "Are we just going to watch? We may need to help Thanos deal with the zombies outside." Thanos is undoubtedly the king of zombies now. His roar will attract other zombies to come closer. Abin can still hold his ground now, but once a large number of zombies arrive and crowd this place, he will have no place to move around, and he will definitely lose. Banner said in shock, "What a powerful Thanos, and Abin too. Their power can actually tear cracks in the space." Space tear. Selena looked at it in surprise. Sure enough, Thanos and Lin Bin were still fighting fiercely at this time. Around the two, the space was fluctuating, and a huge golden crack slowly opened. At this time, Lin Bin and Thanos also noticed this abnormality. Lin Bin's pupils shrank slightly. He naturally didn't think that this was the momentum of his fight with Thanos. It's better to say that he had just fought with Doctor Strange for a long time, and he thought he had some understanding of his methods. This golden halo is clearly Doctor Strange's halo. Doctor Strange is still alive. His pupils shrank, and his mind was lost. Thanos had already forced him in front of him. Roar, roar, roar. Lin Bin roared, and he could not dodge in time. He was not panicked at all, and the 8 swords of Yukon kept spinning, slashing at Thanos' back from behind and in front. The 7 rings of blazing sky opened, and soft petals bloomed one after another. Although Thanos' power was strong, the petals of the 7 rings of blazing sky were broken one by one. But after breaking 4 petals, he was already exhausted. He roared, and the power stone glowed again, trying to completely kill Lin Bin after 7 petals. At this time, the 8 swords of Yukon had already approached, but they were also blocked by the space stone. But after the fierce battle until now, Thanos' power consumption has been extremely alarming, and the power of controlling the space stone is obviously not as good as before. The two sides are about to fight to the death. But the golden light suddenly released a powerful suction force, sucking the 2 people into it. Mr. Abin. Selena screamed and rushed towards the golden light circle without hesitation. Miss Selena, be careful. Banner screamed, but the golden light circle had amazing suction force, and even the anti-Hulk armor could not withstand it. He screamed and was sucked into it. At the same time, this broken world, all over the world, all the places where zombies are densely populated, all appeared this mysterious golden light circle. Almost most of the zombies were completely absorbed into the light circle. The world that was full of death before suddenly became dead and empty. It seemed that the human creature had completely disappeared from this world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. No, the timeline is completely messed up. Chapter 264 Plot. No, the timeline is completely messed up at the same time. In another world, the fierce battle has been going on for quite a long time. The infinite gems flashed, and every flash made the whole world tremble. This is the power of the 6 infinite gems gathered together, so powerful that it has even surpassed the level of the country, and can easily rewrite the world. Such a powerful power, even the world is trembling under its terrible might. The owner of the infinite gems is Vision. Or it is more appropriate to say that it is Ultron. After all, Vision's body was originally created by Ultron for himself, but it was taken away by someone in the middle. In this world, Vision was not born, and the superheroes could not stop Ultron. So, the most perfect Ultron was born. At this time, Ultron was wearing a black vibranium armor, and his chest and forehead were inlaid with infinite gems of different colors. The body created entirely by vibranium can perfectly offset the backlash caused by the use of infinite gems. It is also because of this that his power has been raised to an extremely amazing level. Even though his opponents are different superheroes from different universes. But in fact, no one dares to confront him head on. They just harass and sneak attack him from the side, never confront him head on. Obviously, if it comes to absolute strength, even if these superheroes from different universes join forces, they can never be his opponent. In fact, the reason why they can still compete with Ultron is entirely because of carelessness at the beginning. Ultron was directly taken away from one of the 6 gems. There are only 5 infinite gems left. Although the power is still strong, it is like there are only 6 people in the Xiangang Beetle formation. It always lacks a little taste. This is also the reason why they can barely hold on. But even so, the superheroes are completely suppressed. It's just like a round-robin battle that never stops, using fancy coordination to attack Ultron, and once hit, never stop. Just because once it becomes a head-on confrontation with their strength, it may be quite remarkable to support a few breaths, although it can cause considerable damage to Ultron from time to time. But this so-called damage, not to mention how much damage it can cause to Ultron, who has a vibranium body, he also has the time stone on him, which can restore his own injuries to their original state. If we keep fighting like this, even if we die of exhaustion, Ultron will not die. And one of the middle-aged men with medium height and shortness of breath was Gu Yun, whom Lin Bin had been looking for before. It was obviously very difficult for him to face Ultron, who was even more powerful than the country, with his saint-level power. but he was protected by golden runes floating around him, which came from the blessing of the most supreme book of Vishanti on the magic side, and he also had a lot of powerful and magical props on him. Therefore, he was not only able to fight Ultron, but also played a leading role in this battle. After all, no matter how strong Ultron was, once he was in close combat with a master of ancient martial arts, even if Ultron was proficient in all the fighting techniques in the world, he would still suffer a lot because of the martial arts from different worlds. Because of this, his opinion was particularly important. He shouted loudly, "This won't work. We need help to delay Ultron. Otherwise, even if we take the Soul Stone from him, we won't have a chance to destroy it." That's right, I have a way. The many superheroes confronting Ultron are all from the Marvel plane, but they are obviously from different parallel time and space. Thor Tony, Star-Lord T'Challa, Captain America Carter, and Gamora holding the Tyrant Butcher knife. And as the absolute main force, the Doctor Strange in this world is completely different from the Doctor Strange in the orthodox Marvel plane. His eyes are dark blue, his eyes are evil, and his whole body exudes an ominous and surging demonic energy. He looks even more evil and terrifying than the three-eyed Doctor Strange who read the Dark Book. I know what you mean. I'm coming. He raised his hand and had already drawn the iconic teleportation aperture. A huge aperture appeared above Ultron's head. The next moment, like dumplings, countless zombies fell directly from the sky, smashing on Ultron's body with a crackling sound, burying him alive at the bottom. The mountain of corpses piled higher and higher, until everyone was at the foot of the mountain. Looking up, they felt like they were looking up at the majestic and spectacular Mount Tae. Guyun was stunned. He looked at the corpses pressed in the deepest part and saw him, a living person, trying desperately to crawl over here, but he couldn't break free from his companions. Even if he was knowledgeable, he had never seen such a spectacular scene where all the zombies in the world were thrown down at once. And these zombies were clearly. Guyun's original intention was to say that we need someone to sacrifice himself to hold back Ultron's steps so that others can retreat safely. But who knew that the other party raised his hand and directly attracted a large number of helpers. Noticed Guyun's dull eyes. Doctor Strange explained, "These zombies come from another world that is about to be destroyed. All the humans here have been transformed into zombie-like creatures. Anyway, they are no longer human, so it's just right to use them as waste." He turned around and drew another teleportation aperture and shouted, "While these zombies are temporarily delaying Ultron's steps, let's go." Before everyone had time to escape through the aperture, in the zombie group, a very fierce explosion suddenly broke out. Gamora was stunned and stared at the zombie group. For a moment, she seemed a little dazed. I saw the zombies falling. A huge and strong giant, more than 3 meters tall, broke out of the zombie group and roared angrily. The infinite gauntlet in his hand emitted the aura of the infinite gems and directly blasted away all the zombies that hit him. Then he looked around, as if looking for something. Help, 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 help. In the zombie group, a red metal armor rolled down from the top of the mountain. It rolled directly to the feet of everyone and stopped. What the hell is this place? Who are you? Banner shook his head and raised his head while manipulating the anti-Hulk armor. He looked at Carter in Captain America's uniform and Doctor Strange with an evil look on his face and said in shock, "Aren't you dead? And you are the captain? When did you go for surgery? You are Hulk." Others didn't know him, but although Doctor Strange was in charge of magic testing, he was obviously very familiar with this existence that often made trouble on the scientific side. He was shocked and said, "How did you appear here? You are still alive. Wait, what is that thing?" Too shocked, Doctor Strange didn't even care to maintain the aperture. Captain Carter, who was about to enter, was lucky to be slow for a moment, otherwise he would have been directly pinched in two. No wonder Doctor Strange was shocked. He was really too familiar with the person above his head. It was Thanos who had destroyed half of the creatures in the universe. Although he has been infected and turned into a zombie, he still has 5 Infinity Stones, which is the same level as the current Ultron. "Doctor, I praised you for being steady before." Carter showed a speechless look on his face and lamented, "But now you have done this to me. Do you think one Ultron is not exciting enough, and you want to have another Thanos to fight with you?" Thor also came over and asked curiously, what should we do now? Why don't we let them fight each other? Let's quickly destroy the Soul Stone. Does it make sense? Gamora let out a complicated sigh and said, you also called Thanos here, which means that Ultron now has 5 gems and Thanos has 5 gems. If the two of them fight and no one stops them, the winner will have 10 Infinity Stones. We took 1 Soul Stone from Ultron, but gave him another 5. Who knows if he will become stronger or weaker? Chala said speechlessly, the Infinity Stones are everywhere. Wait, that's my brother. Guyuan's eyes suddenly lit up and looked into the distance. There, although a large number of zombies fell down, one of them used those zombies as leverage points and rushed out quickly, then caught a white-skinned beauty in black clothes, and the two took advantage of the situation to sit on a black monster. They quickly fled from the place where the zombies fell and rushed over here. Isn't it Lin Bin? When Thanos saw Lin Bin and found the object who had entangled and tortured him before, he roared angrily and rushed towards Lin Bin. But he was just halfway. Under the zombie mountain, the gaps began to be filled with light, which became stronger and stronger, as if the sun with boundless power was rising slowly, and no one could stop its rising speed. Until, boom. There was a loud noise. Countless zombies were blown away, and a large number of them smashed into Thanos' body with crackling, burying him again. You really pissed me off. Ultron clenched his fist and said angrily, I can easily destroy the whole world. Can't I kill you little reptiles? Before he finished speaking, he was grabbed by the back of his collar and slammed into the ground. There was a loud bang. It was because Ultron was a robot that didn't need to breathe. Otherwise this blow would have completely made him gasp. Raw. Although he had become a zombie, Thanos' dignity as the overlord of the universe still existed, especially now that he had the identity of the king of zombies. Before he had time to find trouble with Lin Bin, he didn't expect that someone would come to provoke him again. How could Thanos be polite? He held down Ultron and his heavy fists fell like rain. No matter how hard Ultron struggled, he couldn't break free from his restraints and was beaten miserably for a while. Being delayed by someone, Lin Bin was able to fly back to the crowd. Seeing Guyuan, he sighed, Brother Gu, you really made me look for you so hard. Brother, I just came out of the secret realm and found out something. It turns out that this secret realm is a trap specially arranged by the kingdom of God to deal with you. They have already set up a trap in this secret realm, waiting for you to fall into the trap. Lin Bin said with a worried look. After I learned the news, I immediately entered this secret realm without hesitation, but I couldn't find any news about you, Brother Gu. Alas. Now that I see you are safe, I'm relieved. Brother. Guyuan's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. Entering this secret realm, he saw zombies everywhere, and there was no clue related to the god of war. He immediately realized that he had fallen into the enemy's trap in his impatience. But after entering the secret realm, he could only try his best to pass it. Later, he was invited by the space-time observer to help him destroy Ultron and protect the safety of the multiverse. At that time, the secret world was full of murderous intentions. In order to avoid disaster, he naturally agreed directly. But he didn't expect that his good brother would go in to find him for his safety. Good brother. Guyuan patted Lin Bin's shoulder fiercely, full of emotion. He was willing to go to a dangerous place for him. This favor, he will never repay it in his life. While talking, a violent roar exploded in the distance. Ultron finally broke free from Thanos' restraints and fought fiercely with him. Both are holders of 5 infinite gems, and the missing ones are all mind gems. If compared with strength and combat ability, there is no doubt that Thanos is far superior to Ultron. But Ultron's body is made of vibranium, and his defense is far superior to Thanos. In addition, when he uses the infinite gems, he is completely immune to any backlash. A fierce battle between the two sides. You use the power stone to destroy my body, I use the time stone to recover, and then use the space stone to split you in half. The two sides relied on exactly the same thing. One had the most sophisticated brain calculations, and the other had the most instinctive combat IQ that had completely abandoned wisdom. The battle was evenly matched. The fight was extremely tragic. After a short family recognition meeting, Banner also came over. As the top scientist, He naturally knew about the parallel universe, but this was just a scientific inference. He didn't expect it to really exist. It's just that this world is even worse than his world. And he felt that the people here were so strange. Although there were familiar people, such as Thor, this frivolous guy seemed to be completely different from the reckless and tiger-like Thor in his memory. But at least he was a living person. It felt too familiar. What should I do next? Captain America Carter asked a question that gave her a headache. Should we let them fight each other to decide the winner first, and then take advantage of the situation? Or should we help one of them? It feels like it's not appropriate to help either Thanos or Ultron. Well, everyone fell into silence. Indeed, they just wanted to get some help, but they didn't expect to get a big villain. Fortunately, Thanos and Ultron don't get along, and they are fighting fiercely now. Otherwise, once these two people join forces, they can directly consider how to die heroically. Lin quickly figured out the situation. In the plot of the Avengers failed to successfully prevent Ultron from obtaining a vibranium body. As a result, Vision no longer exists, and Ultron has become extremely powerful. He wiped out all the Avengers and killed Thanos by sneak attack, obtaining all the gems on him. The 6 Infinity Gems gathered together, allowing him to surpass the limits of the world, and even the parallel universes were seen clearly by him. He no longer wants to clear the entire Earth, but wants to completely destroy all humans in the multiverse. Only in this way can we achieve true peace. In a nutshell, this man is like Thanos, a villain with ideals and determination. But his ideals come at the expense of everyone. What's more terrifying is that he noticed the existence of the observers in the distant universe. Therefore, the observers who noticed the threat pulled a large number of superheroes from various universes, hoping to borrow their power to stop Ultron. Listening to the explanation, looking at these messy superheroes present, Lin suddenly understood why Gu Yuan was summoned. It seems that the observer is determined not to disturb the peace of the main universe, so he pulled in some different superheroes born in parallel universes, because of different branches. These people are all outside the main line. While Gu Yuan has powerful power, he has no relationship with the main universe at all. Naturally, he is also among his recruits. And Gu Yuan also confirmed Lin Bin's guess, saying that the observer followed Ultron to the already broken universe, and then found him, and invited him to help him fight. To put it bluntly, even if these people fail, it will have no impact on the plot. No, they are called timeline. In this world, foresight is not just Lin Bin's specialty. It's better to say that there are too many people who know the plot, and there are even a group of special people responsible for maintaining the plot and preventing the plot from being chaotic. Even if these people fail, it will not have any impact on the timeline. Anyway, as long as I can get out of this world, I don't care. It's better to say that I have a group of reliable teammates. My safety level is much higher than before. Before, Ultron wanted to cut my meat and feed the zombies. Speaking of this, Gu Yuan's face was full of lingering fear. His strength is not weak, but facing the Vision, the incarnation of the Mind Stone, it is obvious that he is still powerless. Chapter 265, Ultron. After a brief discussion, everyone quickly made up their minds. It was not a safe move to sit back and reap the benefits of the fisherman, because once one of the parties won, he would directly get Thanos 5 Infinity Stones. His strength would inevitably be greatly enhanced. Especially Ultron. He was basically a robot. It was a joke to want to weaken his strength by fighting with him. Ultron was a man who could really last a whole day without fatigue. So helping Thanos was the most correct decision. After all, Thanos no longer had the rationality of a human being, and he was undoubtedly easier to deal with than Ultron. To put it bluntly, now even if Thanos got 6 Infinity Stones, he probably wouldn't know how to operate to destroy half of the universe. Hearing everyone come to this conclusion, among the many superheroes, Gamora suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was the murderer who destroyed her planet, he really treated her as his daughter after all. Similarly, Gamora had some feelings of admiration for this man with lofty ideals, just like a daughter for her father. Seeing his miserable state, she could not hide her heartache, but she could not bear to attack him. Even if she wanted him to have true peace, at least she should help him defeat the powerful enemy in front of him. After making up their minds, everyone stopped hesitating. Doctor Strange took the lead, with blazing magic flames in his eyes. From under his cloak, countless tentacles wriggling like venomous snakes extended forward, growing longer and thicker as they rolled, and the speed was even faster than the 8 swords flying together. Even Ultron could not react in time, and was completely trapped in it. Even if he used the power of the Infinity Stones, he could not break free from Doctor Strange's magic. This is the most direct power confrontation. Facing Ultron, who has 5 Infinity Stones, Doctor Strange is not at a disadvantage. During the fight, the huge magic power that was emanating from the outside made Lin Bin secretly shocked. If the Doctor Strange who had fought him before had such powerful magic, he would not have won so easily, and he might have been more likely to lose. Sure enough, the dark side is 3 times stronger, and the white side is 7 times weaker. The ancients were not wrong. He glanced at Doctor Strange, and then looked at Thanos and Ultron. Great. The mission target, the Time Stone, now appeared in the same world at the same time. But none of these 3 guys are easy to deal with. He was not polite. With a low whistle, the 8 swords of Yuking turned into 9 streams of light, piercing Ultron's vitals from different angles. But Thanos knocked most of them away with the Infinity Stones. Fuck. This time, even Lin Bin couldn't help but curse. Can't you see that I'm helping you? He could only try to avoid Thanos. At the same time, others were not idle either. Gamora held the big knife left by Thanos and slashed at Ultron in front. Thor roared, and the thunder gathered on his hammer, and then hit Ultron directly. Ultron was fine. On the contrary, Doctor Strange, who used his body to transform into tentacles to strangle Ultron, couldn't help but shudder, and then stared at Thor angrily. Ahahaha, sorry, I didn't mean it. Thor waved his hands embarrassedly. Gu-Yun, Carter and other close combat masters also rushed up at the same time, each using their own methods, especially Gu-Yun. Although he practiced the eternal life secret, his main martial arts was the divine skill of killing the cow across the mountain. He punched the tentacles with all his strength. Not only did the tentacles not hurt, but they were very comfortable. But Ultron, who was trapped inside, screamed in pain. I don't know why a robot should set up pain for itself, but Gu-Yun did cause him harm. Selena shouted in a low voice, Atai, let's fly up. Atai waved his huge bat wings and flew towards Ultron in front. She took out the 2 rapid fire pistols in her hand. Fierce flames burst out and shot towards Ultron, perfectly avoiding all possible companions who might be injured by mistake, and all the bullets hit Ultron. While approaching Ultron, she jumped up and flipped over his head. The pistol was still shooting along the way, and the key shots were shot fiercely on the soul gem on his forehead. Good shooting, Carter exclaimed. Others also took action. I'll do it too. Although Banner could not transform into the Hulk, he was driving the anti-Hulk armor at this time, and his combat power was not necessarily weaker than the real Hulk. And the suit of armor itself was made by Banner to help Tony Stark. After just a few days of familiarity, he can now barely control it. Under his control, the anti-Hulk armor rushed towards Ultron. Raw. Everyone joined forces to strangle Ultron. Even with 5 infinite gems, Ultron's power was obviously still difficult to compete with everyone. Ultron was struggling, but Thanos was suddenly robbed of his enemy. He roared angrily. He couldn't help but want to attack everyone, especially Lin Bin, who had hurt him badly before, and was his most direct target. Father! Gamora shouted. Thanos, who was in a state of anger and roaring the whole time, heard this father, and the attack that was ready to go suddenly stopped. He looked up and looked at Gamora. The chaotic eyes filled with endless greed and desire suddenly showed a trace of sadness. It seemed that she recognized the daughter who had been sacrificed by him. Seeing the other party's attitude, Gamora couldn't help but feel sad, and said softly, we are here to help you, and that Ultron is your enemy. Thanos took a few heavy breaths. Sure enough, he no longer obsessed with Lin Bin, but used the Infinity Gauntlet to hit Ultron fiercely. Damn. Ultron was severely injured, and even the body made of vibranium could hardly withstand Thanos' heavy blow. Just a few punches, and a dent was made on his forehead. He roared angrily, and a green light flashed on his chest. He wanted to use the Time Stone to restore himself to a perfect state. But at this moment, Doctor Strange and Thanos also lit up green light. The two had used the time stone to offset the power of Ultron's time stone at the same time. At this time, before Lin Bean and others arrived, their idea was to take away Ultron's gems and then crush the Infinity Stones through the Infinity Stone Crusher. By then, no matter how strong Ultron was, as long as he couldn't collect all 6 Infinity Stones, he would no longer be omnipotent. But now there is a new force like Thanos. Their ideas are naturally different from before. Just destroy the gems? Why not just kill Ultron? Then you can directly take the gems from him. Kill. Lin Bean infused the immortal true key, and the double dragon magic shadow sword in his hand directly penetrated the gap of the previously missing mind stone, and pierced Ultron's chest with one sword. The Hulkbuster armor held Ultron's body tightly. Ultron was obviously unable to resist the power that even the Hulk could not easily break free of. Gamora slashed him on the shoulder. Vibranium could not resist the sharpness of the Tyrant Butcher knife, and his body was almost cut in half. Die, die, die. Thor shouted excitedly, hammering at Ultron one hammer after another, but he could not cause any damage. He rolled his eyes and shouted, "New brother, lend me your sword." As he said that, he hammered hard at the hilt of the Twin Dragon Shadow Sword. This blow even made Lin Bean's right hand holding the sword numb. But with the help of Thor's hammer, the Twin Dragon Shadow Sword suddenly penetrated deep and penetrated Ultron's chest. Perhaps because it pierced through the vacant part of the Mind Stone, it caused the 5 gems in his body to recoil. Ultron screamed in pain. Almost the whole person exploded violently. Vibranium, the most valuable metal on Earth, was completely smashed to pieces by everyone. At the same time as Ultron died, he couldn't help but let out a low exclamation. He didn't expect that the robot made of vibranium would actually have its own soul. There is no doubt that although Thanos, Gamora and others have caused fatal damage to Ultron, the real fatal blow was the sword that Lin Bean borrowed from the power of Thor. Just now, he clearly noticed that the Bible of the Dead on his body had a slight fever. Obviously, Ultron has become one of his tools. Finally dead. Thor said dissatisfiedly, I hate enemies who can resist my hammer. Hey, that curly hair, why are you looking at me with such a weird look? No, nothing. Banner looked away with some embarrassment. After all, in his world, Thor may have encountered an accident, and his survival is inseparable from Thor. Just looking at this Thor who was a little too happy, he always felt a sense of unreality, and they relaxed. The others were still on guard. Thanos had done a great job to kill Ultron, but now facing Thanos, the sense of oppression was not much less than that of Ultron, not to mention that there were still many zombies below. At this time, Gamora was the first to step out of the crowd. She walked towards Thanos. With an unconcealable look of sadness on her face, she said softly, Father, thank you. Thanos, who was staring at everyone with a wary face, heard the word father, and his tense body slowly relaxed. He looked at the green-skinned woman who was only as tall as his waist with some confusion. It seemed that he was looking at a little girl who was crying with her head down. He instinctively wanted to raise his hand to touch her head, but everyone heard a puff at the same time. The Tyrant Butcher knife had directly cut off Thanos' head. I'm sorry, but I would rather lose you forever than let you be like this. Gamora reached out to take Thanos' head and carefully held it in his arms. I'm sorry. Even a zombie would have a hard time surviving after having its head chopped off. Thanos only managed to whisper a few words before he completely lost his breath of life. It was neither a zombie nor a living person. It was just a corpse standing there. Gamora cried out in grief. She had actually lost her father a long time ago, but for some reason, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache when she heard his apology. He could have avoided her sneak attack or twisted her head off after being seriously injured by her, but he just apologized. So easy? Thor muttered in a very unpleasant way. I thought this Thanos would be difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect it to be killed so easily. Did we succeed? Can we have a celebration party next? Lin Bean stood up and walked towards Thanos' body, but before he had taken a few steps, several tentacles came towards him and entangled him. Lin Bean's pupils shrank slightly, and he raised his hand, and the 7-layered ring petals of the blazing sky cover bloomed, directly resisting the surprise attack from Doctor Strange, and his figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he had already appeared beside Thanos' body and directly took off the Infinity Gauntlet on his wrist. "What are you doing?" Gamora angrily raised the Tyrant Butcher knife and pointed it at Linbin. But the next moment, Selena's pistol was already against her forehead, saying, "Sorry, Miss Gamora, we have no ill intentions, but we just want to take back what we originally wanted." Your hand is faster than mine?" Chala's brother Eric couldn't help but mutter, but at this time the momentum between the two sides was tense. Doctor Strange said coldly, "Are you here for the Infinity Stones too?" Carter said angrily, "Another ambitious person?" "Doctor, stop. Didn't I say that? All of us have a mission." Gu Yuan also stood on Linbin's side without hesitation and shouted at Doctor Strange. "To be precise, my mission is the Time Stone." Linbin sighed, "And it has to be this Time Stone, because the Time Stone in your hands has nothing to do with me. If it weren't for your summons, I should have defeated Thanos and taken the stone. Although there was an unexpected summons from you, I finally accomplished my goal. Isn't it normal to take back the Time Stone?" Doctor Strange said coldly, "Sorry, I can't let the Infinity Stones fall into the hands of ambitious people." Linbin said speechlessly, "You are really nosy. You even care about the affairs of another world." But in fact, Doctor Strange in another world took the initiative to hand over the Time Stone to Thanos, and he became Thanos' minion. "Wait a minute." Banner suddenly stood up. He said loudly, "Did you make a mistake? These Infinity Stones belong to our world, and as the only survivor of our world, the ownership of these stones should belong to me." As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. This statement really makes sense. For a moment, everyone was silent. Doctor Strange asked, "Then your Infinity Stones were taken away by this stranger from another world, Bruce Banner. What are you going to do?" Banner looked at Linbin. He sighed, "Mr. Abin, if it weren't for you, I might be dead now. Your goal is a Time Stone. I have no reason not to help you. But before that, I hope you can give me the stone first and let me do something." Linbin asked, "You want? Since we can't revive them, we can only let them be free." Banner sighed, slowly got out of the anti-Hulk armor, and asked, "Give me the stones first, and when I use them up, I can give you all the stones. How about it?" Bruce Banner, "I'm the master of my own world, or do you think that destroying your own world doesn't count, and you also want to interfere with other people's worlds? Forget it, give it to you." Linbin sighed, and threw the Infinity Gauntlet directly to Banner. He took the glove. He murmured, Hulk, you'd better listen to me. You understand what I mean, right? Our world is gone. The Earth is destroyed. No matter how much you object, it is still our home. But now our home is gone. Natasha is dead, and even her body cannot rest in peace. Do you understand? Do you understand?" As he spoke, his body gradually glowed green. Hulk really understood. Banner gradually expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then, he turned into the form of the Hulk. He stretched out his hand and put on the Infinity Gauntlet. The scorching light spread to his body, almost parasitizing him completely. Hulk, or Banner, screamed in pain. It took several minutes for him to slowly calm down and completely merge with the Infinity Stones. He looked at Doctor Strange and said, "Okay, you can call out Vision now. I still need the assistance of his Mind Stone." Doctor Strange was stunned for a moment and asked, "Vision? What do you mean?" Banner said, "What do you mean? Isn't Vision with you?" "No, Vision is not within our summoning range, and he has not been with us." As soon as these words came out, Banner was shocked, confused. "Then where is Vision?" It happened at this time. It's so painful. My whole body is soft. I can't even type well, and my little finger has no strength at all. Just like a prosthesis. Oh. Chapter 266 Big Surprise. It was not until then that Linbin and Banner realized that something was wrong. Gu Yuan mysteriously disappeared. As a result, he was temporarily pulled in as a soldier. Of course, this was not unexpected. In fact, what the Observer did was no different from the reincarnation space, pulling people from another world to another world to fight. This is why Gu Yuan was able to accept it so quickly and integrate into the team. He was familiar with teaming up with strange comrades and fighting against enemies in another world. But Vision disappeared with him. Vision did not appear here, so where is he now? At this moment, A sinister voice sounded, and he laughed in a low voice. "Let me tell you where he is." The voice fell. A shadow passed everyone's attention and came quietly behind Banner. "Be careful." Lin Bin's spiritual sense was the most sensitive. He noticed the abnormality at the first time and slashed behind Banner without hesitation. But the man's movements were silent and ghostly. The sword clearly hit the opponent's body, but strangely missed. One arm had already pierced Banner's chest. The other hand lightly took the infinity gauntlet from Banner's hand and put it on his own hand. The man's skin was red, and a mind gem on his forehead was shining with yellow light. It was vision. But his red eyes revealed his true identity. "Ultron. Thank you very much. Although you took away my infinity gems, now, haven't I got the other 6 infinity gems back? Although I changed a body, but this body is no different from mine." Ultron, who should have been dead, used a blow to seriously injure Banner. He slowly rose into the sky. The 6 infinity gems revolved around him, and his body began to disintegrate. Then, a heavy armor that was exactly the same as before took shape and covered him again. 5 infinity gems entered his body. He laughed and said, "The backup plan I prepared for myself on a whim before actually played a key role. I finally understood what the Orientals meant by prepare for a rainy day. I captured vision, only to keep my body as a backup, but I didn't expect that it would become my strongest tool to turn defeat into victory. Oh no. He got 6 more infinity stones." Doctor Strange's face was full of solemnity. Although they were infinity stones from another world, what he was using now was also a body from another world. In a sense, they almost exhausted all their trump cards and mental calculations, but the result was just to bring everything back to the starting point. Puff. Banner spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked around with a dull expression, and his pupils showed signs of being somewhat scattered. Lin Bin rushed forward and infused his body with the immortal essence, forcibly hanging his life with the essence, filled with endless vitality. He shouted to Doctor Strange, "Use the time stone." Strange came back to his senses, as if he had just woken up from a dream. With both hands controlling the time stone, a ball of green light enveloped Banner's body, and the gradually worsening injuries gradually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not the recovery of injuries, but the body was directly forced to recover to the state before the injury. Local time changes were a simple matter for Doctor Strange, who had almost evolved to the maximum level. What's the point of saving him now? Ultron regained the 6 infinity stones and restored himself to the peak state. His attitude became calm again. Playful, anyway, even if you save him, you will still die soon and become the pile of bones in the process of my ruling the multiverse. It's just a waste of effort. This is no longer the level that can be achieved by the state level. Gu Yuan's face was extremely solemn, and he whispered in shock, "No, he has surpassed the state level just now. Now, the highest level? It feels like we have no chance of winning at all." He glanced at Doctor Strange. During the battle just now, Doctor Strange used the Book of Vishanti to put a layer of armor on each of them. Now this layer of armor has been consumed, and judging from Doctor Strange's current state, it is obvious that he has no ability to put on a second layer. Now they are about to face Ultron directly. "Don't worry, it won't hurt. I will give you a peaceful death." Ultron raised his hands arrogantly, and the 6 infinity stones on his body began to shine with different colors at the same time. Obviously, he has begun to use the 6 infinity stones, and this power is enough to easily wipe out all the creatures in this universe. Just as Gu Yuan said, this is no longer a level that can be achieved by the state level, and even the highest level reincarnations may not be able to resist such a powerful force. But at the critical moment, a sudden change occurred. Among the rolling zombies below, a scarlet figure rushed out frantically. Even though her eyes were red, she could no longer see the emotions of a human being, and her body was incomplete. If she were a normal person, she would have died in this state, but she was still full of energy. But just by listening to her angry roar, it can be clearly shown that she must be in a very angry state at this time. And the reason for her anger is Ultron. As she raised her arms, the red magic torrent surged towards Ultron. What the hell? Ultron screamed and waved his hand to block the Scarlet Wanda magic. But even if he now has 6 infinite gems, he is still suddenly restrained and stiffened when facing the sneak attack of chaos magic. Wanda? Shit. Linbin couldn't help but scream. His nuclear bomb. Is it so shameless? In the end, it was just used to clear a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers. Thanos and Wanda, who were wanted to be killed, were not killed. But it is a good thing that Wanda is not dead. Linbin shouted, Wanda, it was he who killed your husband. Your husband died so tragically. I don't know if Wanda understood it or not. Anyway, her anger was visibly rising. It seemed that she saw the true state of Ultron now. She increased her final effort, and even her incomplete body showed signs of dissolving under the pressure of chaos magic. Now, take action. Doctor Strange roared, and wrapped his hands with magic golden ropes, entwining Ultron. Others also used their own methods. Those with long-range attack capabilities directly launched attacks, and those without long-range attack capabilities quickly rushed towards Ultron, wanting to take advantage of this god-given opportunity to take down the enemy in one fell swoop. You reptiles, you are so annoying. Ultron shouted angrily, and raised his hand. The invisible pressure directly suppressed everyone. He was able to suppress Doctor Strange and others, while facing chaos magic. Obviously, the power of the 6 Infinity Stones has given him the strength to surpass the entire universe. What should I do? Banner leaned weakly on Linbin's arm. His injury was not as serious as he had imagined. He was in the state of transforming into the Hulk. The fatal injury to Banner was just a slightly heavier attack to the Hulk. With the blessing of time magic, he had recovered to his best condition at this time. But even so, looking at the infinite pressure of Ultron in the sky, despair flashed in his eyes. This kind of enemy, even if he transformed into the Hulk, it would be useless. The enemy's power was too strong. If Thanos, who had once made him feel a shadow, came, he would probably kneel down with one move. He really had no choice. As soon as the voice fell, Linbin was surprised and said, "What is that?" Banner followed Linbin's line of sight and saw a figure riding a motorcycle rushing directly into the sky with the acceleration of the slope. And as she drew a bow in her hand and shot an arrow, the sharp arrow emitting green light shot directly, drew a graceful arc in the air, and hit Ultron's eyes. The moment he was hit by the arrow, Ultron began to wail in pain. A large amount of information flowed into his mind. Obviously, this arrow contained the strongest weapon against Ultron. The Hydra virus directly caused Ultron, an artificial intelligence, to crash. Natasha? Banner, who had just been full of despair, instantly became energetic. Seeing such a good opportunity, the others did not give up the opportunity. Doctor Strange roared, and countless tentacles surrounded Ultron. Ultron's body swelled, and tried to break free. Scarlet Witch did not give him that chance, and rushed up, hugging Ultron like an octopus. Then, the scarlet chaos magic exploded. With a loud bang, the world trembled. Smoke and dust flew, and even the zombies not too far away were fiercely blown away. Linbin's eyes lit up, and he let go of Banner, who was energetic after seeing the beauty, and rushed into the smoke and dust with his flying sword. A moment later, he rushed out again. Scarlet Witch had perished together with Ultron. At this moment, in his palm, the 6 Infinity Stones were not damaged at all by the self-explosion of chaos magic, but were still intact. In his other hand, he was still holding the Infinity Gauntlet. The new Black Widow pointed her weapon at Linbin cautiously. Everyone's faces became strange. It felt like they were back to the state just now. Linbin looked at Banner lying on the ground and asked, "Are you dead? Do you still want to complete your previous task? If you do, get up quickly, otherwise I will take this thing away. Think about it." Banner stood up hurriedly. "Banner?" Black Widow couldn't help, but screamed in shock. "Natasha, long time no see." Banner showed a complicated smile on his face, staggered towards Linbin, and said seriously, "Thank you very much. After all, it's your world's things. You are the master." Linbin took the initiative to hand over the Infinity Stones and Infinity Gauntlet to Banner. His action made other people less alert. He was willing to hand over the 6 Infinity Stones. This person should not be a bad person. Banner took the stones and sighed to Black Widow, "Natasha, I have a lot to say to you, but at least, I have to let everyone in my world, except me, rest in peace first. Except you." Black Widow, who had long been dead, and was the only one left in the world, looked at Banner with a sense of identity and sympathy. Banner put on the Infinity Gauntlet again. He inlaid the gems one by one. During this process, everyone just watched. The pain that had been experienced once was experienced again, and the ability to adapt was much stronger. Banner's body gradually expanded into the state of the Hulk. Die. Die. Since you can't live well, at least let you die quietly. Goodbye, Captain, Tony, Natasha, Barton. Goodbye. He murmured and raised the Infinity Gauntlet. He snapped his fingers very reluctantly. There was a light snap. But it was as if a landmine had exploded at close range, and the Hulk's arm was directly burned to ash. Hulk screamed in pain, retracted into Banner's form, and fell to the ground twitching weakly. Lin Bin rushed forward and healed him with the immortal essence again, then looked up at Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange waved his hand and said, "The damage caused by 6 infinite gems. Do you expect a time gem to heal it?" His attitude towards Lin Bin has improved a lot. And with a snap of fingers, there was no effect on everything at the scene, except for the zombie group in the distance. All the creatures that had been forcibly transformed into zombies turned into ashes one by one in front of everyone. Obviously, this snap of fingers has completely killed all the creatures in the world, except Banner. His world has completely become a dead place. This time, I'm really alone. Banner laughed bitterly at himself, trembling and struggling to take off the half-damaged Infinity Gauntlet, handed it to Lin Bin, and said weakly, "The world has been destroyed, and there is no use keeping the Infinity Stones. Abin, you came here for this thing, right? Then I'll give it to you." "Thank you, Banner. Aren't we friends? Why are you talking about this?" "Yes, we are friends." Lin Bin took the Infinity Stones. But unexpectedly, he didn't hear the system prompt. Obviously, he might need to return to his own world. He looked up at Doctor Strange, and before he could speak, Doctor Strange said, "The mission has been completed. Let's go back to the previous gathering place for a drink. Are the new guests coming too?" "The guest follows the host's wishes, and if we don't go with you, who will take us back?" Lin Bin glanced at Banner. Obviously, they can leave by patting their butts. But Selena, Atai, and Banner have to be settled. After all, Selena didn't have a reincarnation watch, and Atai was too big to be brought back to the real world. As Lin Bin nodded in agreement, several figures instantly appeared in a bar with elegant decoration. At this time, someone had been waiting inside for a long time. A bald man. Multiverse observer. "Thank you, you have solved a crisis in the multiverse." He sighed. "It's a pity that no one will remember your merits. You will return to your respective timelines and continue your battles and lives. No one except you will know about this." Thor waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, it can be regarded as a thrilling thrill." Carter also nodded gently and said, "It's good to be able to help others. I don't need others' gratitude or anything else." Others also said that they didn't care. The observer said, "Well, you should go back. Walk out of the door of the bar again, and you can go back to where you came from before." "Well, goodbye everyone." Ha 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 ha. "Goodbye. I look forward to fighting side by side next time." For most people, if they failed in this battle, it would be another matter, but if they won, it would really be just a novel experience. Therefore, they left without any nostalgia. Soon, only Gu Yun, Lin Bin, Selena, Banner and Black Widow were left in the huge bar. The observer said, "I will send you back to the past world." "Wait." Lin Bin said, "There is no living person in Banner's world anymore. What's the point of sending him back?" Black Widow smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, me too. The world you just fought in is my world. All humans have died in the hands of Ultron, and even Barton is dead. He will die soon, if he goes back, right?" Banner glanced at Black Widow and thought, why did he mention Barton specifically? Lin Bin asked, "There should be many multiverses. Can't you arrange a suitable universe for them to live in?" The observer thought for a moment and said, "Of course, I know a universe where Banner and Natasha have died in a conspiracy. I can let them enter that world and replace the identities of Hulk and Natasha." Banner and Black Widow were stunned for a moment, and their faces showed surprise and surprise. "Then can you squeeze 2 more people in?" Lin Bin patted Selena's shoulders, pointed to Tai who was studying the wine glasses displayed in the bar next to him. The observer said in a deep voice, "Outsiders, they are trouble and crisis. Wherever they go, they will drag you outsiders along. But in some ways it is also an opportunity. After all, since you are willing to use my eldest brother to help you deal with Ultron, it shows that you still trust his character. The entry of the reincarnations also represents the influx of a large amount of resources from different worlds. It depends on whether we can catch them. But with Atai and Selena, I believe the Avengers can defeat those reincarnations. Selena whispered, Mr. Abin. Don't worry, we will see each other again soon. Linbin held Selena's hand and comforted her softly. You are hundreds of years old. You can't bear the separation of a year or two, right? As he said, he quietly stuffed a USB flash drive into her hand. Selena took it and nodded seriously. Of course not. The observer asked, what about you, outsider? You just need to teleport me and my elder brother back to that destroyed world, and we will go back on our own. Okay, then you can leave the door of the bar. Linbin nodded and looked at Banner. He wanted to say goodbye, but found that he was looking at Black Widow stupidly. Well, he is also a person who values love over friendship. Bye. Maybe we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Linbin punched him, called back his attention, and said goodbye with a smile. Mr. Abin, thank you very much. Banner said sincerely. Goodbye. I hope to see you again. With a wave of his hand, Linbin and Gu Yuan stepped out of the door first. Then, when they appeared again, they were already in a deep pit. Then, the system prompt sounded in the ears of Linbin and Gu Yuan at the same time. Then, fuck. Linbin couldn't help but screamed in surprise. Chapter 267 New World Class Items. Great. After several lives and deaths, and traveling through several worlds, this mission is finally completed. After returning to this marvel plane, Gu Yuan immediately looked through the reincarnation table in his hand. Then he let out a long breath and sighed. I'm also an old man in the reincarnation space, but this kind of magical experience is really unprecedented. It is a great joy to be able to return safely. Now I have also completed the mission. It's great. HMM. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why do you have an expression like a frog whose belly is stepped on land? No, nothing. Linbin hurriedly closed his mouth. My mission is to stop Thanos from destroying half of the universe with a snap of his fingers. I thought I had no chance of completing the mission. After all, the enemy has directly changed from Thanos to the more powerful Ultron, but I didn't expect that Thanos would be brought here by you, brother. It can be regarded as a coincidence. Gu Yuan sighed. This time it's really thanks to you, brother, and you came to this world to save me. Alas, I owe you a huge favor this time. What's wrong, brother? You didn't complete your mission. What was the mission? Nothing. Just let me collect the time gem. Linbin tried to suppress the shock in his heart. Looking at the prompts on his reincarnation table. Secret Realm Mission. Seize the time gem. Mission time limit, 1 month. Mission reward, B level merit x1. Reincarnation point x 2000 points. Failure penalty, B level merit x1. Reincarnation point x 2000 points. The mission has been completed. Do you want to settle? Task settlement in progress. Secret Realm mission rating, S. You have completed your mission in excess and collected 6 infinite gems. You will receive 200% of the reward for this mission. Task reward, obtain B level merits x2, reincarnation points x 4000 points. Reincarnator, Abin level, Saint level qualifications, killing level secret realm independent clearance experience x4, rating, SX3, or x2, adventure level secret realm clearance experience x4, rating, SX4. The first 3 items are visible to all reincarnators. Merits, B level merits x6, C level merits x3. Reincarnation points. 22,100 reincarnation points. Equipment, He's Jade, S. Bible of the Dead, S. Blazing Sky covering 7 layering, A. Magic Mirror, A. Zuanian Sword, A. Character card, A. Light Boots, B+. Double Dragon Magic Shadow Sword, B. Azure Rose, B. Money Sword, B. Optical Camouflage Cloak, B. Soft Hedgehog Armor, B. 8 Swords of the King of You, B. Vibranium Shield, B. Magic Sound Box. Items. Expanding Fire, A. Holy Blessing Potion, A. Positioning camera. Original bloodline. B. X1. Destiny coin. C. X3. Transformation capsule. C. Storage belt soul guide. D. Lightning rod. D. Enhancement. He's Jade. Skills, B level. Eternal life secret, 149%. Upper limit, 200%. B level. Harmony with the world, 71%. B level. Demon technique, 100%. C level. Fragments of sword code, 100%. Skills, A level. Xiangang Bidao formation, 46%. B level. Heavenly demon force field, 100%. Take-Eye sword, 100%. Heaven and earth lost color, 100%. Yin and yang spell, 68%. Sword heart clear, 85%. Zuanian sword art, 51%. Tei Sin removing demon slaying protective spell, 38%. C level. Tian Zhang, 100%. Take-Eye 7 injury fist, 100%. This is more orthodox. The proficiency of various skills has increased to varying degrees, especially the eternal life secret. Even though he has reached the Mahayana level, with the improvement of his cultivation and the addition of the evil emperor's relics, his progress has never slowed down, but has become faster and faster. It is just around the corner to reach the full level. Although the S-level evaluation is rare, it is obviously nothing to Lin Bin. What really shocked Lin Bin was something else. 6 world-class item possessions detected. 1 world-class consciousness detected. Please choose one from the world-class possessions, accept the infusion of consciousness, and become a world-class item. What does it mean? Lin Bin once again reviewed the standard for the birth of world-class items. The world is destroyed. All living things die. Of course, it can be more specific. All the characters related to the plot died. This is the experience that Lin Bin summed up, based on his own experience. Now it seems that this condition has been fully fulfilled, whether it is specific or general. All creatures were sent away by Banner with a snap of his fingers. And the only surviving Banner is no longer in this world. Really not in this world. In other words, the only survivors in this world are the 2 reincarnations. As the 6 gems of world consciousness, they have all been concentrated on Lin Bin. In a sense, he really didn't mean it, but it is indeed because of him that the world-class props of this world are about to be born. Lin Bin thought about it and chose the time gem without hesitation. World-class props have their own magical functions, but they also have their own limitations. Among the 6 gems, there is no doubt that the time gem is the most unique. At least, his task is to collect time gems. In this case, there is no reason not to choose it. Time gem, S-level prop. Pay reincarnation points to divide the time flow rate between different worlds, based on the number of reincarnation points paid. Note, who said that money can't buy time? Do you want to spend 3000 reincarnation points to bring it back to the real world? If you choose no, you can exchange it for 1 B-level merit and 2000 reincarnation points. I'm stupid, and I will never choose no. Lin Bin thought for a long time. Only then did he understand the specific meaning of this time gem, and then a huge sense of surprise came over him. Isn't it similar to the effect of the spiritual time house? It's just that the secret realm is used as the spiritual time house, although it is another auxiliary prop. For Lin Bin now, its helpfulness is almost far beyond any S-level prop. You know, what makes Lin Bin most embarrassed now is that the time he enters the secret realm is getting longer and longer. In particular, many secret realms are almost like treasures for him, allowing him to dig. But once he digs deep into a certain world, he will also waste the same amount of time in the real world. It can easily take several months or half a year. Wouldn't Lenzu and the others be alone by then? But with this time gem, the specific time flow rate can be 1 day or 1 month. Then, he can enter the secret realm to train, and return successfully in just a few days. It's so convenient. Thinking of this, he was overwhelmed with a huge surprise. This was really a huge surprise. Sure enough, God would not treat kind-hearted people harshly. If he didn't choose to enter this world, he might have missed this S-level item completely. Congratulations, brother. Gu Yuan laughed and said, 6 infinity gems. We have just witnessed the power of Ultron and Thanos. It seems that, after you go back this time, you will at least have power beyond the national level. At such a young age, such attainments are really admirable. Gu Yuan's mind is not very broad, but now that Lin Bin has such a great fortune, he is really happy for him from the bottom of his heart. This is his half-brother, and he has the luck he has now just to save me. As his good brother, if I feel jealous again, I will be a real jerk. Brother, you think too well. The level limit of this world is there. Even if the dimension is successfully upgraded, do you really think there will be such a magical prop? Lin Bin directly arranged several gems emitting crystal light, and sighed. The value of this thing is indeed extremely precious in this world. It is not an exaggeration to collect 6 of them to dominate the world, but brother, try to take it in your hand. Gu Yuan took the gem. The various colors of light were dazzling, and he did not notice for a while that Lin Bin handed over 5 gems instead of 6. But even if he found out, he would not care too much. You know, the time gem is his mission prop, so naturally he can't give it to others easily. He was surprised and said, huh, the system didn't give any prompt? That's right. Even the lowest level D-grade items require some price to be taken away from this world, but these infinity gems can be taken away from this world directly. Don't you understand what this means? Gu Yuan suddenly realized these gems are very valuable in this world, but once they leave this world, their value is not even as precious as D-grade items. Maybe it's because they are bound to the world. Otherwise, the infinity gems are so magical, and the multiverse of this world is so numerous, it's not a difficult task to get 6 gems together. Wouldn't it be like cheating then? Lin Bin took the gems back and said, the only function of these things in another world may be paperweights. It just so happens that we have a little girl in elementary school at home. She should like these fancy self-luminous little things. Ha ha ha, that's true. It's also very useful to please the little girl. By then, wouldn't her favor towards you increase rapidly? Gu Yuan laughed. He had been a guest at Lin Bin's house, so he could naturally see the ambiguity between Lin Bin and Miss Dungeon. Going the daughter route, first maximum out the daughter's favorability, and then conquer her mother. It would be much easier. Well, my brother is a love saint. Gu Yuan smiled and said, this matter has finally come to an end. There is nothing worth lingering in this world. Brother, let's go back. When we return to reality, I will definitely bring a heavy gift to thank you. Brother, you are too polite. You and I are of one mind, and this is a conspiracy by those bastards in the kingdom of God. It's all my fault that you are against the kingdom of God. How can I sit back and watch what happened to you? Brother, you are really nice. The kingdom of God. Humph. The kingdom of God. Gu Yuan was angry at the kingdom of God's calculations against him, and thought that he would definitely strike the kingdom of God more harshly and cruelly in the future. He was even more moved by the character of his brother. He actually still stubbornly believed that it was his fault that he was against the kingdom of God. This brother can get along. Lin Bin naturally had no objection. No matter how familiar he was with the plot, he couldn't dig up any good treasures in this world that had completely become a ruin. For example, there might be a Black Panther's vibranium armor under his feet. Now Lin Bin had no hope for the lethality of the nuclear bomb. He couldn't kill Thanos or Wanda, and he probably couldn't even blow up the vibranium armor. Unfortunately, there was a desert for hundreds of miles under his feet, and it was impossible to find it. There must be a lot of Iron Man armor in Tony Stark's arsenal. But without permission, it was easy to break in, but it was difficult to take it away. Anyway, he had already obtained an S-level item and made a lot of money, so it was better not to be too greedy. So, the two chose to return at the same time. At the same time, in another world, the Avengers were being attacked by a powerful enemy in this secret realm because the Thor in this world was dead. At this time, Asgard was fighting a war with the Avengers. As the only heir of Asgard, Loki naturally performed very hard, wanting to prove that he was indeed qualified to be the king of Asgard. And he performed very well indeed. In this world, where Iron Man is dead, Thor is dead, Black Widow is dead, and even the Hulk is dead. He almost made the entire Marvel world a mess by himself, and even the Avengers were almost completely destroyed by him. Now, he has even infiltrated the Avengers base camp. It seems that the Avengers are about to be completely defeated. Loki held the Mind Scepter and knocked Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, to the ground with one blow. He pointed the scepter at his head and was about to say a few words of victory. But suddenly, his feet felt light, and the whole person was directly lifted up, and then pierced fiercely into the deck behind him, and then thrown up and thrown forward. Bang, bang, bang. There were several loud noises in succession. Loki, who was full of vigor and vitality just now, was completely reduced to a sandbag. He was hit hard, and the hard deck was hit with deep dents. Oh, so cool. Banner, who was reliving his old dream, screamed excitedly. Although he did not transform into the Hulk now, with the anti-Hulk armor, his strength was not much different from that of the Hulk. He laughed and said, "Director, long time no see." And behind him, a pair of arms lifted up Nick Fury and said in a relaxed tone, "Long time no see, Director." Nick was shocked and said, "Natasha? You should have been dead. And you, Tony?" "No. Banner? You are still alive. I watched you blow into a pulp. Why are you wearing Tony's armor now? When did this kid develop such a fierce armor? Alas, did I die so miserably in this world?" Sure enough, the Hulk is not invincible. Suddenly, he came from a world full of death to such a vibrant world. In front of him were familiar comrades. Even when Banner heard the news of his own death, he still felt good. He laughed and said, "It seems that I came to this world for a reason. Have you helped me to avenge? If not, do you mind if I avenge myself? I have already avenged you." "That's good. By the way, I will introduce two new friends to you. Is it okay for them to join us, HILD?" Banner held Loki, who was knocked dizzy, in one hand and pointed to the other side with one hand. There, a black-haired girl in a black tight leather jacket, with graceful and neat movements, was holding two guns in her hands, and she killed all the Asgardian enemies who were besieging her. Not far from her, a monster that was more than 3 meters tall roared, staring at these Asgardian gods with a covetous look. The purpose of the opposite sex is reproduction. For it, the stronger the host, the more powerful its own kind can be parasitized. And the powerful strength of these Asgardian gods undoubtedly made it extremely satisfied. After cleaning up everything around her, Selena slowly walked over, seriously said, "Hello, my name is Selena. I hope to join the Shield." Nick Fury would naturally not refuse. The Avengers were now suffering heavy casualties, and it was a time when combat power was scarce. The girl in front of him was light and agile, as if she had escaped the constraints of gravity. She was completely different from the elite warriors trained by humans like Black Widow. I'm afraid she also had some unique mutant ability. He smiled and shook hands, saying, "Hello, welcome to join us, HILD. Wait." He frowned and said, "I hope it's my accent. What bureau did you just say? Isn't it SHIELD?" Selena said, "This is what one of my comrades told me. He said that SHIELD was actually secretly created by an organization called Hydra." SHIELD thought it had always been an enemy of Hydra, but it didn't know that it was Hydra that was secretly manipulating them. Her expression looked quite innocent. But in fact, the 600-year-old girl knew much more than Linbin. Before leaving, Linbin told her some simple intelligence through the USB drive, but it was enough for her to use it in a flowery way. Just like now, if you want to gain a foothold in SHIELD, or even climb to a high position, then the Nick Fury in front of you is an extremely important springboard. Well, set a small goal for yourself first, to become the director of SHIELD. In this way, you will have enough strength and foundation to fight against those reincarnations who have come. Nick Fury, just a few words, but it was enough for him to understand everything in an instant. He couldn't help but curse quietly. Fuck you. Some things that he couldn't figure out before finally made sense to him. It turned out, he had been working for the enemy without knowing it. Miss Selena, welcome to join us, HIELD. What you heard before were just some untrue rumors. Even if they were true, I would turn them into rumors. Talents like you are exactly what we lack in SHIELD. It's a pleasure to work with you. I also hope to have a stable family. The premise is that I will be the head of the family." Selena smiled and shook hands with Nick Fury. Chapter 268 Once and for All. A199. As a nightmare level secret realm, it is almost certain that this is a red secret realm. No other secret realm can be like this secret realm, where even the cracks in time and space are constantly showing an ominous atmosphere. It keeps expanding outward. Why did they conclude that this is red before the first batch of reincarnations appeared? To put it bluntly, only red secret realms will counter-invade the main world. And now, this world has begun to counter-invade the main world. It has just appeared, and it has directly begun to erode the real world. This is an unprecedented first in the history of China. The level of this world may not be the highest, but there is no doubt that the degree of danger is probably more terrifying than those higher level secret realms. In just a few days, Liu Bing has successively mobilized a large number of weapons to arm the surroundings of the secret realm, including large-scale lethal weapons such as fuel-air explosive bombs. Once they find something wrong, even if they die in the explosion, they must ensure that the monsters in this secret realm will never spread. Afterwards, Liu Bing applied to the Samsara Space Association for 10 Saint-level Samsaras and 1 national-level Samsara to guard the area in case of any situation they could not handle. But even so, he still felt uneasy. After all, he saw Liu Bing in such a vigilant posture. What? Those Samsaras said that these weapons were too dangerous, and they were all stationed 10 kilometers away, and they would not even get close to them even if they died? During this period of time, this piece of information was probably the most annoying thing for him. Although the Samsaras were responsible for suppressing many secret realms for the main world, they were not under military management. Even many Samsaras entered the secret realms, and the so-called assistance in suppressing the secret realms was just a side job. Their real purpose was to obtain methods to strengthen their strength from the secret realms. The Chinese warriors could die with the enemy without hesitation for the safety of the people and sacrifice their lives for the country. But it was obviously impossible to expect the Samsaras to sleep with bombs like them. Damn it. We are so far away. If something uncontrollable really happens, even if they get here as fast as they can, it will still take a few minutes, right? By then, everything that should or shouldn't have happened will have already happened. Liu Bing said angrily, they're only considering their own safety. They've never considered how much harm would be caused to the people around if the secret realm really erupted and the monsters inside escaped. People really can't be generalized. I shouldn't have expected these reincarnations to be as kind-hearted as Mr. Abin. Suddenly, a subordinate who was testing the intensity of space fluctuations shouted, "Captain, the stability of the secret realm rift suddenly dropped by 3 points, and it's about to reach the critical collapse point. Lin Tao, you continue testing. Han Lei blow the whistle, and prepare to meet the enemy. Open the safety devices of all weapons." Liu Bing said loudly without hesitation, "Brothers, after receiving salary subsidies for so many years, it's time to give back to our motherland. Also, release information to those reincarnationists, saying that the enemy has invaded, and all weapon systems have been destroyed by them. These bastards enjoy the subsidies of the country just like us, but they are just doing nothing. When something goes wrong, they hide farther and farther away. Do you know what it means to eat the country's salary and worry about the country? If you want to hide, there is no way. Trick them here. If they dare to leave again, they will be treated as deserters." Yes. One of the short and sturdy soldiers ran out quickly, but after running a few steps away, Lin Tao, who was responsible for detecting the intensity of space fluctuations before, shouted, "Captain, here they come. A creature is detected crossing the gap." "Wait. Don't shoot. There is a fluctuation of the reincarnation table. It's our own people. Don't shoot. Be alert. Beware of parasitism, possession, puppet remote control and other means." Liu Bing waved his hand for alert. After a moment, Gu Yuan, who had just stepped out of the room, had been pointed at the head by more than a dozen guns. Gu Yuan's body tensed up, but he managed to fight back. He shouted angrily, "Captain Liu, what are you doing? Mr. Gu?" Liu Bing ran over quickly and said apologetically, "Please forgive me. According to our monitoring, this red secret realm is about to get out of control. We must be cautious about everything that may happen next. You still remember the tragedy that happened in the A154 secret realm, right? If you remember, you should be able to understand our caution now." Hearing this, Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "It seems that your methods are still very good. You can actually find out the degree of crisis in this secret realm. Indeed, this secret realm is too terrible. If it weren't for other encounters, I might have died in it. Even Mr. Goose said so. It seems that the crisis of this secret realm is indeed much higher than we imagined. Abin suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, where is Mr. Abin? He entered this secret realm specially to save Mr. Goo. Why didn't he come back with you? Could it be that he saved you with his life? It's really thanks to my good brother, otherwise I might have really died there. Gu Yuan thought that Ultron was already so strong, and he also had a backup body, Vision. If it weren't for my brother falling down with Thanos by chance, our chances of winning would not be underestimated. Don't worry, Abin is fine. He will be out soon, and the defense can be lifted. What? Abin means to wipe out all the life in this secret realm. Yes, this secret realm is indeed a red secret realm, and all the creatures in it have turned into zombies. It's really dangerous to be a zombie, but now there is no danger. It's solved. What? Solved? Yes, it was all solved by Abin. Gu Yuan's tone was full of pride. That's his brother. After this battle, he was completely convinced by Lin Bin. He was loyal, brotherly, strong, and smart. It was only a little over a year since the two first met, but when they first met, he was just a small reincarnation in the extraordinary realm, and he felt that he could take him down with just a little effort. But now Gu Yuan felt that he was no match for him. Was it because he had experienced more crises that he had made greater progress? Obviously not. He had also experienced many crises this year. He had made enemies with the kingdom of God for no reason, and then he had to fight with various apostles. These apostles all had S-level items. It was really despairing to think about it. But he managed to survive. It can only be said that Abin was smarter than him. Just like now, the mission was just a time gem, but he got all the gems. He's out. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Bin's footsteps followed Gu Yuan. With his appearance, the extremely unstable secret realm seemed like a car with its engine removed. The secret realm, that was surging like a wave and ready to surge out and completely submerge everything in the real world, quickly became sluggish and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then, it completely disappeared bit by bit. The secret realm just disappeared like that. Lin Tao exclaimed in shock. It disappeared completely. This secret realm completely disappeared. This is incredible. The peak value of the fluctuation of the space cracks in this secret realm is about to surpass the killing level and reach the nightmare level. It just disappeared like that. Mr. Abin. Abin ran over worriedly. He saluted seriously and said with concern, "Are you not injured? It's a routine matter. Please come here with Mr. Gu to cooperate with the physical examination." The difference in treatment made Gu Yuan roll his eyes. I came out with more than a dozen guns pointing at me, and he came out to salute and use honorifics. But if he saw such a kind and righteous reincarnationist, he would also look at him differently. The two went to the side for a physical examination. Lin Bin's face still had a slight sigh. The disappearance of this secret realm meant that if he wanted to see Atai and Selena again, he could only wait for their secret realm to open. However, as the heroine of the underworld secret realm, Serena carries a lot of luck, and Atai also comes from another secret realm. In particular, they have been brought to the real world. Now they appear in another world at the same time, which is equivalent to building a bridge between that world and the real world. I believe that the meeting will not be too long. To be honest, Lin Bin is really curious about how strong the blood race's recovery ability is. Before, it was in a wartime state, and she only had time to see blood once. I thought there should be a chance later. I didn't expect that in such a messy world, the task was completed so smoothly. Then I left in a hurry. How to say, well, Serena can be said to have the excellent characteristics of a young woman and a girl at the same time. She has experience and can bleed. Perfect. I hope she can make good use of the information I gave her. Lin Bin sighed regretfully and followed Gu Yuan to check her body. Both of them took this very seriously. Even if others didn't check, they would force others to check them. Just kidding. They have rolled in so many zombies. How can they feel at ease without checking? 10 minutes later, dozens of figures rushed to the vicinity of the A199 secret realm at extremely high speed. The first to fall was a blue and white robot that was more than 10 meters tall, with a signature V-shaped logo on its head. At this time, in the huge steel palm, there was a laser gun. A voice with a loudspeaker shouted, "Where are the enemies?" As the voice fell, several other reincarnations also rushed over. Some were suspended in the air, as if they were completely free from the constraints of gravity. Some were riding small aircraft, with several weapons of the Dragoon system suspended around them. Some relied on their strong physical fitness, almost completely violating the physical will. The whole person only needed a little leverage to shoot a tree like an arrow, and he jumped onto the arrow. Just like that, he completely ignored the existence of Newton and others, and rushed here at a speed that was no slower than others. The last to arrive was the national level reincarnation invade. From the outside, he was about 40 or 50 years old, but his speed was the slowest. The last one arrived late. His method was also the most magical. He took one step and appeared dozens of meters away. His movements were so calm. It was not martial arts, but more like a supernatural method. He frowned and said, "Didn't they say that the secret realm is about to explode? These bombs were all destroyed by the enemy. Wait, where is the entrance to the secret realm?" When they first came, they all checked the secret realm, and they agreed with Liu Bing's response. This secret realm is too dangerous. It has been upgraded from the initial killing level to the killing level, and now there are signs of nightmare level. Once the two worlds are connected, the rules of the two worlds will also be interconnected. At that time, it will cause great harm to the real world. No, the crisis has been resolved. Liu Bing turned his face ruthlessly and swallowed back the words he had just used to fool these people. He said, "Mr. Abin has returned safely, and this secret realm has been completely destroyed by him. You can go back to report to the Reincarnation Association and receive your rewards. By the way, I'm very grateful for your care from afar during this period of time." His face changed slightly when he heard this. "Mr. Abin? Who is he?" As a national level reincarnationist, they are now focusing on some difficult secret realms. They basically never pay attention to the association forum and the like, and even directly block it. After all, the only redemption function that is useful to them, and the props that can be redeemed, are not of much use to them. They prefer to trade privately. Therefore, even if Lin Bin became famous in the Reincarnation Association, he had never heard of this name. Next to him, a saint-level reincarnationist whispered to explain. Wei suddenly understood. It turned out that this was a reincarnationist who had become a reincarnationist for less than 3 years, but already had the strength of a saint. He shook his head and sighed. The speed of promotion is quite fast, but it's a pity that he may have overlooked one thing. It's easy to lose his foundation if he improves too quickly. We don't quite understand the rules of the reincarnationists, but Mr. Abin has made great contributions this time, and we are planning to commend him. Liu Bing spoke in a steady tone, but the resentment in his words made everyone hear it clearly. At that moment, the faces of the reincarnationists were embarrassed. It's not that they are not dedicated, but these soldiers are too desperate. If they really stay here, when these soldiers detonate the bomb, they will definitely not remind them. It's just a secret realm. It's not worth losing your life here, right? It's okay if everyone is lazy and doesn't work hard, but the other side is too hard and directly solves the problem from the root. In contrast, while talking, Lin Bin and Gu Yuan walked out. Seeing the tight siege around him, Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then he said cautiously, "Could it be that those bastards from the kingdom of God are here to surround and annihilate us?" Lin Bin, this shouldn't be the case. I believe in Captain Liu's character. If the kingdom of God really occupied this place, these bombs should have been detonated long ago. We received a mission from the association to maintain this secret realm and solve the subsequent invasion of the secret realm. Wei slowly landed and exclaimed, "I just didn't expect that you two would be so outstanding and solve the problem once and for all. It's a blessing for us to follow. To become a saint-level reincarnationist in 3 years, and to be able to solve this nightmare-level killing-level secret realm. Even if Wei is stupid, he will not rashly allow himself to have such an extra enemy. Therefore, although he is a little dissatisfied with Liu Bing's sarcastic attitude, but this matter itself is not authentic. Of course, Yuan Wei is also wronged. He is a superpower, his strength is really strong, and his fragile skin is really fragile. He really can't withstand the explosion. He took the initiative to land very kindly. Gu Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "Are you teacher Yuan Wei?" Yuan Wei said, "Oh, you are." Gu Yuan took the initiative to introduce, "My last name is Gu, and I received your guidance in the past." "Oh, I gave several lectures in the past, and I didn't expect to see an acquaintance. By the way, what was your experience in this secret realm?" "Very dangerous." Gu Yuan began to tell the story of the secret realm in detail. As for Lin Bin, he called Raymond as soon as possible. "The secret realm we entered this time was more difficult, and now that we have come out, we really have to report our safety to the boss. We have to live up to the role card." "Really?" A whole team turned into zombies and maintained their combat effectiveness before death, and there are 6 infinite gems. Once they are collected, they can destroy the whole world. When Raymond heard the news, suddenly he stood up and slammed the table, saying, "Abin, you did a great job. From what you said, it's because the mystery of that secret realm is too low, so although it's very powerful, it can't be effective in a world with a higher mystery. If this secret realm really invades this world, once the 2 worlds are connected, their laws can also be used in our world. If someone can really collect all 6 gems, maybe they can really destroy our world directly. So that's how it is." Lin Bin touched the 5 gems in his pocket. He was thoughtful. "What a pity." Raymond then said with regret, "You can destroy this world, which is a great contribution. It's a pity that we don't know the specific steps for the kingdom of God to obtain world-class props. Otherwise, maybe you can synthesize an S-class prop in this world. It's a bit of a waste to destroy it like this, but from what you said, it seems that you didn't destroy the world yourself. I'm afraid it's useless, even if you know it." "Yes." Lin Bin also sighed, thinking of the possession. "It seems that it doesn't matter who did it, what matters is who gets the object of the world's luck. It seems that next time, if I encounter the kingdom of God again, I can try to intercept them again." Chapter 269 The Scapegoat. The killing level secret realm with nightmare level difficulty was solved by 2 saint level reincarnationists, and the solution was once and for all, directly eliminating all future troubles. It sounds absurd, but when it was learned that one of the 2 reincarnationists was Abin, everything seemed reasonable. It was normal that teacher Yuan Wei had never heard of Abin's name. After all, those above the state guardian basically never participated in the gatherings or topics of reincarnationists below the saint level. These were not worth their attention. But these saint level reincarnationists knew too much. It was well known that Abin never fought a low rated battle. Although he also had an A level or B level evaluation, it must have been with the cooperation of his teammates. No, it was under the drag of his teammates. But how could a person who could get an A-level evaluation in the killing level secret realm at the rookie stage have no progress in the past few years? Look, he is no longer satisfied with the ordinary S-level evaluation. After finding out that this was a red secret realm, they simply solved the problem once and for all, and solved it at the same time, saving the Samsara from further sacrifice. In a sense, this can be considered a kind of growth. I didn't expect that I would actually witness history now, especially when I heard Gu Yuan telling Yuan Wei about their experiences in the secret realm, and when they learned that they were summoned again in the secret realm to go to another world and solve the terrible enemy that was about to destroy the secret realm. Everyone immediately gathered around. This experience, it's really like a nesting doll. It's amazing. Even if you can become a saint level Samsara, you have basically experienced a lot of secret realm training, but such an exciting secret realm is really the first time in history. As everyone listened, they were all fascinated. Lin Bin had originally joined the reincarnations to chat with them. After all, none of the people who could come here were mediocre. There was no need to provoke bad eyes for no reason. If he met a narrow-minded person again, he might be regarded as an enemy. It was not worth it. But after listening for a while, Lin Bin couldn't stand it anymore. In fact, in Gu Yuan's description, he became a loyal and brave lone hero who was willing to be trapped in a desperate situation and survived a narrow escape in order to rescue his best friend. Lin Bin was still too thin-skinned. It was still possible to take credit for such things in person, but it was a bit embarrassing to publicize it in front of others. At that moment, he simply said goodbye to Gu Yuan on the grounds that he still had some tasks to deliver to Director Lei. The helicopter that sent him here before had already left. Luo Bing waved his hand and directly lent a military vehicle to Lin Bin, asking him to park it directly in the parking lot of the World Bureau. Their military department often cooperated with the World Administration Bureau, and he could drive it back when the time came. Luo Bing had a very good impression of Lin Bin and wanted to assign him a driver, but Lin Bin refused. Then he drove the military car to his home. Along the way, he called Shi Zixun. The other party didn't answer and hung up. A moment later, a strange phone call came in. A hoarse and low voice with a bit of femininity sounded. "Hello." Only the evil King Shi Zixun could have such a nice voice. He asked, "It's over so soon. It seems that your trip to the secret realm this time was very smooth." "Well, thanks to the information you gave me, the evil king. Otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to complete it so smoothly." This sentence was really sincere. You know, if it weren't for Shi Zixun, Lin Bin wouldn't know the existence of Atai in the secret realm. It's obviously not worth it for Gu Yuan alone to let Lin Bin go through such a dangerous situation for him. At that time, he would have missed the S-level world props. Not to mention the existence of Selena and Atai. Especially the existence of Selena and Atai, which can now be regarded as a hidden chess piece he has laid. With the existence of the USB flash drive he gave. With Selena's wisdom of 600 years, it is not difficult to gain a foothold in the Marvel plane. This force may come in handy at any time. Just like the Qinhuang force in Qin's Moon, and his elder brother Xianhu. It seems that it has not been used yet, but once the Qin secret realm is completely integrated into the real world, it is equivalent to Lin Bin having an extra powerful helper for nothing. And all this, I really have to thank Shi Zixun. Shi Zixun asked, "So, your child was also brought back by you?" "Atai is just a creature that parasitized me. If sucking my flesh and blood is considered my child, then I'm afraid I have killed countless offspring. After all, I don't know how many mosquitoes I have slapped to death." Lin Bin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I always felt that Shi Zixun was particularly obsessed with children. It was like a father-in-law who loved his daughter and found out that his son-in-law was unfaithful to his daughter and even gave birth to an illegitimate child. But because his daughter loved her son-in-law so deeply, she couldn't do anything to him. And Shi Zixun's feelings might be more complicated than this. After all, he had 2 daughters. Lin Bin instinctively didn't want to dwell too much on ethical issues. He got straight to the point and said, "I contacted you mainly to tell you that the secret realm has been completely destroyed by me." Completely destroyed? Shi Zixun keenly noticed what Lin Bin meant and said, "S-level props. Well, this world has actually been on the verge of collapse for a long time. I went in and gave a little push and destroyed this world." "I understand what you mean." Shi Zixun really understood the elegant meaning of the music. It's good that the evil king understands. This is also the reason why Lin Bin contacted Shi Zixun instead of Deng Yang. It's not that Deng Yang isn't trustworthy. There are some things that Shi Zixun is better at, and he can make more thorough use of the value of information. Deng Yang is no longer stupid. He can get the position of an apostle in the kingdom of God. After experiencing the initial setbacks, he is the only one among the reincarnations who can barely keep up with Lin Bin's growth rate. Lin Bin has the golden finger of foresight. As for Deng Yang, it is probably because he cut off the root of troubles, so he can improve himself without distraction. But unfortunately, compared with Shi Zixun who can stir up the whole world with his own strength, he is still a lot inferior. Shi Zixun said, "Thank you for telling me this news. It's a thank you for the information provided by the evil king before." "That's right. By the way, there is one more thing." "What is it?" "Remember to call Fixun and Kingsun later to let them know that you are safe." Shi Zixun said, "As soon as you entered the secret realm, I told them that you entered the secret realm where there was no chance of survival in order to save your friends. By the way, I didn't tell them that you had a child, mainly to show your kindness and generosity. After all, both Fixun and Kingsun like this character, Lin Bin." Until he hung up the phone, Lin Bin was still a little confused. What exactly was Shizixuan thinking? Help him to conquer his daughter? Or two at a time? Wait. Could it be that the evil king's mental illness relapsed, and in his evil state he thought that he and King Xuan were a good match, and in his kind state he thought that he and Shifixuan were a natural match? So the two sides reached a consensus directly. Since they were both daughters, they had to be treated equally. So I'll help you get the people back first. Who gets more and who gets less depends on your ability and endurance. Lin Bin shook his head and smiled and sent a message to Deng Yang saying that he had returned safely. He drove back quickly. The details of this matter still need to be reported to Director Lei. After all, it is related to the kingdom of God, so it is necessary. At the same time, inside the nether country, Shizixuan slowly put down his phone, and a playful smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He murmured, in a way, this Abin is really the nemesis of the apostles. He has killed so many apostles, but he has not revealed his existence until now. This time, even the first apostle himself failed to succeed. The plan still failed in his hands. Could it be that this kid really has luck? But no matter what, this incident is not an opportunity. An opportunity to strike the first apostle. Shizixuan put his index and middle fingers together and tapped his forehead. The communication method that only the apostles can master has been activated at this time. The message that belongs to the seventh apostle spreads rapidly, just like a spell that affects the power of a certain S-level prop. The next moment, his consciousness has appeared at the edge of a round table, a position that belongs to him. A moment later, the figures whose real faces cannot be seen appear one after another. What's going on? Seventh apostle, you'd better have something serious to tell us. I have something very important to do here, but you suddenly dragged me here. The 11th apostle was the first to attack. Dissatisfied, you are not doing this in accordance with the process at all. The first apostle scolded. 7th apostle, you really didn't follow our usual practice this time. You should have released the message first, and then we agreed on a time together, instead of being so rude and forcibly dragging us all into the prop. The plan failed. The 7th apostle Shizixuan said in a deep voice, we have received reliable information that Gu Yuan has successfully returned from that secret realm and has gained a lot. As soon as these words came out, many apostles were stunned. How is it possible? Our plan is perfect. No matter how strong Gu Yuan is, he is just a saint-level reincarnationist. If he is not surrounded by strict protection, any one of us can easily kill him. We are willing to go to such great lengths to deal with him, which is already a compliment to him. How could it fail? Shizixuan sighed and said, not only did the plan fail, but if nothing unexpected happens, he has another S-level item in his hands. What? Could it be that the secret realm? Shizixuan explained, yes, that secret realm has actually been on the verge of collapse. As long as someone gives it another push, our kingdom of God can naturally get another S-level item. But now, this world that is almost like a treasure has been handed over to Gu Yuan by us. The 9th apostle Sui Fengqi couldn't help but screamed. 7th apostle, is your information reliable? He couldn't help but be shocked. You know, the 9th apostle, is completely an agent. The reason why he couldn't become a regular was because his S-level item was taken away by Gu Yuan. His father sacrificed his life to get it for him. Of course, if he could inherit the S-level items of the previous apostles like the 11 apostles, it would be completely reasonable. But the S-level item of the former 9th apostle also fell into Gu Yuan's hands. Now, even this item that should have belonged to their kingdom of God has fallen into Gu Yuan's hands. So far, Gu Yuan has 3 S-level items in his hands, all of which should belong to him. No wonder he is so excited. Absolutely reliable. Shizixuan said, in order to avenge Lord Nitz, I secretly placed spies around Gu Yuan as soon as I became an apostle. This is what my spy told me personally. Gu Yuan successfully destroyed that secret realm. But Gu Yuan is just a saint-level reincarnationist. Even if our apostles have rich experience in destroying the world, facing a killing-level secret realm, at least 3 saints must act at the same time, and sometimes even the national-level strength must act. How could he alone? Humph, you will underestimate Gu Yuan. Although he entered the secret realm, he had already left a backup plan. He deliberately left a trusted younger brother on the outskirts of the secret realm. After he determined the crisis and situation within the secret realm, he let his younger brother carry the corresponding props into the secret realm, and then easily broke through the secret realm. I believe that soon, the news that Gu Yuan and his younger brother jointly destroyed a red killing level secret realm will spread throughout the Reincarnation Association. Shizixuan turned his head and stared at the first apostle. Even though he couldn't see his real face clearly, the anger in his eyes was clearly visible. He spoke word by word. The mission failed, but it doesn't matter. We still have the next time, if we fail this time. But up to now, Gu Yuan has obtained more than 1 S-level items, and all of them were taken from our kingdom of God. Not only did we not kill him, but we made him stronger and stronger. He clenched his fist unwillingly and said angrily, "First Lord, don't you detect the status of the secret realm in advance before choosing it? If the person who entered this secret realm this time was not Gu Yuan but our people, would the person who got this S-level item not be Gu Yuan, but us? I don't care who among our apostles gets this S-level item, but what I care about is that this person cannot be Gu Yuan. Now Gu Yuan is getting stronger and stronger, and I feel that I may not be able to avenge Lord Nets in this lifetime. 7th Apostle, watch your words." The 11th Apostle Deng Yang shouted sternly, "I know you are eager to avenge the former 7th Apostle, so you are dissatisfied with the mistake made by the 1st Apostle. But people make mistakes, horses stumble, and the 1st Apostle just made the mistake of underestimating the enemy. No one is perfect." Sui Fenki also sighed. "First Apostle, did you really neglect the state of this secret realm and personally send an S-level item to Gu Yuan?" He also knew that this was nonsense. But as long as he thought that this was the 3rd time he had missed an S-level item that should have belonged to him, he couldn't vent his resentment. The 1st Apostle remained silent. After a long time, he just opened his mouth and said, "I just received reliable information that Gu Yuan was trapped in a secret trap and had difficulty getting out. Thanks to the reincarnation Abin who sacrificed himself to save him, his life was saved. Later, Abin used his own wisdom to completely destroy this secret realm." Gu Yuan was very grateful to his brother in his words. Shizixuan sneered, "Look, I told you my information was reliable. So what? That world has been destroyed." Gu Yuan had 2 S-level items in his hands at the time, and he had fought with our kingdom of God so many times. It is impossible for him to have no idea how to obtain S-level items. It's just that he is more shrewd than I thought. Indeed, this man named Abin is loyal to his eldest brother. Deng Yang also sighed, "What a pity, he has become Gu Yuan's tool for scapegoating. I'm afraid Gu Yuan wants us to mistakenly believe that this S-level item has fallen into the hands of this Abin, so as to focus all attention on him. According to my guess, I'm afraid Gu Yuan is only 1 step away from the state defending level now. Wait. Could it be that he threw Abin out to buy himself time so that he can break through the state defending level in time?" As soon as these words came out, many apostles showed their approval. It can only be said that they were preconceived. Although the information obtained by the 7th Apostle and the 1st Apostle was different, it was roughly the same, which shows that they were not lying. Then it is obvious that the 7th Apostle's words are more credible. After all, the news released by the official must have been processed internally. It is indeed possible that Gu Yuan pulled out his minions to fight back, and he quietly hid aside to take advantage and laugh secretly. Even this possibility is quite large. With 3 S-level items, we have really cultivated a very scary enemy. The 8th Apostle said quietly, "I wanted to take on this mission and attack this guy before, but now it seems that you must not send me, boss. I can't hold on. I really can't hold on." The 6th Apostle also lamented, "The enemy is already in a big situation, and this plan has failed. Unless Gu Yuan is so stupid that his brain is full of water, the same plan will not have the same effect. If we attack with force, we will enter China in large numbers, which will lead to a counterattack from the Samsara Association. This time it will be difficult. What should we do? Gu Yuan is full of hostility towards our kingdom of God. There is no possibility of turning around between the 2 sides, but now we have fattened him up. It will be difficult to kill him now." Many apostles started to discuss. The 3 S-level items were all contributed by the kingdom of God. especially the third one, which was almost handed to the other party hand in hand. This time, many apostles looked at the first apostle with a bit of complaint in their eyes. Chapter 270, Scumbag Behavior. Even Lin Bin himself did not expect that the situation would develop to this point. His original intention was actually to let Shizixuan take this opportunity to severely hit the reputation of the first apostle. But Shizixuan did it so thoroughly. After a lot of twists and turns, the blame was finally put on Gu Yun. Lin Bin did not give any special instructions. Shizixuan did not deliberately manipulate it. It can only be said that it was instinctive, and he just passed it off. But even if he knew, Lin Bin would not care too much. Think about his elder brother Gu Yun, who has long been in a life and death relationship with the apostles of the kingdom of God. At present, this account is just a debt. What does it matter if there is more or less? On the contrary, he took this account. It can relieve him of such a huge risk. As his good elder brother, Gu Yuan will definitely not be stingy to take this grudge for him. He should have gotten used to it. At this time, Lin Bin has already set foot on the road home. First, he went back to the World Bureau. After parking the vehicle in the World Bureau, he reported the specific details of this trip to Director Lei. In particular, he emphasized to Director Lei that it was thanks to your character card. Otherwise, even if I could come back alive from the secret realm, I would definitely be injured, and it would be difficult to get out of it. After all, the character card was also a token of Director Lei's kindness. Even if it was not used, it would be impossible to return it. In this case, I might as well accept the other party's favor, so that the other party would feel fulfilled for helping the other party. The process was very simple. The reason why he and Banner were familiar with each other was because they had lived and died together in the subway station for 2 days and 2 nights. But he directly attributed the credit to the character card. Raymond really didn't doubt it. He just nodded with relief and said with a cold face, "Things are used. No matter how precious they are, it's best if they can help you. Even if they can't help, it doesn't matter. Reserve more backup means for yourself. You never know when you will use them." That's right. Lin Bin nodded in agreement. Just like that small nuclear bomb, although its power was not impressive, it didn't kill anyone it wanted to blow up. But at least it cleared all the small zombies around. Otherwise, Thanos, who was gathered in the zombie swarm of the Chitauri army, might not be so easy to deal with. But if it's as you said, since Selena is an inhuman and has been to the real world, even if there is no reincarnation table, she has been involved in the reincarnation space, and her existence will become a signpost, and that world will be opened sooner or later. Raymond praised, "You did a good job. I will keep her existence in the archives, so that all the people in the world administration can remember it. If they encounter it, maybe she can help us a lot." Yes. Lin Bin didn't say something. It's normal that the Infinity Stones can't play a role in the real world. Just like in the timeline administration, people really use the Infinity Stones as paperweights. Because outside the original timeline, that thing is probably not effective at all. But Ultron can travel through several Marvel multiverses with the Infinity Stones. Moreover, when fighting with Ultron, whether it was Thanos' 5 Infinity Stones, Ultron's 6 Infinity Stones, or Doctor Strange's Time Stone, they all competed with each other. Obviously, they were all stones from different planes, but they all exerted powerful power. Therefore, Lin Bin had a very bold guess. The Infinity Stones themselves are not so particular. It does not mean that they must be in the native plane, but as long as they are in the Marvel plane. If this is the case, once he encounters an invincible enemy in the future, he just needs to find a way to trick him into the world where Selena is, and then he can directly kill him with 6 Infinity Stones. No matter how powerful a life is, it must submit to the laws of that world. Who makes the existence of Infinity Stones supreme in the Marvel plane? He lost the means of nuclear bombs, but got a limited means of killing. Although the restrictions are extremely great, it is much more powerful than the previous nuclear bomb with a range of 300 meters and a power of 300 miles. Of course, Lin Bin cannot use this method now. As powerful as Hulk is, he is almost half disabled after using the gems. No matter how strong Lin Bin is now, he is just a mortal, so he will not joke with his life. However, these 5 seemingly waste infinite gems may play an extremely important role in a certain period of time in the future. Therefore, Lin Bin did not hand in any of the 6 infinite gems, whether they were useful or not. After reporting all the situations, Lin Bin resigned to Raymond, then drove his H9 and rushed home. Along the way, he called Chief Ixuan to report that he was safe. As expected, he could clearly hear that the voice on the other side had a little more intimacy and goodwill that was difficult to conceal than before. Needless to say, the father-in-law's assist was too powerful. Before Lin Bin made any move, his goodwill was almost full. But after hanging up, when he called Shi Qingxuan again, her tone was a little more ambiguous. I've always been by Qingxuan's side. You've already told her that you're safe, so I naturally know. Why did you call me again? Perhaps because of years of playing the flute, Shi Qingxuan's voice was clearly ups and downs, and the playful and inquiring look on her face was even more serious. Nothing, I just don't think it's good to favor one over the other. Lin Bin thought to himself, if that's the case, then why did you hide away secretly? When I was in contact with Shi Qingxuan, I could clearly hear your breathing next to me. Why can't I hear Shi Qingxuan's voice now? What are you planning to do secretly? You make me feel like having an affair. However, the evil king helped him so much, so this little request naturally had to be fulfilled. If you said to comfort his 2 daughters, then it would have to be 2. So, Lin Bin chatted with Shi Qingxuan for almost a lot longer than Shi Qingxuan. It wasn't until they got home and drove into the underground garage that the signal became intermittent. The 2 hung up the call. Back home, in the living room, the family of 3 was having lunch. Seeing Lin Bin's dusty return, brother Gao Yu was the first to cheer and threw away her bowl of rice, rushed over and threw herself into Lin Bin's arms happily. Her little head kept rubbing against Lin Bin's lower abdomen, and she said happily, Jua missed you so much. Lin Zhu was wearing a simple frog footprint pajamas, her hair was loose, and her whole body exuded a sense of homely love. Seeing Lin Bin, she smiled slightly and said, the time is just right. I was wondering why I accidentally cooked too much food today. I didn't expect that it was you, Abin, who came back. You must be starving. Yan Fei next to him had already stood up very considerately to help him with a bowl of rice. Then she took Gao Yu off Lin Bin and scolded lightly, Jua, your brother Abin must be very tired. If you want to get close to him, you can talk about it tonight. Hurry up and eat. After eating, do your homework. After finishing your homework, your mother has to send you to school. Gao Yu immediately puffed up her mouth in dissatisfaction and honestly returned to her seat to eat rice. She complained vaguely, Jua suddenly regrets giving up her identity as a reincarnationist. Isn't it easy to become a reincarnationist when you grow up? Yan Fei saw that Gao Yu had almost finished eating, smiled apologetically at Lin Bin, and took Gao Yu to do her homework. The 2 siblings were left at the table. Lin Zhu asked with concern, how was it? Did the trip to the secret realm go smoothly? Yes, it went smoothly, but I really couldn't eat or sleep well these few days. This was a bit of a lie. It's true that I couldn't eat well. After all, the world was destroyed. Even if there was delicious food, I was afraid that it would contain zombie viruses. Therefore, during this period of time, Lin Bin basically ate canned food. It was delicious, but it was really painful to eat it continuously. But I slept well. In hot weather, the vampire Selena's body was cold, thorough, and tender. She didn't even need to turn on the air conditioner. She was cool from head to toe. Of course, this kind of thing can't be said to her sister. Then eat more. Lin Zhu naturally gave half of the rice in her bowl to Lin Bin. Yeah. After a moment, Yan Fei had changed into a pair of bleached skinny jeans, with half of her calves stuffed into her boots. She wore a white t-shirt as a base, and a brown knitted cardigan on the outside. Her hair was casually tied behind her head, and she smiled at Lin Bin and Lin Zhu. Fei Yan will send you to school. Gao Yu was wearing a fat school uniform, but it was hard to hide her pink tender cuteness. She pouted and said, brother, when Yua comes back, can you still help Yua with her homework? Okay, I'll take a good sleep now, and I'll make up for it for you in the evening. Yeah. Gao Yu suddenly became cheerful. He watched the mother and daughter leave. Lin Bin felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in his heart. He actually knew very well that the reason why Yan Fei and the others stayed here and got along well with Lin Zhu was actually because of him as a hub. It was because of his existence that they gathered under the same roof. But now he has been gone for several months. Sometimes I can't help but worry about whether there will be chaos at home when he is away. But now it seems that they get along very harmoniously. That's right. After all, Yan Fei is not Xiangxin, and she can't do so many tricks. Lin Zhu is also quite gentle. In addition, with the existence of the time gem, he can greatly reduce the time he spends outside. Thinking of this, Lin Bin's mood suddenly improved a lot. Eating and chatting with Lin Zhu, it seems to have returned to the beginning when there were only the two of them, but all the haze has disappeared, and the two of them can finally relive the life of a normal family. The meal took more than an hour, until Lin Bin poured all the soup in the dish into the rice bowl, and ate it all. Lin Zhu went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lin Bin took a bath first. Back to his bedroom. Looking at the two little snakes, one blue and one white, raised in his glass incubator. The two little snakes, which were slightly thicker than his fingers, became much happier with the return of Lin Bin. Or maybe Lin Bin's eternal life secret was operating spontaneously, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to his side, just like a walking spirit gathering array. Wherever he went, there was a paradise. They should have sensed the return of the familiar breath. However, this completely compliant with animal instincts made Lin Bin wonder if the two snakes in front of him would lose their spiritual wisdom while absorbing all their skills. He immediately took them out of the incubator and let them move freely in the room. Lin Bin lay on the bed and let out a long breath. His consciousness gradually faded. Only at home could he enjoy this kind of sleep without any psychological pressure. He didn't know how long he slept until a warm body quietly slipped into his arms. Lin Bin hugged it, and the touch was very familiar. Lin Bin did not open his eyes either, and said vaguely, "Fei Yan." "Yeah." With a slight nasal sound, Yan Fei whispered in Lin Bin's ear. Miss Lin Zhu went out to buy vegetables. She said that she would cook more food to welcome you tonight, so she went to a large supermarket that is far away. Jua will not be back for a while, and you must accompany Jua tonight. So Fei Yan made her own decision. Don't blame me, Brother Bin. No blame, no blame. It was so clear. How could Lin Bin not understand? The sleepiness that had just woken up was swept away in an instant. Turning his head, he saw a beautiful face with spring in it and bright eyes. Lin Bin was immediately interested. This is a rare opportunity. You know, he is not so absurd on weekdays, mostly working hard to practice. In addition, Jua's little troublemaker delayed it. Now it is a rare God-given opportunity, and there are only two people at home. What are you waiting for? He loaded the bayonet and turned to the battle without any mercy. He used many basic sword techniques such as picking, wiping, stabbing, spinning, etc. to fight with Yan Fei. In a close-range fight, it was hard to tell who was better. Half an hour later, having released all the tired thoughts in his heart, Lin Bin felt his mind was clear. He lay side by side with Yan Fei, listening to her talk about what happened at home in the past few days. They were all just trivial matters. For example, Jua won the first place in the previous monthly exam, and Lin Zhu specially rewarded her by taking her to the amusement park. The presence of Xiao Bei and Xiao King scared the previous guest, Canon. Who could have imagined that such a little demon girl with no taboos would be afraid of such a wet, slippery, long and cold thing? For example, the landlady has officially moved to the house opposite their building. I don't know why she didn't move before, but suddenly moved now. Lin Bin smiled in his heart. It seems that the landlady guessed that he had guessed something, so she is no longer hiding it as before. But Yan Fei's words afterwards made Lin Bin's heart suddenly move inexplicably. What did you say? Nothing. Maybe it's just an illusion. Yan Fei explained in a hoarse voice. A few days ago, Miss Zhu seemed to have suddenly become a different person. Of course, she is still the same person, with the same tone of voice, but the person who tutored Jua's homework during those days changed from Miss Zhu to the landlord's wife, but I don't know why. Fei Yan just felt something strange, but after a few days, this strange feeling disappeared again. Is that so? Lin Bin might not have taken it seriously before, but now he couldn't help but feel a little moved, thinking, Could it be that she went to the secret realm during the days when I was away and then put a substitute or something else? He asked. Can you feel that something is wrong? I didn't notice it before because I was not familiar with it, but now Fei Yan is familiar with Miss Zhu's living habits, so she can notice something strange. Okay, next time if this happens again, remember to tell me. Yan Fei nodded obediently. Oh, there's one more thing. What's that? You said, after Xiaobei scared Qian Qi into tears, she didn't even try to avoid him. Yeah, is there a problem? Not really, but as far as I know, this Xiaobei has a gentle personality. If her original body really scared someone to tears, she would have retreated on her own initiative. She actually took the initiative to chase after them. It seems that Xiaobei and Xia King haven't really opened their spiritual intelligence yet. Now it doesn't know anything. It's just a little snake that instinctively chases and practices. Lin Bin reached out and took the white little snake that was coiled on the bedside. It felt warm to the touch, without the cold feeling that normal snakes should have. Instead, it felt cool like warm jade. It reminded him of some magical things. So, looking at Lin Bin slowly playing with Xiaobei, Yan Fei inexplicably had a bad premonition in her heart. Nothing, I just want to play some tricks with you. Lin Bin showed a strange smile on his face. Yan Fei, an hour later, Lin Zhu came back with a big bag and a small bag of vegetables. Seeing the refreshed Lin Bin leisurely practicing Teikai on the balcony, she asked curiously, where is Miss Fian? Oh, she is packing up and planning to pick up Jua from school. Lin Zhu asked with concern, isn't it too soon to enter the secret realm after that? Of course not, and you don't treat people like animals. Next, I can have a good rest for a while. For some reason, Lin Zhu always felt that Lin Bin's demeanor was particularly lively and cheerful. But after hearing what Lin Bin said, she was relieved. She said, the secret realm is extremely dangerous. It is better to go there later and less. Sister, you are so right. I agree with you very much. Lin Bin thought to himself that it was true. There was no rush to go to the secret realm. After all, it was time to solve some troubles in reality. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. It's still my brother Lee who plays with flowers. Please subscribe. After that, Lin Bin rested peacefully for a few days. He went through one secret realm after another. Although he might feel more comfortable in the secret realm, but after going through several in a row, he was really exhausted. He went grocery shopping with Lin Zhu every morning. He practiced normally during the day and helped Jua with her homework at night. After Jua fell asleep, there would occasionally be entertainment programs. Although it was not as exciting as he was close to Jua, in a sense, it was more exciting. Only after he confirmed that his energy and spirit had recovered to a perfect state did Lin Bin make a phone call and contacted a person he didn't want to contact in his lifetime. Brotherly, are you there? What are you doing? I'm surfing the internet in an internet cafe. What's wrong? Li Lei's voice sounded a little excited, and he said, Brother Abin, you actually took the initiative to come to me. It's really rare. Are you interested in surfing the internet? I'll leave a computer for you. No, I have a computer at home. The computer at home doesn't have that kind of atmosphere. Li Lei said disdainfully. This is not a small internet cafe on the side of the road. It's a high-end internet cafe. Although the price is a bit more expensive, and the computers are not brand new, but the hardware is still very good. Really? Of course not, especially the feel of the mouse. It's absolutely first class, and this time I also brought a USB flash drive, ready to transfer files to it. I always feel a little psychological burden when transferring files on a home computer, but there is no problem here. Don't worry, the computers here will be checked regularly. Absolutely yes, there is no virus. Don't worry about the USB flash drive being infected. Lin Bin, are we talking about the same thing? Aren't we talking about the same thing? Lin Bin sighed and said, I came to you for business. Li Lei said disapprovingly, isn't this business enough? Alas, you are a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. You have a beautiful woman at home, so why would you care about the life and death of a single man? But to be honest, next time it better come to this kind of high-end internet cafe to experience it. It is different from the computer at home. The configuration specially made for games can be safely operated vigorously. Unlike the computer at home, you have to feel a little sorry. Here we can be appropriately rough when playing games. Anyway, the computer has nothing to do with us. After we get off the computer, Linbin pretended not to understand what Li Lei meant. He asked, I want to ask you about the Black Mountain Demon. It's been so long. Have you caught him? The Black Mountain Demon? Li Lei was surprised. Strange. Didn't you say it's best not to care about it? Why are you so enthusiastic all of a sudden? Wait. I'm fine. Old darn, you continue to play. My brother wants me. I'm going out to smoke a cigarette and make a phone call. Let him come along. Linbin vaguely heard a familiar voice. It seems that this is still Doubles. Linbin thought to himself that my brotherly plays a lot. After a while, the surrounding environment was much quieter. Li Lei asked, why did you suddenly think of asking me about the Black Mountain Old Demon? Nothing. I just had a sudden impulse and paid attention to the Black Mountain Old Demon. I found that his bounty has been raised to a reward of an A-level item. Is this guy so difficult to deal with? No one has been able to take him down with such a generous reward. Alas. You know what this guy did before? He can parasitize himself on some people. These people may not even know that they are parasitized by others, and this so-called parasitism can be changed at any time. Li Lei sighed. In fact, the Samsara Space Association is very anxious. For example, this Black Mountain Old Demon is only one step away from the national level. Once he breaks through the national level, it will be a disaster for the entire real world. Are there any clues about him? For example, where did he appear last time? Li Lei was surprised and said, why, do you want to collect the ransom? No, didn't you tell me before that it's better to stay away from this guy? Linbin smiled but didn't answer. Thinking of this time, that time is different. During this long period of time, he successfully mastered the Xiangang Bidao formation. Moreover, the previous battle with Thanos and Ultron also gave him sufficient confidence in his own strength. You know, these two guys are basically enemies above the state level. He didn't dare to show up in front of the Black Mountain Old Demon before, because he didn't have the confidence to win. But now, unless he never uses the Zuanian sword out in the real world, otherwise, the Black Mountain Old Demon can tell that his wife died in his hands with just one look. But this guy's a licker, and is very affectionate to Nizaokian. He didn't want to care before, because he didn't have the strength to do so. Linbin thought that, if the Black Mountain Old Demon really couldn't escape the official pursuit, it would be a happy event. But the problem has come to this point. The Black Mountain Old Demon actually fought wits and courage with the official until now, and has not lost the upper hand. If it drags on, maybe his injuries will recover. If he takes advantage of the situation to break through the state level, Linbin feels that, if he doesn't take action now, he will cause trouble for himself again. Of course, I can't openly explain that I've become arrogant. He sighed. Don't forget that Nizaokian died in my hands. I'm his legitimate enemy. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. If he really becomes powerful and knows the truth, it will be too late for me to resist. It's better to take advantage of now and kill him in one fell swoop. Well, that makes sense. So you are here to gather intelligence today. Li Lei sighed. Little brother, you are making it difficult for me. Can this kind of information be easily leaked? I'll invite you to play ball another day. Well, in fact, in 5 days. Previously, we had a fierce battle with the Black Mountain Old Demon in the snowfield and seriously injured him, but he had too many tricks, and it was hard to guard against them, so he escaped again. We also lost 2 saint-level reincarnationists. Li Lei sighed. The strength of this Black Mountain Old Demon is too strong. He has completely surpassed the level of saint level, so I basically don't go to join in the fun now. If I really go, I guess he can withstand the siege of dozens of reincarnationists and beat me alive. He understood the combat effectiveness of the Lek Dog too well. It is stronger than the War Wolf. Snowfield City? Linbin knew this place. It was also a very remote place in China. Because the land was close to the ice forest, the ice and snow did not melt all year round. He ran so far away. He has no ties, so he must have run to some remote place. But let me be frank, this information is authentic, but it is 5 days old after all. I can't guarantee the rest. That's enough. Thank you, brotherly. Can you help me find the video or photos of the battle at that time? Lei sneered. Photos? That guy hid as deep as a groundhog, and he never used his body at all. If you want photos of the victims, I can send you a bunch, but if you want his, there is not a single one. Well, it seems that this guy's more difficult to deal with than I thought. Thank you very much, brotherly. I'll invite you to play basketball some other time, when you are free. Ha ha. Lei said in surprise. Strange. It's the same sentence. Why do I suddenly feel that the meaning of your words has changed? But at this time, the other party had already hung up the phone. Across from her, Linzu, who was picking beans, looked up at Linbin and asked, "Are you going on a business trip again?" "It's not going into the secret realm, it's just handling official business. Just come back when you get there. Sister, you know that in any bureau, basically 7 hours of work in an 8-hour day are for show." Linbin sat back in the living room and took the half bag of edamame from Linzu's lap. He helped her pick them. He smiled and said, "It's just like traveling, very relaxing. Fian, you can accompany me on a trip when the time comes." Yan Fei hummed softly. She had already understood what Linbin meant. Linbin was still pondering in his heart. The Black Mountain Old Demon is indeed extraordinary in strength, but compared to his strength, his lack of a body and his cautious habits are truly difficult to deal with. Without photos, the positioning camera in his hand would not work. But fortunately, he knew where he last appeared. Since Lei was able to give me this information, I think the authorities were still completely blocking Zuoan City during this period. The two sides had been fighting for such a long time, and it was not so easy for the Black Mountain Old Demon to escape from it. It was just that so many reincarnations could not find his tail, and it would not be so easy for me to find him. But if I wanted to find someone, Linbin's heart moved slightly, and suddenly he thought of someone. He threw the bean back on Yan Fei's legs, and went to the balcony. He opened the reincarnation app. Looking at the friend options inside, Linbin called. After a moment, a weak voice sounded, with heavy resentment. "Hello, big brother, you actually have something to find me? Well, there is indeed something. Wait, what do you mean by this tone? It doesn't mean anything," Zardao said with a face full of resentment. "Although I'm used to being polite, I'm really serious this time. Big brother, you are playing with and deceiving my feelings. If you don't want me, don't tease me. You said it so confidently at the time, and I really took it seriously. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a bigger pigeon in the end." In the living room, Linzu's heart moved, and her ears quietly stood up. Linbin laughed and said, "What did I tease you about? Didn't you say you would ask me to be your teammate?" Zardao was full of grievances when she talked about this. She left the secret realm much later than her boss, which also led to a huge gap in strength between the two sides. If she continued to follow her boss, she would die miserably. Although under the care of Boss Bay, she did not encounter any crisis in her individual training, and her teammates in each training were also quite reliable, but she could not find a team that suited her. Basically, people who have cooperated with her once will not have the intention to cooperate with her a second time. Sometimes even her boss's face is not very useful. Linbin was the first person who took the initiative to tell her that he wanted her. She was very happy at the time, thinking that the new boss also had a luck prop which should be able to completely overwhelm me, and she no longer had to worry about bad luck. As a result, after leaving the secret realm, there was no news. Linbin asked, "If I don't look for you, you won't look for me? Do you really think I don't understand the ways of the world? If you don't look for me, then those words you said to me before must be just politeness, just like inviting you to dinner next time. I still shamelessly took the initiative to look for you, and I will not be satisfied until you reject me openly." Linbin was speechless. I didn't expect this little girl to have so many tricks during this period. He sighed. "Okay, Zardao, it's my fault. There were too many things going on during this period. I entered the secret realm again and just came out these 2 days." "Really? Of course. Do you really want me to be your teammate? Of course, I like you very much. In fact, this time our S team is preparing for a collective action. Didn't I contact you immediately? Really? What action? You know about the recent Black Mountain Old Demon incident? Linben said, the official has repeatedly increased the bounty. I think it's time for us to take action. You want to claim the bounty? Are you so brave? Where do you live? I'll go and meet you. Linben hurriedly said, don't waste time. Where are you? We'll pick you up, and set off immediately. Xiaodao then happily reported the address. The happy smile on Xiaodao's face had not disappeared until he hung up the phone. The white-haired girl sitting next to her glanced at her and asked, does he really want you? Of course not. I said the boss is not that kind of person. What ability does he have to be polite and speak an official language to a little girl like me? If he says he wants me, it means he really wants me. He was delayed because he entered the secret realm before. Well, I can testify to that. Bayuki kicked with his toes, and each kick happened to hit the end of the scabbard of the tang sword, making the tang sword in his hand swing up and down like a pendulum. She sighed. In just these few days, he has entered a killing level secret realm and completely solved this red killing level secret realm. Well, he destroyed that world. It was so fast. Just 2 or 3 years ago, he was even younger than you, but now he has reached this step and is about to stand shoulder to shoulder with us, the president level reincarnations. Huh? So fast? Xiaodao blinked and said in surprise, what kind of boss am I following? Isn't he looking for you? Go quickly. Bayuki waved his hand and said, if someone else wanted you, I would have to test him severely. I have to test him a few times before he can do it. But let's forget about this kid's words. It's my subordinates who are useless. I'm happy to be quiet. I will not be the one to wipe your ass in the future. Xiaodao suddenly became worried when she heard this and said anxiously, but I think the boss is more likely to throw the paper on me and let me wipe it myself rudely. Then do it yourself. It's a high class this time. Xiaodao advised. Boss, I think you underestimate yourself too much. I'm talking about you. Get out. Yes. Xiaodao quickly rushed back to her dormitory to pack her clothes. And Linbin's home. Why don't you let the little girl come to your house? Seeing Linbin coming back again, Linzu scolded with a face full of blame. Also, did you play with her feelings? I just vaguely heard something about playing, deceiving, teasing, etc. You asked for it? She gave it to you? Linbin said with a smile. Why are there so many twists and turns? It's Xiaodao. You also have an impression of Fian, right? Yan Fei nodded and said, yes, yes. Linzu was surprised. You were there at the time. Why didn't you stop him? No more words. Sister, please pick up Jua tonight. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be back in 2 or 3 days. Go ahead. Linzu waved her hand and said, remember to bring this little girl to your house next time. I heard that her voice is very cute. She should be a good match for Jua, right? Yeah. After the two of them packed up for a short time, they hurried downstairs. Yan Fei asked curiously, Brother Bin, why are you so anxious all of a sudden? Xiaodao is coming to visit my house. How can I not be anxious? Linbin sighed. S-level props are really useful, but they also have great limitations. As for Xiaodao's bad luck, if she really comes to our house, I think we have to replace all the pots and pans in our house. Anyway, we are going to cause trouble for that Black Mountain old demon. It doesn't matter if we go early or late. Let's finish it quickly so that I can take some more time to rest. That's true. Yan Fei couldn't help but laugh softly. A moment later, the car stopped at the Technology Enhancement Association. Xiaodao had been waiting for a long time with a huge suitcase. When she saw the familiar black car coming, she jumped happily and shouted, Boss, boss, I'm here. Linbin moved sideways and let her get in the car. Asked, how many days will it take this time? Have you brought enough clothes for changing? Don't worry, big brother, I will follow the action at all times. I will accompany you, even if I don't change my clothes. Let me be frank first. Linbin said, this time it is a collective action of the three of us, but there is only one A-level prop as a reward, so after killing the Black Mountain Old Demon, whoever is suitable for the A-level prop awarded by the official will use it, but the person who gets the A-level prop will have to compensate the other two people with 3,000 points each. Is that okay? Yan Fei nodded and said, no problem. Xiaodao was shocked and said, you are dividing the spoils before you start. Big brother, you are so confident. Of course, there is no problem with this, but I'm a little worried. What are you worried about? Zuidan City is quite far away. How can we get there? You know my luck. I'm afraid that this car will not last halfway. As soon as the voice fell, there was a puff. The three people in the car were all shocked. Linbin. Xiaodao was embarrassed and grinned foolishly. Chapter 272 I know the weakness of a liquor too well. Finally, from Beishu City to Zuidan City, the three drove at full speed, a distance of only a few hundred miles. It took the three of them 4 days to walk. They passed through high-speed rail, transfers, private cars, and vehicles requested from the Samsara Association. They could not take a plane. I tried it before, and it was too exciting to fly with 3 people. I experienced it once last time, and I still can't recover from it for such a long time. And Linbin has learned it well. As a warrior fighting on the front line of the Samsara Space Association, the reincarnationists are still planning to continue to fight for the Samsara Space Association and eliminate the powerful enemies that the Samsara Space Association is offering a bounty for. Naturally, they have the authority to request vehicles from the Samsara Space Association. And there is another advantage to this. If the car breaks down, you don't have to repair it yourself, and you don't even have to explain too much. You don't have to feel bad about using a public car. But after a few delays and a few more cars broke down on the road, the three of them finally arrived late and took the third snowmobile to the territory of Zuidan City. Only then did Linbin realize what the biggest obstacle was for Xiaodao after joining the team. In the secret realm, because he had the Hashibi to protect himself, he could certainly prevent all the luck that was hostile to him, so he didn't have to worry about the bad luck card. S-level props are also divided into strengths and weaknesses according to the level of the world, and there is no doubt that the power of the Hashibi should be above the bad luck card. However, in the real world, the power of the bad luck card is converted into daily bad luck. The Hashibi cannot be activated. If they want to go somewhere in the future, they have to leave enough time to deal with accidents. I'm sorry big brother. It's my fault. It's all my fault. If it wasn't me, the tire wouldn't be flat, the high-speed rail wouldn't break down, the ship wouldn't leak fuel, and we wouldn't be so late. Just after getting off the car, Xiaodao hurriedly apologized to Linbin. But the words he said made the audience who heard these words look at Linbin as if he was looking at a domestic violence man. Can such a thing be blamed on a little girl? Linbin sighed and said, forget it, it's not entirely your fault. Besides, since I've decided to accept you, I must accept all your strengths and weaknesses. Just do your best for me later. Upon hearing this, Xiaodao gave an unorthodox military salute and said seriously, don't worry, boss. I will do my best. Even if my legs are weak from exhaustion, I will never beg for mercy from you. After saying that, she could not help but worriedly said, but boss, we were planning to come here 2 days ago. Now we are 2 days later than planned. Could it be that the Black Mountain Old Demon has been discovered by other reincarnations? Yan Fei attacked from behind and covered Xiaodao's mouth. Remind, Miss Xiaodao, you also know that your mouth has some signs of being ineffective for good and ineffective for bad, so don't say anything unlucky in this case, right? Hey, Fian, this is what you are wrong about. The more you say this, the better. Linbin said righteously. Admittedly, the purpose of our coming here is indeed to get that A-level prop, but is it really all for the A-level prop? Impossible. If the Black Mountain Old Demon has been captured and killed by other reincarnations when we arrive, then I will only feel happy, and there will be no reluctance. He said this sincerely. The main purpose of attacking the Black Mountain Old Demon is to strangle the threat in the cradle. As long as the Black Mountain Old Demon dies, he will have made a profit. Of course, this kind of words cannot be said to the two girls around him. The main thing is to show the noble character. he concluded. So if it works this time, it will work. If it doesn't, can't we just treat it as a trip? Don't you like the heavy snow? To be honest, Fian really doesn't like this kind of environment. Yan Fei sighed faintly. This cold environment always made her unconsciously recall a life of being imprisoned in the past. You know, the regional division of Zuoan City is actually very interesting. You move in this direction when the ground begins to have snow that never melts all year round, and the goose feather snow begins to drift in the sky. Congratulations, you have arrived in Zuoan City. Just like now, the three of them just got off the car. Xiaodao, who seems to be petite, has two delicate short legs that have been covered with snow up to the knees. I like it very much. Oh, by the way, this kind of thing can be said. Xiaodao felt that, since he had formed a team with someone, the first thing he needed to learn was probably what it meant to think twice before acting. I really want to find something to plug my mouth. Let's go. The three of them waded through the snow and walked towards the urban area of Zuoan City. Although Zuoan City is extremely cold and cannot grow crops, even some factories here have to consume extra energy, so it was originally quite poor. But the heavy snow is both a failure and a success. Because of the heavy snow all year round, it has attracted a large number of tourism industries and has now developed into the fourth largest economic city in China. The city is extremely prosperous. It's just because the Black Mountain Old Demon lurks here in order to prevent him from escaping and to prevent more casualties. Up to now, Zuoan City has been closed for half a month. Because of this, the Samsara Space Association has increased the reward several times just to get as many reincarnations as possible to join the team to encircle and suppress the Black Mountain Old Demon. Therefore, even if a reincarnation enters, it must register. When Lin Bin and the other two registered, there was a little commotion. You are Abin? The staff of the Samsara Space Association is a cute girl with a round face, about 20 years old, and her whole silly face reveals a clear stupidity. When she saw Lin Bin's reincarnation table information, she screamed immediately. It can only be said that a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Abin, with an S-level evaluation, is famous in the entire Samsara Space Circle. For these staff members who have just entered the Samsara Association, he is no less than a legendary figure. Well, I'm just an ordinary reincarnation. I heard that the Samsara Space Association is recruiting, so I naturally want to do my part for the peace of our country. Lin Bin smiled, looking at the other party's excitement like a little fangirl. Naturally he would not miss this opportunity, and whispered to ask about the situation. The round-faced girl is called Liu Lin. Hearing the idol's question, she naturally answered without reservation. It's not going very well. During this period, a total of 23 groups of reincarnations have entered Zuoan City. However, this Black Mountain Old Demon hides too deeply. He can change his form at any time and even live in other people's bodies. It is too difficult to find him. Liu Lin sighed and said, now Zuoan City has been closed for half a month, but if it continues like this, it may be difficult to find his traces for another half a month. The mayor of Zuoan City is very anxious, fearing that if it continues like this, China's economy will collapse. At this point, she paused and looked at Lin Bin with acute admiration in her eyes. But Mr. Abin, you are really amazing. You actually saw that these reincarnations would not be able to find the whereabouts of the Black Mountain Old Demon at all, so you came so late. Did you rush here to finish it? Now that you are here, it seems that the Black Mountain Old Demon is doomed to be doomed this time. In other words, he has not been found yet. Lin Bin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Thank you very much. Nothing. I didn't tell you any useful information. After registration, the three of them walked in. After entering the city, the snow was not as thick as before, just a thin layer on the ground. With the unique buildings around that were specially built to attract customers, and the white goose feather snow falling gently in the sky, it gave people the illusion of walking into a fairy tale world. It was just that the city should have been bustling. Now, the doors of each household were closed. There were almost no people on the huge road. Sometimes, a few figures hurriedly passed by, and the reincarnation watches on their wrists could be clearly seen. Obviously, the people here also knew that an extremely vicious fugitive had slipped in here. But not only did they close their doors, but it also brought great pressure to the search work. But in a critical moment, you can't expect everyone to cooperate with the investigation. Especially after cooperating, you find that it is completely useless to the situation. Boss, what should I do? Xiaodao asked Lin Bin with high morale. Having just joined the S-team, she couldn't wait to prove her worth. It's very simple. Lin Bin specially invited Xiaodao to come here, so he naturally had his own plan. He said, Xiaodao, I remember you said before that you can control those weak creatures. The lower the IQ, the stronger your control over them, right? Xiaodao nodded and explained, actually, this was originally only for a creature called the devouring beast in my world, but when I came to the real world, I exchanged some skills to improve my mental power, and then this ability mutated into being able to control those brainless beasts. What about rats, cockroaches, etc.? Xiaodao shuddered and said vaguely, it should be possible. Rats are everywhere. You can control as many rats as possible to search for the whereabouts of the Black Mountain Demon. Lin Bin said, the Black Mountain Demon will disguise himself in front of people, but no one will disguise himself in front of a rat, right? Let me try. Xiaodao carefully took out a pair of mechanical glasses from his waist and put them on his eyes. A moment later, a chirping sound rang out. Sure enough, dozens of rats came over here. Go. Xiaodao pointed with a general's demeanor. Chirp, chirp. The mice immediately scattered and ran away and disappeared along the cracks in the wall. As Xiaodao's expression became more and more solemn, even in this cold weather, a few beads of sweat had already appeared on her forehead. More and more mice appeared and then quickly disappeared. After a long time, how many mice came? Even Lin Bin couldn't count them. If Yan Fei hadn't had to support Xiaodao, she would have hidden far away. No matter how strong she is still a woman. For this disgusting and clever creature, the hair all over her body has been standing up, and she has never stuck to it. After a long time, Xiaodao fell back weakly and was directly supported by Yan Fei. She smiled at Lin Bin and asked for credit. Big brother, my legs are really weak this time. Next, you may have to carry me. Let's find a place to rest first, and then wait for the news. Lin Bin stepped forward and carried Xiaodao on his back. Xiaodao tried to lean back and tried not to stick her body completely to Lin Bin and said seriously, big brother, you can't take advantage of me. Lin Bin rolled his eyes. He said, Xiaodao, are you an only child? Xiaodao asked curiously, why do you ask that? Because I think you should have 2 brothers. Do you know where your 2 brothers went? Xiaodao, looking at Lin Bin under her, she suddenly felt malicious and wanted to bite him hard. Is there anyone who talks like this? Just seeing that he was so careless, she also felt that she had overreacted. Apart from anything else, just looking at Miss Fian's size, she couldn't compare. At that moment, she was relieved to stick to Lin Bin. Oops, I was careless. Lin Bin's expression remained unchanged, but his eyebrows were slightly raised. Xiaodao was petite, and her weight was less than 100, and it felt like she was less than 80. But it was a bit wrong to say that her 2 brothers were gone. In terms of her proportions, she was actually quite good. Yeah, not bad. Lin Bin carried Xiaodao on his back, and together with Yan Fei, he found a coffee shop that was open. But the hall was empty, with no one. Sitting in the hall felt like booking the entire coffee shop. Wait. Lin Bin ordered a few cups of coffee. The few of them were not in a hurry, and they drank leisurely. Along the way, he taught Yan Fei some basic knowledge about coffee. She was so beautiful and graceful, so she still had to know some basic knowledge about coffee. Soon, 2 hours passed. None of the mice noticed anything strange. Xiaodao never took off the mechanical glasses on her eyes. She complained irritably, normal, normal, or normal. From the perspective of these mice, almost everyone is normal. Lin Bin asked, have you searched the entire Zuoan city? Except for those places that mice can't really get in. However, those places are either branches of the Reincarnation Association or some places with strict defenses. Even mice can't get in. I figured the Black Mountain Old Demon would definitely not go in. It seems that this Black Mountain Old Demon is more cautious than I thought. Even when he is alone, he still perfectly imitates the trajectory of normal people's lives. In this way, no matter if someone is monitoring him or not, no one can find his flaws. Lin Bin sighed. It seems that the enemy is more powerful than we thought. He is even more cunning than the others. But this is reasonable. After all, it has been 2 or 3 months, and the reincarnationists have never gained any advantage in the confrontation with him. Even now, the Black Mountain Old Demon has been forced into a city. There are more than 20 groups, probably at least more than 100 reincarnationists, but they still can't find his trace. If we find him too easily, I will suspect that this is a trap. Xia Dao asked, what should we do? Alas, he forced me to use a trick. I didn't want to do it so hard, but Lin Bin looked at Xia Dao and said, take a rest for half an hour. After half an hour, I need you to do something. Yes. Xia Dao said, don't worry, boss, although I may have some defects, I'm super easy to use. I guarantee this. So, half an hour later, in the clear sky that was originally snowing, suddenly, a hoarse scream sounded. A group of crows suddenly flew over the entire snow plain city. The eyes of these crows were hazy, and they seemed to have lost their own consciousness. But this did not affect their flapping wings and gathering together. Huh? What's going on? Why are there so many crows in this cold land? Strange. Did some reincarnation summon them? Want to find the whereabouts of the Black Mountain Demon in the sky? Impossible. We have tried this method a long time ago, and it didn't work. No. Look, these crows seem to have a formation. They are words. They are forming words. In front of everyone. These crows gradually gathered into a line of words, and then the second line, and the third line. The reincarnationists came to the street one after another, looked at the words, and slowly read, 10 miles of flat lake, frost fills the sky, every inch of black hair worries about the prime of life, looking at each other alone under the moon, only envying the mandarin ducks, and not the immortals. Hey, this is a love poem, and it's pretty well written. Who is so boring that he would propose in such an environment in public? But it's unexpectedly romantic. If someone is willing to do this to me, as long as he is not ugly, poor, or old, I will definitely marry him. Nonsense. If he is not ugly, poor, or old, even if he doesn't do this to you, you will be so eager to marry him immediately. Some people were so excited that they had already filmed the entire video and uploaded it to the reincarnation forum. Yan Fei asked, Brother Bin, what is the meaning of your doing this? The Black Mountain Old Demon is a dog. Lin Bin said concisely, his goddess once pledged her love to a man for life. This is the love poem between the two. If we put this poem in the sky, it is almost equivalent to letting his goddess ride on his neck and make out with other men. I think any man can't stand it. Not to mention, there is only one person who knows this poem now. Who? The one who killed his goddess. Lin Bin. He dare not blame anyone his goddess is intimate with, but killing his goddess is an unforgivable sin. Xia Dao, control the mouse more tightly and find out who has problems. This time, he can't run away. Understood. Xia Dao's nose has begun to bleed. Obviously, controlling so many creatures at the same time is a lot of pressure on her. But she found clues to the enemy that hundreds of reincarnations couldn't catch for months in just a few hours. She was also very excited at this moment. She didn't care about anything. A moment later, she took off her glasses with joy and said excitedly, I found it. Let's go. Lin Bin picked up Xia Dao and rushed out of the cafe on his sword. Chapter 273. Who doesn't know how to give a drowned man a beating? Damn it, this is too much. In Zuoan City, in a house that doesn't seem to be too big, but is decorated quite warmly, the family of 3. The father is reading a newspaper on the sofa. The mother is busy cooking in the kitchen, and the sound of pots and pans clattering can be heard from time to time, accompanied by the rich aroma of rice. Just like thousands of ordinary families. Suddenly, there was a violent sound of smashing in the bedroom, breaking the quiet and peaceful atmosphere, accompanied by rude abuse. But unexpectedly, the father seemed to be completely deaf to the sound in his son's bedroom just now. He was still looking at the newspaper in his hands seriously. The mother was still cooking, frying delicious dishes one after another. It was like 2 robots that had been programmed. Unless someone pressed their pause button, even if the outside world collapsed, they would continue to do what they were doing seriously. At this time, in the room, the photo of the popular actress on the wall was torn to pieces. The power cord of the lamp was torn off, and the chair was smashed to pieces. A handsome boy, about 17 or 18 years old, with pimples on his cheeks, was now full of gloom and anger. This poem. He had seen it before. He was too familiar with it. Even though they were married, she still treasured the painting as a treasure, more important than her life, and did not allow anyone to touch it. He still remembered that they first met at their wedding. She was his wife who was married in a formal way. But there was such a recluse who didn't know how to live or die, rushed in with a scholar, and took her away. Although she returned to his side in the end. But her heart had already been in the shape of that man, even though that man had already abandoned her. And now, these damn reincarnations are using this poem to humiliate herself. The Black Mountain old demon smashed everything he could in the room with red eyes, and then turned his head to look at the corner. There, a little mouse took 2 steps back timidly, and was also frightened by his pressure. But normally, even if it was just an unconscious outburst of anger, it should have been frightened, and turned into a corpse long ago. Now it is still alive, which is obviously abnormal. The Black Mountain old demon laughed grimly. He found out that we found him. When flying on the sword, under the armpit. The trapped Zardao suddenly spoke. Linbin asked, did he escape? No, Hey? He sat down. He is also waiting for us to pass. Linbin sighed. It seems that this time it is really a fight to the death. Why? Nothing. Linbin knew too much. Those who know this poem must have had direct communication with Nizaokian, and it may even be the news that only the person who killed her can know. Although he is a licking dog. But the Black Mountain old demon really loves Nizaokian deeply. He must want to avenge her. We have to make a quick decision. On Linbin's shoulder, a 3-legged golden crow landed on it. Although Yanfei couldn't keep up with Linbin's speed, she could follow him with the soul dragon swimming technique and said, there are at least 100 reincarnations around, and those who dare to come here to participate in the mission of encircling and suppressing the Black Mountain old demon must have amazing skills. Once it is delayed for too long, even if we find the enemy, we may not kill him. That's right. Linbin drew out the golden Zuanian sword with a clang. Before, he was not strong enough, so he could only conceal his identity and watch the Black Mountain old demon being seriously injured, but he didn't even dare to beat the drowning dog. But now, if you don't kill him, will you come to trouble him when he gets fat? After a few short breaths, Linbin has rushed to the destination. He casually put the summer beans on the ground and looked up at the apartment building in front of him. Through the transparent glass window, he was facing a pair of scholar eyes. The other party stared at Linbin, slowly shifting his eyes and moving to the Zuanian sword in his hand. He was too familiar with this weapon. Several fights. Even if he succeeded in winning in the end, he paid a heavy price. Unfortunately, she was still unhappy. Finally found you. As soon as Linbin finished speaking, the other party could no longer suppress the surging murderous intent in his heart. With a loud bang, the entire broken bridge aluminum window frame was kicked out by someone, and countless broken cement nails were thrown towards Linbin below. Zardao, stay away. Linbin stretched out his hand and gently pushed Zardao's chest. An extremely gentle force made Zardao fly more than 10 meters away, but such a strong force made her feel no pain at all. While Zardao was avoiding, Linbin also disappeared on the spot, like teleportation. The whole person rushed into the room along the window that had just been torn. It's you. You are the real murderer who killed Zaokian. The Black Mountain old demon seemed to be crying, and countless ghosts and resentments were flying like ghosts. They rushed left and right in his body and tried to break out of the cage, but were finally forcibly controlled by him in his body. As he pointed in the direction of Linbin, these countless ghosts that seemed real and unreal roared and rushed towards Linbin. Linbin stretched out his hand and bit his fingertips, and a little blood was pressed on the palm of his hand, which had already drawn the shape of Takai. He shouted, the sky and the earth are boundless, and the universe borrows the law. With abundant essence, Linbin's blood was like Tang monk's meat, which was extremely tempting to demons. Even demons were so greedy, so the power was naturally extraordinary. Those demons who became more crazy after smelling the blood had no time to get excited, and they were already blasted forward by Lin Bin's palm thunder. The golden thunder roared and roared. The whole floor was under his attack, and all the window glass burst outwards, and countless smoke and dust filled the air. Almost all the demons were wiped out by him. Hey, you really inherited the legacy of that old bastard Yanshiksha, but it's a pity that even Yanshiksha died in my hands. How many rounds can you last? Ha 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 ha, you killed my beloved wife, I want your life. The Black Mountain old demon roared. He has been entrenched in the city of the dead for many years, and the wronged souls in his body are almost endless. Lin Bin's killings are not even a drop in the bucket. The black wronged souls formed a huge black torrent of wings behind him, sweeping towards Lin Bin in front. The golden light on the Zuanian sword was no longer restrained. Facing such demons, ghosts and evil spirits, the A-level magic weapon was finally able to fully display its peerless spirit. The sword came out like a swimming dragon, attracting the righteousness of heaven and earth. Especially when Lin Bin smeared his own blood on the Zuanian sword, it was filled with endless blood. It was even more buzzing. It seemed to know that the person in front of him was the real murderer who killed the previous sword master, and now he vowed to avenge his blood. Fuck, don't worry, big brother. I'm coming. Xia Dao quickly began to take out her arsenal. In just a few moments, she had built a simple military position on the ground. Wait a minute. A pair of hands were placed on Xia Dao's shoulders. Yan Fei looked very solemn, and she had already held the jade hairpin in her palm. She stared at the battlefield inside and said, "It's not time for us to take action yet. Brother Bin's intention is to let us help him to scout the battlefield, right? I have checked the information. This guy is a monster who fought with a national level reincarnation and escaped unscathed." Xia Dao's eyes widened in shock and said in surprise, "Big brother actually wants to fight with an enemy of this level?" She thought Lin Bin wanted to use her power. Is it because he just uses her as a radar? And the confrontation between the two made Xia Dao's eyes sparkle. In fact, Lin Bin was indeed not at a disadvantage. In terms of absolute strength, no one can compete with the Black Mountain old demon. After years of living in the city of wrongful death, the demonic energy in his body has reached an astonishing level. Even if he faces a national level reincarnationist, if he competes in absolute strength, he will probably have the upper hand. But after a brief and fierce confrontation between the two, they confirmed that the other party was a strong enemy that they rarely encountered. They no longer held back, and at the same time, they showed their strongest killing moves in great tacit understanding. The 9 swords of the King of Yu were unsheathed at the same time. Without reservation, the Xiangang Bidao formation. One sword is a piece of heart and soul. The old naughty boy's left and right fighting is already a supreme martial arts skill, but now Lin Bin's performance is clearly integrated into 9, and each is clearly distinct and connected to each other. 9D level magic weapons. Wherever they pass, they crisscross, and the swords are magnificent and unparalleled. They form a dense sword net, which imprisons the Black Mountain old demon. The Black Mountain old demon also goes all out. Just like Lin Bin wants to kill him as soon as possible to prevent other reincarnationists from rushing over to grab the credit. He also wanted to kill Lin Bin and then leave calmly. The same thoughts, the same determination. Raw. Almost all the resentment and anger were released from the body. How could the Black Mountain old demon have any human form now? The human form he borrowed before has become one of his puppets, being controlled by the black fog, swelling and spreading in all directions, and then being forced back by the sword energy containing the power of Tai's body protecting spell. But the thick fog rolled, and the black meaning was deep. The more it was suppressed, the more resentment swirled, almost forcing Fang Zheng's sword energy cage into a huge balloon, which was about to burst at any time. The golden light was consumed by the resentment, and the resentment was purified by the golden light. The competition between the two has changed from a decisive kill at the beginning to a power battle that is almost instantly determined by life and death. And this is obviously the confidence of the Black Mountain old demon. He has been entrenched in the city of wrongful death for thousands of years, and no one can surpass him in absolute power. Unfortunately, Lin Bin, who was blessed by the eternal life secret, was also the least afraid of this kind of fight. As long as you can't overwhelm me in absolute strength, then with the endless true essence of the eternal life secret, I can spend a whole day with you. Especially when he found that, although the opponent's strength was extremely strong, it was obviously one step away from the state level reincarnation. Lin Bin's confidence became stronger. The wind and fire divine weapons are like laws, and the spells show the Holy Spirit. After a short stalemate, Lin Bin put aside his last concerns. He let out a long roar. He chanted the Tei Sin removing demon slaying protective mantra. The blade of the Yuking 9 swords, which was originally a mortal weapon, was covered with a layer of light golden light, and the sword energy also had a strong sense of the devil's energy. Boom. A loud roar. The black torrent followed the gap that Lin Bin had entered before, and vented to the outside, like a flood, that was opened and poured out, rolling towards the outside world. Brother Bin has the upper hand. Yan Fen's eyes lit up, and she took out the positioning camera that Lin Bin had given her in advance, aimed at the black torrent, and took a few photos. The dark brown torrent seemed to have stained the blizzard in the sky black like a flood, and this strange phenomenon also attracted the attention of almost all the reincarnations in the entire Zuoan city. It's the Black Mountain Old Demon. He's exposed. Someone discovered them first. The quick hand has the slow hand. Hurry. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the Black Mountain Old Demon at the same time. Being forced to this point, it is obvious that the Black Mountain Old Demon has been entangled by an extremely powerful reincarnation. If it were normal, the boss would have entered the combat state, and they would not easily provoke a strong enemy for themselves. But this time is different from before. If anyone can successfully kill the Black Mountain Old Demon, they can get an A-level prop. A-level props, this is enough to make brothers kill each other. At this time, who cares about whether to offend or not? If you want to blame someone, blame you for making too much noise. For a while, many reincarnations gathered in the area of the battle. But when they arrived at the scene, they were all dumbfounded. They looked at the scene in shock. A handsome and extremely young man, holding a long sword with golden light in his hand, was chasing a man covered in black energy and slashing him in the street. And with each strike of his sword, several magic weapons around him were like the Dragon Cavalry system, one of the most powerful weapons in the technological enhancement system, causing a lot of secondary damage to the enemy. And the man covered in black energy was not an easy person to deal with. Even though he was covered in scars, his body did not bleed at all. Instead, endless black energy spread outward, and he became stronger and stronger with each injury, and more courageous with each battle. The speed of recovery from injuries was even faster than the speed of being slashed. This kind of powerful enemy that is almost invincible makes people feel cold in their hearts. All the reincarnations who dared to come here knew that the Black Mountain Old Demon was very strong. The state level reincarnation who had fought with him before had clearly stated in the wanted notice that the absolute power of the Black Mountain Old Demon had reached the state level. Everyone can treat him as a state level strongman. Even if he is injured, a seriously injured tiger is even more difficult to deal with, so everyone must act within their ability and never act rashly, otherwise they will die in the hands of the other party, and I'm afraid that even their souls will not rest in peace. Therefore, although these reincarnations came here, but if they did not know that the Black Mountain Old Demon was seriously injured, they would never dare to beat him up easily. But what do they see now? The Black Mountain Old Demon is really strong. They have no way to deal with this almost immortal body. But at this time, he has become a sandbag. Who is this person? He can suppress the Black Mountain Old Demon. He is so young. When did our Reincarnation Space Association have such a young state level reincarnation? Isn't it true that he can suppress the Black Mountain Old Demon at this time, even if his level is not yet at the state level? The young man in front of them already had the strength to defend the country. What frightened them even more was that he had already reached the level of defending the country at such a young age. As long as he didn't die young, it was certain that he would reach the highest level in the future. No matter what, the Black Mountain Old Demon is right in front of us. It all depends on our own methods. If I really kill the Black Mountain Old Demon, that's my ability, and no one can blame me. That's right. He found the Black Mountain Old Demon, so he took action. We also found it, so we can also take action. The Black Mountain Old Demon is dying. Let's see who can grab the last blow. Go. Soon, money moved people's hearts. This is probably the closest time that the A-level props are to them. Dozens of extremely powerful reincarnations rushed towards the Black Mountain Old Demon at the same time. Some of them were a little smart, and before they took action, they shouted, "Brother, be careful, the Black Mountain Old Demon is powerful, we are here to help you." Xiaodao was so angry that he stomped his feet and said dissatisfiedly, "This is the person we found, why are you robbing him?" In just a short moment, the previous battle between the two was almost a life and death battle, and the Black Mountain Old Demon was surrounded by everyone the next moment. "Asshole, I will avenge you for today's revenge in the murder of my wife. Wait for me, ha 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 ha." At this point in the battle, the Black Mountain Old Demon didn't know that he had no hope of turning the tables. He roared angrily and left a roar of incompetence and rage. Then, in the rolling black smoke, a human corpse was squeezed out of the black fog by him. He had already separated from the entity and turned into a thick and surging black smoke, flying into the sky. "Stop him. He's going to escape. Damn it. Stop him." Several missiles below with long firetails bombarded the direction of the black smoke. But these technologically enhanced weapons had clearly hit the black smoke, but the black smoke seemed to be completely non-existent. Countless missiles flew over the black smoke and flew away. Many reincarnations tried their best, but he failed to stop the rolling black fog. Linbin, who was closest to him, was the only one who didn't make a move. He stood there quietly, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, mixed with a little black smoke that had seeped into his body. In a moment, the surging immortal essence in his body had calmed down, and then he returned to a perfect state. He looked up and saw the Black Mountain Old Demon escaping. The A-level props just passed by. Many reincarnations couldn't help but sigh, and a look of regret appeared on their faces. Then their dissatisfied eyes fell on Linbin. Linbin stared back without any hesitation. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Not only did they rob the monster, but they also blamed the other party for not keeping the monster. The one in front of them was even more powerful than the Black Mountain Old Demon. They tried to rob the monster, but failed to keep the monster. I'm afraid they also caused the bad feelings of the terrible existence in front of them. Thinking of this, they suddenly felt that this business was really a loss. "Let's go." Linbin slowly put away his weapon, walked out. This time, 40 or 50 reincarnations came here, but no one dared to stop Linbin. Chapter 274 The True Purpose of A-Level Items. Shortly after the battle between Linbin and the Black Mountain Old Demon ended, a video was taken by a curious person. It then exploded the entire reincarnation forum. The video was not long. It was only 2 or 3 minutes long. But in these 2 or 3 minutes, the handsome man holding a golden sword could pull several sharp and unmatched magic weapons with one sword, and even split these magic weapons into thousands of magic weapons. Although he was alone, he was like a huge army, killing the enemy without any ability to fight back. The enemy tried to organize an effective counterattack several times, but was easily resolved by this man with a very light-hearted method. The difference in strength between the two sides can be seen. It was a normal contest. But if the Black Shadow that was at a disadvantage was the Black Mountain Old Demon who was wanted for several months, but was never successfully arrested by the Reincarnation Space Association, and was killed by the opponent, many elite reincarnationists, this video would be very shocking. During this period of time, almost all the reincarnationists were paying attention to the confrontation between the Black Mountain Old Demon and the Samsara Space Association. There was no other reason. A-level props were too precious. Even the national level reincarnationists had to be tempted by them. But even so, the Black Mountain Old Demon fled for several months, but he was never caught. He even faced a national level reincarnationist and retreated calmly after the confrontation. With such strength, even if it is not as good as the national level, it is definitely only a hair's breadth away. But now, he was beaten by such an unknown reincarnationist. And soon, the true identity of this reincarnationist was also revealed. Lei Jun, my brother Abin. Over the years, everyone has always heard of the reincarnationist, but never seen him. He is also the fastest reincarnationist promoted in the Samsara Space Association. No one else. But before, in everyone's impression, the perception of Abin has always been that his strategy ability is amazingly strong. Now the reincarnationists have discovered it. It turns out that along with his level, his strength has also improved. Even in just 2 or 3 years, his progress has crushed the progress of many people in 20 or 30 years. My grandmother Changshan Zhao Zilang. Ha 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 ha. Martial arts enhancement. Martial arts enhancement. This is the ultimate evolution direction of martial arts. Handsome and compelling. Am I the only one who noticed that the weapons that followed him were all B-level weapons? Damn, I drooled with envy. Oh no, it's so strange. Seeing such a big guy running around for A-level props, why did I suddenly feel balanced in my heart? Pig mother wolf wasp, it's miserable for you. I didn't expect him to be Abin. It can be seen that, if it weren't for the trouble made by those people later, he might have taken down the Black Mountain old demon by himself. You are really offending Abin, the head of the Widow village. Actually, that's not the case. The strength of the Black Mountain old demon does not lie in his strength. Of course, his strength is also very strong, but what is even stronger is his ability to escape. If he wants to escape, even the national level Reincarnation Alliance may not be able to stop him. I don't think Abin can stop him. Help me up, and I can still send him off, but this is just a false proposition, because Abin didn't let him leave, and those reincarnations let him go. Hehe. By the way, was there anyone at the scene at that time? Didn't Abin tear you down? The invincible enemy in the world. I was one of the parties involved, but Abin was still very generous. He didn't bother with us and left directly. Of course, it is not ruled out that he had secretly written it down in his little notebook. Oh. The forum was full of discussions. The number of views in the video was also increasing. There were even some accounts that had not appeared in the forum for a long time. They were all reincarnations who had reached a certain level and were too lazy to participate in the gatherings of reincarnations below the level of sainthood. When I first met him, I felt that this kid was much stronger than the ordinary saint level. I didn't expect that I had overestimated him as much as possible, but I still underestimated him in the end. Yuanwei, a national level reincarnation who had met Lin Bin once before, played the video over and over again, watching Lin Bin in the video controlling several weapons by himself and slashing the Black Mountain old monster into a black fog with almost no ability to fight back. He pondered and said, he can control so many magic weapons so freely. If not, it shouldn't be that simple. After all, it is extremely difficult to do 2 things at the same time, and it is impossible to do many things at the same time. But his strength has also surpassed the saint level in all aspects. It seems that the only difference between this kid and the national level is an opportunity to advance. In fact, anyone who can become a national level reincarnation has a very high vision. They can clearly see the powerful extension of Abin's weapon. If we can install the Dragoon system on these weapons, this kid can immediately step into the defense of the country once he specializes in the technology enhancement system. It seems that I have to tell the younger generation that when they meet this kid, they should behave like juniors, otherwise they will have no place to complain if they are cut down. Abin, so terrifying. I'm afraid even Abin didn't expect that this battle would make his existence directly go from existing only in legends to truly stepping into everyone's eyes. At this time, he was at a loss for all this, and he was busy chasing the Black Mountain old demon. All the reincarnations, even those at the defense of the country level, thought that this pursuit failed due to the interference of the reincarnations. But in fact, Lin Bin didn't expect to be able to take down the Black Mountain old demon from the beginning. How could the Lord of the wrongly dead city be so easy to deal with? Not to mention that there are dozens of reincarnations around who are eyeing him covetously. There are too many descriptions of such scenes in novels. 2 powerful enemies fight each other, and in the end, they are picked up by an unknown little minion. Therefore, the battlefield designated by Lin Bin was never one place. He had only one goal. During his fight with the Black Mountain old demon, Yan Fei must take a photo of his entity. The positioning camera is a good thing. With this thing, no matter how the Black Mountain old demon can escape, as long as he is still in this world, he will never be his opponent. So, the real pursuit has just begun. The Black Mountain old demon finally escaped to a secret place, and before he had time to rest, Lin Bin came to the door again. And this time, without the interference of other reincarnations, they no longer had to hold back. Yan Fei also began to assist Lin Bin with the Soul Dragon swimming technique. Although Yan Fei was a beginner, her absolute strength was far inferior to that of the Black Mountain Old Demon. But she had many means. It was hard to guard against, so that Lin Bin, who had fought for hundreds of moves before to gain the upper hand, only had dozens of moves this time, and the Black Mountain Old Demon had no power to fight back. Xia Dao's cannon was even more thirsty, and the violent roar was mixed with thick gunpowder smoke. She almost evolved the whole war by herself. The previous battle had already knocked away his courage, and now the Black Mountain Old Demon only had the strength to flee in panic. But no matter where he fled, he could not get rid of Lin Bin's pursuit. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. What is the most painful thing for a dog? That is when his goddess is hurt. He is completely powerless. Just like at this moment. The Black Mountain Old Demon felt like this. That person must be the murderer who killed Xiaoqian. He hurt her. The last person who hurt her was killed by him in a very cruel way. But this one, he can only escape. The Black Mountain Old Demon also knows that he can only do something if he keeps himself alive. If he wants to avenge his wife, he must survive first. But when has he, a hegemon who has dominated the wrongful death city for many years, been so embarrassed and destitute? He was unwilling to give in, and felt even more resentful than the thousands of souls he had absorbed. But it was useless. He didn't even know what means the other party used to lock him. Incarnation. Possession, occupying other people's bodies, even pretending to be dead. All kinds of means were used. But it was useless. This lock seemed to completely bind his existence. He couldn't escape. He couldn't escape at all. In this case, let's fight to the death. Finally, when he was sure that he couldn't escape the pursuit of the young man in front of him, Black Mountain Old Demon was relieved. It might be difficult to persist, but it must be easy to give up. Come on. Today is the day for me to avenge Xiaoqian. The Black Mountain Old Demon finally put aside all his worries and rushed towards Lin Bin. Come on. Lin Bin let out a long roar, and the 9 swords of King Yu behind him turned into a sharp sword wheel. Under the blessing of Tai's body protection spell, although it was just an ordinary soldier, it had a strong restraint on demons and monsters. The golden sword energy of Zuaniuan's sword was extremely powerful, and it turned into countless sword shadows and slashed towards the Black Mountain Old Demon below. Even if the mission was about to be completed, but the enemy was strong, he would naturally not be careless. Or it could be said that the Seheng Sword Classic was really a good thing. It not only gave him a gentle temperament like jade, but also made his mind clear. No matter how weak the enemy was, he would not underestimate the enemy. There is no need to talk about the morality of the rivers and lakes with him. Beat him up. Fei Yang understands. Yes, big boss. The 3 of them joined forces, with 3 completely different means of attack, but under the oppression of such a strong enemy as the Black Mountain Old Demon, they quickly accumulated a lot of experience in 3-person joint attacks. And the trapped beast still fought. This time, the Black Mountain Old Demon had no way to escape, and he exerted his unprecedented strongest strength, even using the darkness in his body that had never been used. I will let all of you be buried with Xiaoqian. The Black Mountain Old Demon roared wildly. He summoned boundless black resentment with his hand, and the earth began to crack and tremble. The entire mountain was transformed into a giant stone statue under his boundless power, accommodating his true body. He attacked the 3 people. But the golden sword energy was like a dragon, magnificent and brilliant, like a galaxy flowing backwards, and the rocks collapsed and shattered wherever it passed. In particular, Yan Fei used her extremely strong yin-yang magic power to forcibly resist the most powerful attack of the Black Mountain Old Demon for Lin Bin, giving Lin Bin a perfect opportunity. With the blessing of the A-level magic weapon Zuaniuan sword, the sword energy fell with a bang. It passed over the extremely thick stone armor and helmet and directly attacked the Black Mountain Old Demon's body. The Black Mountain Old Demon finally couldn't resist the righteous energy from the Zuaniuan sword. A sword hit his chest. Heavy stones and stone powder fell down. The Black Mountain Old Demon panted softly and asked, "Was Xiaoqian's death painful?" Lin Bin explained. She asked for death on her own. Strictly speaking, it cannot be said that I killed her. The inheritance of Yan Shiksha was told to me by her to thank me for helping her get rid of her. Really? Asking for death? Ha 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 ha. As expected. As expected. The Black Mountain Old Demon laughed bitterly. He fell to the ground helplessly without any sound. The previous corpse also turned into black smoke and gradually disappeared. At the same time, Lin Bin and the other 3 people's ears rang with the reminder from the reincarnation table, reminding them that the task has been completed. Realistic task: kill the Black Mountain Old Demon. Task reward: A level prop x1. Reincarnation points x 12,000 points. Note: because the task target is unique, the task reward is also unique. Team S has successfully completed the task. Please go to the nearest Reincarnation Space Association to collect the task prize. At the same time, when Lin Bin and others received the information reminder, all other reincarnations who accepted the task received a reminder from the reincarnation table. Their task of encircling and suppressing the Black Mountain Old Demon failed. Has anyone completed it? The Black Mountain Old Demon died. Who did it? Damn it. I should have known not to disturb Abin earlier. At least he defeated the Black Mountain Old Demon with real skills, instead of being picked up by some unknown little Karami like now. Reliable information. Abin took 2 girls to hand in the task, and the Black Mountain Old Demon died in his hands. Fuck. At this time, Lin Bin brought Yan Fei and Xiaodao to the nearest branch of the Reincarnation Space Association. For him, arriving at the destination smoothly may be more difficult than defeating the Black Mountain Old Demon. After all, the Black Mountain Old Demon can be seen and touched. But luck is a thing, and you really don't know when it will explode, so naturally you don't know when the accident will come. Don't mind this too much. Lin Bin looked at Xiaodao, who had obviously completed the task, but still had a flat mouth and looked unhappy. He consoled her. Let's just treat it as an investment. The more unlucky we are now, the better luck we will have when we make those key choices after entering the secret realm in the future. It's harmless in the real world, but a choice in the secret realm may be related to the success or failure of our mission. That's true. Xiaodao gritted his teeth unwillingly and said, "Boss, after this matter is over, drive your car to the Science and Technology Association." Lin Bin asked, "Why?" "Modify. I want to redesign all the tires, components and even systems. I don't believe that if I make the car bulletproof, it can still be deflated by an ordinary pebble." Xiaodao puffed his mouth and said, "Don't worry, I'll pay for it. Although Xiaodao, am not a great person, I know that I have to clean my own ass, and will never let you do it." "Well, that's fine. The reward this time should be enough for you to modify it, provided that the A-level prop doesn't match you." Lin Bin naturally would not refuse the kind proposal of the sucker. As he spoke, the 3 of them had already stepped into the Samsara Association. Then they were led into the senior office by professional staff. Saint-level reincarnationists are actually considered to be higher-level reincarnationists in the Reincarnation Association, and the treatment they receive is naturally not comparable to that of the Transcendent Realm. Not to mention the tasks completed by the 3 people. The Black Mountain Old Demon is naturally the focus of all the staff of the association. Serve tea, and then ask them to wait. The A-level props need to be transferred from the headquarters to this side, but they have teleportation props in their hands, and the results can be obtained in half an hour at the latest. So, while waiting for the reward, Xiaodao has already started biting the pen, writing and drawing on the paper, and began to think about how to modify their vehicles, so that her bad luck card will not have such a big impact on daily transportation. Half an hour passed quickly. When Xiaodao started to write the 13th drawing, a tall staff member came over with a brocade box in both hands, respectfully said, "Mr. Abin, Miss Dungeon, Miss Xia, this is your mission reward this time, an A-level protective suit." Protective suit. Lin Bin's eyes lit up and took it. When he opened it, he saw a rather simple protective suit neatly stacked inside. Cloud clothes. A-level prop. When worn, it can form a protective air armor with a strong protective effect. The style of this cloud clothing can be infused with energy and changed into any style you want. Note, don't think I'm just a piece of clothing. I'm actually many pieces of clothing. Lin Bin unfolded the clothes. He stretched out his finger and poked it gently. His fingertips immediately penetrated deep into it, but it felt soft, and even if he infused it with true energy, it couldn't break. He couldn't help but brighten his eyes and exclaimed, "Good stuff." He turned his head and looked at Dong Jin, Yanfei and Xiaodao. Xiaodao immediately curled her lips and said dissatisfiedly, I'm a technology enhancer. How can I have energy in my body? This thing is not suitable for me at all, and I'm wearing the same clothes. She lifted her clothes. Inside was an exquisite tactical vest. Gift of the earth. A-level equipment. It can increase the attack power of skills, and as your own strength increases, the attack power of skills will increase to varying degrees. Note, the stronger you are, the stronger I am. Xiaodao said with regret. This is also A-level. My boss gave it to me for self-defense. It's a pity that this time it is also a protective gear, otherwise, if it suits me, I will definitely take it. Then Fian, you. Indeed, this thing is more suitable for you. Lin Bin's eyes brightened. Yan Fei looked at Lin Bin's suddenly excited expression and vaguely felt that what Brother Bin called suitable and what she thought was suitable should be two completely different concepts. Chapter 275. My brother can't be so clingy. The three of them quickly agreed on a plan to divide the spoils. Yan Fei got the cloud dress. The 12,000 reincarnation points were divided equally between Lin Bin and Xiaodao. On this basis, Yan Fei gave each of them an additional 3,000 reincarnation points as compensation. After all, the value of A-level props cannot be measured by reincarnation points. This way of dividing the spoils made Yan Fei feel a little embarrassed. The jade hairpin fell into her hands before. Now even the cloud dress belongs to her. However, Xiaodao was thinking about modifying Lin Bin's car, and it was a time when reincarnation points were urgently needed. As for Lin Bin, he was not used to wearing tights, and with soft hedgehog armor and the 7 layering of blazing sky cover, double layer protection, the safety was definitely better than this cloud dress. In the end, she could only accept it with embarrassment, and she transferred 3,000 reincarnation points to Xiaodao as soon as possible. Then she declared bankruptcy. The 3,000 reincarnation points owed to Lin Bin could only be made up later. She was very embarrassed, but Lin Bin was quite happy, saying that he would return the principal and interest to me in the future. He had already thought about how to pay the interest. The elasticity of this dress was so good that he saved the money for the umbrella, although he had never used it before. But he would consider it as interest if he tried it occasionally. It was done. The three of them did not stay in Zuoan City any longer. Although the scenery was picturesque, Yan Fei had been imprisoned in Yingyu for too long, and she was naturally resistant to this environment. As for Xiaodao, she was now talking nonsense, thinking about Lin Bin's car. Even if Lin Bin was in the mood, he couldn't play alone. He simply rejected the offer of the Reincarnation Association to help arrange a special car and took the train back to Beishu City directly. There was no other reason. When the train stopped running due to various faults, he could arrange the next buyer as soon as possible, which was better than the special car of the association broke down halfway and waiting helplessly halfway. In just a few journeys, Lin Bin and his friends had accumulated extremely rich experience in dealing with various accidents. Although it was a train, the three of them were naturally sitting in an exclusive private room. There were red velvet carpets, dark red painted piano glazed tables and chairs, and a large single massage sofa that could accommodate 2 people lying side by side, and 1 more person could lie on it. Lin Bin had a fierce battle with the Black Mountain Old Demon. Although his skills had long been restored, the two were of similar strength. If it were not for the blessing of the Xiangang Bidao formation, he might be slightly inferior to the Black Mountain Old Demon. Although Yan Fei and Xiaodao assisted him in the end, as the main tank and output, he was undoubtedly the one who bore the greatest pressure. Even the proficiency of the secret of immortality was raised by 6% after this battle. He gained a lot, but he was also a little tired mentally. When he came up and saw the sofa, he lay on it without hesitation and closed his eyes to rest. Yan Fei believed that her current cultivation level was being left behind by Lin Bin, and she was almost unqualified to be a teammate. She also sat in her seat and closed her eyes to practice, trying to improve her own cultivation level, planning to take this opportunity to sprint to the highest realm of the Yin-Yang family. Xiaodao is still writing and drawing. She doesn't know when the train will be forced to stop. She has limited time. If she wants to transform, she plans to complete it before entering the secret realm next time. Therefore, time is very limited. The compartment is not too big. For a while, there are only the long breathing sounds of Lin Bin and Yan Fei, and the rustling sound of Xiaodao's pencil writing and drawing on paper. After a long time, with a light bang, the train slowly stopped. Let's go and see which transfer vehicle is arranged for us. Lin Bin opened his eyes at the first time, got up and walked down. Xiaodao pursed her lips, took out the bad luck card, looked at the extra points on it, and said irritably, I'm really curious how this illusory luck affects the real world. Won't the car break down if I'm not on the car? Pack up and get off the train behind the two. And just when the three people went through twists and turns and tried to return to Beishu City, the news that Lin Bin had successfully killed the Black Mountain Old Demon also began to ferment in the Reincarnation Forum. The most direct manifestation was probably that the set of standards for recruiting team members, which had gradually become deserted before, was turned up again. The requirements were really high, but the strength of the team was also really strong. The Black Mountain Old Demon had been wreaking havoc for many days, but as soon as Team S took action, it was directly eliminated, even if so many reincarnations were making trouble. Killing was killed without any courtesy. During the return process, there were countless applications to join the team, which was annoying, so Lin Bin simply threw them all to Yan Fei. In the process, he also received many congratulations from reincarnations. Lei Chun contacted him specifically, saying that he did a great job, and such a big happy event, he must treat him to a drink after returning. He also said that he would cooperate again next time, if there was a chance. Lin Bin naturally agreed happily, and by the way, he said that he missed his sister-in-law's craftsmanship very much, and he would inevitably come to bother her when the time came. Zukan also sent a special message, praising Lin Bin for his rapid progress, even surpassing her, the guide who brought him into the industry. Gu Yuan said that he was very happy for his brother. He had not been idle during this period. Under his careful planning, he found 2 bases of the Kingdom of God, successfully destroyed them, and fought with one of the apostles. It was a pity that when the opponent didn't know his identity before, he could still fight him on equal terms, but for some reason, once he knew his name was Gu Yun, he was immediately defeated. But he was very happy that he won this battle. Lin Bin congratulated him, and then contacted Deng Yang as soon as he hung up the phone. He was always worried that the apostle who was defeated might be him. Am I that stupid? Don't worry, he is the 12th apostle. In fact, his strength is above Gu Yun, but how should I put it? Now the entire kingdom of God has been overshadowed by Gu Yun. Apostles have died in his hands one after another. Now there is even a rumor in the kingdom of God that Gu Yun is a natural nemesis of the kingdom of God. Even if the strength is above his, the people of the kingdom of God will be defeated for no reason when facing him. Deng Yang's tone was very teasing, and he smiled and said, congratulations, Abin. You got the blame so cleanly. And this is the first time I have seen someone take the blame so conscientiously. Gu Yun has made attacking the kingdom of God his lifelong career. The two chatted for a long time. Not long after hanging up the phone, another aggressive call came in. It was from Kian Kian. She came to call for punishment. What's going on? I just entered the reincarnation space to train for a while. How come another little demon joined my team? How come I didn't know about it? She said it angrily, but the little girl was obviously very aggrieved. Lin Bin didn't count her in the S team at all. She wanted to join, but Lin Bin didn't let her. But now, he actually recruited another reincarnation who looked ordinary and had nothing special to join his team. Canon was naturally jealous. Just kidding. Dong Jinyan Fei was introduced to the real world by her, and in a sense, she was half her own. Which bean of yours, Xiaodao, made senior brother look at you differently. Lin Bin could only comfort her with kind words. He said that it was not because of your lack of strength that he did not recruit you, but because our attributes overlapped. You see, although Yan Fei took the path of martial arts enhancement, he actually had more magic skills. He was a physical output and tank, and he needed a long-range output to take on the responsibility of a heavy gunner. But in fact, as long as you have a need, I will definitely rush to your side, even if there are thousands of mountains and rivers. The previous explanations were all regarded as bullshit by Kian Kian. She was not a reasonable person. But the last few words of comfort directly hit her G-spot. She laughed so hard that she couldn't stop. Finally, she hung up the phone with satisfaction. What she wanted was Lin Bin's appropriate submission. When did Lin Bin take the initiative to coax her when they were together before? He always made her feel very upset. She also knew that it was unrealistic to join Lin Bin's team, but this did not prevent her from asking for some benefits from him. Then came the congratulations from Shifiksun and Shikingsun. A series of contacts and congratulations made Lin Bin secretly say that it was a bad idea. In comparison, he still prefers to hide his advantages and develop quietly. Like the last time he took action in the real world, he teamed up with Deng Yang to kill Wang Ling. But at that time, both of them were just rookies in the extraordinary realm, so naturally they could not cause any fluctuations. It's not like now. It's known to everyone. It's a pity that the Black Mountain Old Demon must be killed. Otherwise when he breaks through the state defending level, it will be a huge trouble. He can only choose the lesser of two evils. This trip took 4 days to come here. I was lucky on the way back, and it only took a little more than 2 days. After returning to Beishu City, Xia Dao didn't dare to mention the matter of visiting Lin Bin's house. During these 2 days, she didn't even have the confidence to speak, and even couldn't help wanting to return the 3000 reincarnation points that Yan Fei had transferred to her before. No other reason. Because her intuition told her that the trouble she would cause to Yan Fei in the future might be far more than what the mere 3000 reincarnation points could make up for. But when she left, she specially called a tow truck to tow Lin Bin's car away. Lin Bin and Yan Fei took a taxi back to their own homes. This time, she was only away for 7 or 8 days. When she came back this time, Lin Zhu was hanging clothes on the balcony. Seeing Lin Bin and Yan Fei, she pursed her lips and smiled slightly, saying, "You're back. You must be exhausted again this time. But the next reincarnation experience should be a while away. You can have a good rest. You have accumulated a lot of dirty clothes during these few days away. Take them out quickly, and I will wash them for you." Yeah, that's right. I'm really exhausted this time. I'm tired. Originally, 3 days were enough. 1 day each to go back and forth, and 1 day to kill the Black Mountain Old Demon. With Xia Dao, they went back and forth for 7 or 8 days. Lin Bin leaned back on the sofa and sighed. This time, I can finally have a good rest. The Black Mountain Demon is dead. In the kingdom of God, there is Gu Yuan to fight them to the death, and he, Lin Bin, can't do anything. In addition, there are 2 internal accomplices, Shizixun and Deng Yang. Although his real world is not as solid as a rock, he has nothing to worry about. So far, a stable rear camp has been completely established. Thinking of this, Lin Bin's mood suddenly improved. He smiled and said, "Sister, I want to eat the fried tomato and eggplant you made today." Lin Zhu, who was cleaning Lin Bin's dirty clothes, heard the words and shook her hand slightly, and nodded. "Okay. It's better not to be so troublesome. Just make some home-cooked dishes that we usually eat," Yan Fei added. As she said that, her jade foot under her skirt gently kicked Lin Bin. Lin Bin asked curiously, "Fei Yan, you kicked?" Cough 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 cough. "Indeed, during this period of time, you have taken care of Jua, prepared 3 meals a day for her, and tutored her homework. You must be exhausted, right?" "No way." Lin Zhu squatted in front of the washing machine and took out the washed clothes one by one. Her beautiful curves outlined her perfect figure. From neck to hips, there was nothing unattractive. She turned around and smiled. "I have been lazy these days. Didn't Mrs. Tang move in front of us? So I took the opportunity to entrust Wan Rong to tutor Jua's homework. Wan Rong is a high school student, so tutoring Jua's homework is more than enough. Jua's grades have improved a lot during this period of time. Oh, then it must be very hard to take care of children." Lin Bin signaled Yan Fei with his eyes, asking if he felt strange again this time. Yan Fei nodded slightly, and then rolled his eyes at him very cutely. It seemed that he was blaming Abin for how unguarded he was in front of Miss Lin Zhu. Such tactless words can be said. The contrasting cuteness that is totally inconsistent with her temperament actually makes Lin Bin silently amazed. Hearing this, Lin Bin nodded in realization. Without saying anything more, he looked at Lin Zhu in front of him again and again, but he couldn't see any flaws at all. The person in front of him has a gentle face, cherry lips and a smile, and her expression is like a good sister who dotes on her younger brother. Especially when her eyes fell on Linbin. That kind of natural closeness could not be faked at all. This can be said to be fake. How realistic is this person's disguise? By the way, sister, I will sleep with you tonight. Linbin suddenly said. Ah, why? Linzu, who was putting on clothes, froze there for a moment, looking at Linbin in shock. Nothing, I just suddenly remembered that we haven't slept together for a long time. During this period of time, after I became a reincarnation, I have been busy with things in the secret realm. It seems that the last time we slept together at night was more than a year ago. Linbin sighed. I feel sorry for you when I think about it. Oh, that's right. After all, we are siblings. Just like sisters, it is reasonable to sleep in the same bed. I heard that for a younger brother, a sister can't be considered a woman, and of course, a younger brother is naturally not a man. Linzu laughed and turned around, stuffing Linbin's clothes into the washing machine. But her movements were obviously much stiffer. Yanfei couldn't help but smile. She never had the idea of monopolizing Linbin, and she even knew the position between the two of them. It was just Linbin's teammate. The reason why there was negative distance contact was entirely because of the feelings between the two. But she was no longer an innocent girl. Innocence was gone. Although the body was extremely important, it didn't seem to be a big deal to be taken by a man she liked. What is more important to Yanfei now is to raise her daughter in peace and stability. In this process, it is also reasonable to comfort her mind and body. He is playing with her, and she is also playing with him. Playing with each other, no one will suffer. But she also has to admit that there is a saying in the real world that makes sense. A woman's channel is indeed connected to the heart. She feels that she is getting more and more inseparable from this brother Bin who is much younger than her. But even so, watching Linbin taking advantage of another unknown girl in front of her, not only did she not feel depressed and lonely, but she felt quite interesting. Yanfei smiled and said, Jua will be out of school in half an hour. Fian will go to pick up the child first. Brother Bin, you two siblings should have a good chat. As she said that, she went to her room to change clothes. But before leaving, she turned back and looked at Linzu with an ambiguous look. It shouldn't be true. Whether from her expression or her daily behavior, some details can't be hidden from her extremely delicate mind. Especially in the cooking area. But he shouldn't be a stranger. This kind of familiar feeling can't be faked by someone who is not very close to him. Could it be Mrs. Tang? I don't know. But it must be this inexplicable closeness that allows Linbin to tease Linzu without any psychological burden, right? She naturally doesn't mind giving a helping hand. Okay, no problem. Linbin laughed and said, by the way, there is one more thing. Sister, has your body recovered? Can you walk well? Do you want me to take a look at you and massage you now? You know, the eternal life secret I practice has an excellent effect on warming up the tendons and veins. It's rare that I have free time now. Come, I will warm you up. It's better not to. I feel pretty good. Hey, why are you being polite to me? I have nothing to do for a long time, so it's just right to warm up your legs every day. This is not necessary, right? Linzu was about to cry. Why did she feel that this brother suddenly became so obsessed? She was a little overwhelmed. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.